Striding in from the Anderson end. This is driven off an open face.
Mahmood to Roux. Short pulled in front of square through mid-wicket. Good looking shot for 4.
Full of length and caught. Caught at second slip from the Anderson end in a bowls, and this is edged by Roux and will pick up 4 runs. Mahmood in a bowls, and this is his 50. James Roux moves on to 50 as he plays that down to Luke Wells at deep backward square leg.
Back of a lengthiest delivery. Roux rocks back and pulls the ball away through the onside.
And this is lofted down the ground by Casey Aldridge.
6.
And it's gone for 6. This is driven by Roux through the covers. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Mahmood to Aldridge. Well, that's flashed away through the onside.
Williams in and bowls. And this is whipped away into the onside. And an unavailing dive to his right by Luke Wells. Mahmood in a bowl short, and Aldridge gets on top of the bounce and helps it on its way down to the fine leg boundary.
Balderson. Roux drives firmly. Lovely shot. 4 runs.
Mitchell bowls and he's gone. Casey Aldridge, he went for the drive. Balderson then to Roux on 96. He goes for that square cut. 4 runs and a century for James Roux. His 3rd century in first-class cricket, and, well, I think arguably his best century as Mitchell is in and bowls. This is swung away by Craig Overton. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces. This is hit down the ground by Craig Overton. 1 bounce for 4. Mitchell in and bowls. Oh, and that's caught at first slip. Well, we were praising James Roux, but that was an indifferent shot to a ball outside his off stump.
Davy's been more controlled. In saying that, he's chipping it up towards mid-off and has been caught. Oh, he's gone for a big hit back over the bowler's head. Has he got enough on this to get it between the 2 fielders? He has, out towards the boundary. 1 bounce and 4. There's Williams again to Henry. Oh, he's slogging at that one up and over Croft at point and down towards the boundary.
To Craig Overton, who is beaten, and there's an appeal for LBW which is belatedly given out. Hartley to bowl, and this is swung away by Matt Henry, and that has gone for 6. Hartley bowls, Henry swings, and that has gone for 6 again. Hartley bowls, and this is hit for 6 again, away into the wide open spaces. As Williams is in and bowls, and this is cut away down to deep backward square leg, and that is his 50, his maiden 50 for Somerset. 72. This is driven down the ground, and it's going to be brilliantly caught by Dane Villas. Brilliantly caught. He didn't quite get hold of that Jack Leach. It went to a deepish mid-on.
So he's around the wicket to Wells. It's driven back down the pitch. It's a brilliant catch. 2nd attempt. One-handed, parried it up with his right hand and catches it.
So I think it's the right decision. This is carved away through the offside. Handsome shot. Bowlers and fielders. This is cut and almost a catch at short mid-off. Bohannon, though, carves this away. No, carving is unfair. Cuts it away handsomely.
Here's Davy. Around the wicket ball, that's shuffled away into the onside by Balderson out towards deep mid-wicket. Here's Aldridge from around the wicket. It's full ball, which is driven firmly for runs through the offside, 4 of them in fact.
Safely to a draw. This is quicker from Leach. He's bowled him. He's bowled him.
So that is day 2 highlights on Lancs TV as we welcome listeners on the BBC Sport website and app to our commentary position here at Emirates Old Trafford for the 3rd day of this LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Somerset. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson with you today. Looking splendid there, mate. I'm liking the old drape over look from the jumper like that.
Well, it's chilly in here because we've got the windows open. Well, it's beautiful outside, though. Absolutely glorious. So I'm hedging my bets.
It is an absolutely terrific day. We've got blue sky everywhere. I can't even see a patch of cloud in the sky. It looks absolutely fantastic, and the outfield is bathed in sunshine, and we're a few minutes away from the start of the third day. What do you reckon, Anthony, at this point? So 361 all out Somerset, and Lancashire 72 for 2 when they head out to bat in their first innings in reply. Where we think this game's heading?
Well, it's a batting day, isn't it? So it's hard to see Somerset running through Lancashire in this weather on that pitch. And equally, it's quite hard to see Lancashire running amok and getting a significant lead by the close of play, given that they're still 289 runs behind. So, you know, they're not going to be in a position, assuming they don't get bowled out, Lancashire, to declare until, well, lunchtime tomorrow at the earliest. And unless the pitch deteriorates significantly, it's equally hard to see Lancashire bowling out Somerset in 2 sessions. So I'm afraid it looks a bit like a 5th draw on the trot for Lancashire and the 4th draw out of 5 for Somerset.
Yeah, that I guess is where would be the favourite at this stage, but we shall see what unfolds through the course of the next couple of days. We've seen enough games, haven't we, to know that you can think it's going one way and then things can happen.
It can, but I mean, David Lloyd all yesterday was saying what a good pitch this is, and Bumble knows the pitches here at Old Trafford pretty well.
The 2 umpires heading out, umpires Long and Lungley, sorry, I was desperately searching for the other umpire's name. Long and Lungley are heading out.
Yeah, the 2 L's.
And the 2 batters, including the night watchman, Will Williams, alongside George Balderson.
Well, Somerset will want to remove Will Williams sooner rather than later. There's nothing more irritating for a fielding side than a night watchman who comes in and hangs around for an hour and a half the next morning. They really, if Somerset are going to have a chance of winning this game, they've got to get in amongst the Lancashire top order batting sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Maybe Leach could play an interesting part.
Well, that's
today.
what James Rue said when I talked to him last night. That the odd ball is turning and lifting, and there's a little bit of variable bounce as well. A bit of up and down, as the players call it. So it's those sorts of factors, those sorts of hopes that Somerset will be clinging to. And they've got a very, very good attack. International attack. Craig Overton at one end, Matt Henry at the other with the new ball, and Jack Leach, England's resident spinner, with his slow left arm.
George Balderson batted through those 28 overs in that final session last night, and batted nicely, unbeaten on 38 from his 87 balls faced. He's at the non-strikers end. It will be Will Williams to face the first over of the morning, which will be sent down by Craig Overton. And an attacking looking field, Anthony.
Yep, Craig Overton, who completed 3,000 first-class runs for Somerset yesterday afternoon when he reached 35. He's in now and bowls to Williams, and he's gone. First ball, good low catch by Steve Davis, as Williams rather prodded at that ball, leaving him outside the off stump, and it carried through low just about to Steve Davis's right. And, well, the ideal start for Somerset. 1 ball gone, 1 wicket fallen. 72 for 3. And Will Williams, well, he was out there for 8 deliveries in total. Yeah, very good catch from Stephen Davis, I must say, who's been preferred as wicketkeeper to James Rue, or to put it the other way around, I think James Rue has been preferred as an outfielder to Stephen Davis. There's very little to choose between them as wicket-keepers. Davis, of course, vastly experienced, but carrying just a little bit of timber these days. And James Rue, one of the best outfielders in the Somerset side, as well as being a top-class wicket-keeper. So the ideal start for Somerset, Out walks Stephen Croft in at number 5. He would normally obviously be in at number 4, and Stephen Croft so far this season has played 3 matches, 6 innings, 133 runs, best of 56 not out, averaging 26.6. He's a better player than that. His career average is 34.4. 9,762 first-class runs for Stephen Croft. Made his debut as long ago as 2005. So the slips will be on their toes as Overton is in from the Anderson end, bowls to Croft, who plays around his front pad up to mid-on to the accompaniment of lots of hand clapping and encouragement. They're a vocal lot, the Somerset outfielders. 4 slips. Cola Cadmore at first, Casey Aldridge at second, Tom Abel at third, and Tom Lammonby at 4th. As Overton in the sunshine is in and bowls, and this is a solid looking defensive shot from Stephen Croft, but the Overton delivery being loudly applauded by its captain, standing there at 3rd slip. That was a fast start to the morning, wasn't it, Scott?
Rather eventful, that, wasn't it? You just starting to make a cup of tea in the morning and just get yourself together on this Saturday morning, you may have missed the wicket with the very first ball. Yeah, it's a bit lively, wasn't it?
It was. Overton is in and bowls, full of length, and Croft coming slightly uncertainly forward, but gets the middle of the bat on it. Jack Leach looking to the heavens, not quite sure why, giving the ball a good polish. The ball is in its 29th over, so still a bit of hardness and polish to it. As Overton is in and bowls. Appeal for LBW. I think that was going down though. Stephen Croft played it as if it was going down the leg side. Shake of the head from Nigel Long. Decent crowd in.
Yes, not too
not
bad,
quite so many as there were yesterday, but no doubt numbers will build up. We do have competition from the other Old Trafford.
We do, yeah.
Where Manchester United are playing Wolves, I think, this afternoon. Lots of United supporters on the streets as I was walking into the ground this morning. This is played back to Overton, who tries a bit of fancy football, shy at the stumps. If that had hit, then Croft might well have been in trouble, and I think that's Josh Davey who is spread-eagled now, and he will be cursing himself and watching the replay. Ooh, it would have been very close. The ball wasn't very close to the stumps. It wasn't a very good throw, in all honesty, but it would have been touch and go.
Yes,
if he'd hit, but he didn't. So that's the first run of the morning. 73 for 3, and that concludes the Overton over.
Well, that was eventful, wasn't it? A wicket with the first ball, and then a slightly frantic one off the final ball of the over, almost a chance of a run out. Yeah, lively first over. I thought Overton and Henry bowled beautifully yesterday. It was
they complement each other. It was a point that Callum Flynn made, that Overton hits the pitch hard from a great height, whereas Henry is skiddier.
It's Henry to start off from the Statham end. Forward goes Croft in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, it was a good combination with the new ball for Somerset yesterday. It was very awkward, wasn't it? It was a really horrible 28 overs that Lancashire had to face. In the end, they lost 2 top-order batters. Wells, at the very start, caught and bowled by Henry in spectacular fashion. And then Bohannon, right at the end of that session, bowled by Leach. Croft to defend. Again, Henry fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was a good piece of bowling by Jack Leach as well. He just got it to sort of skid through and hold its own so that it went between bat and pad. And Bohannon was only defending. It wasn't as if he was going for a big shot or anything. So it was definitely a bowler's wicket rather than batsman error.
Yeah, it's a good ball, wasn't it? What you could do about that. Henry balls again. And Croft off the back foot and gets a single here. Just playing it into the offside. Calling Balderson through for one. The pick up and throw towards the bowler's end. Croft doubles his total, moves on to 2. 74 for 3 then. And brings Balderson on strike to face Matt Henry. Yeah, Leach could play a significant role today.
Yeah, he could. Right.
We've got a long day again. We've got a lot of overs to bowl today. Another 104 over day, which is at 1:10 lunch and 4 o'clock tea. So I'm surprised to see Leach bowl his fair share. It's driven away by Balderson. It's a good stop.
That is Leach.
He's done well away to his right. He's at kind of wide mid-off, isn't he? He's not in an orthodox mid-off position. Kind of floating between mid-off and cover. And he's done well to stop the ball. Nicely timed by Balderson.
Yeah, he's not the most athletic fielder in the Somerset side, but he gives it everything he's got.
Henry comes in and bowls to Balderson. That's left.
Oh, Steve Davis. He did not take that cleanly.
He didn't. And, Balderson looked to Croft and thought about maybe going through for a bye, but decided against it. Great chance for Balderson. Having got runs last week at Trent Bridge. A lovely day and a good pitch to see whether he can back up his. I think he got 92 last week at Nottinghamshire. Try and back it up again this week. Henry in to Balderson. Squeezing this ball away down towards backward point. He'll come back for 2. Balderson moves on to 40 and Lancashire 76 for 3, and that completes Henry's first over of the morning.
Was it a surprise when he was elevated to replace Keaton Jennings opening the innings? Because I mean, he doesn't yet have a first-class century to his name, does he?
No, he doesn't. No, no, it wasn't a surprise. He has opened the batting previously for Lancashire in the Championship, so it's not an unfamiliar role to him. When he first came into Lancashire's team, the first season or 2 in and around the team, he spent some time opening the batting. So no, I don't think it was a big surprise.
But Stephen Croft on strike as Overton is in and bowls. This is turned into the onside, picked up by George Bartlett at mid-wicket.
He was probably the obvious candidate, really, from the players in and around the team as to who pushes up to open the batting. I think he was the one that kind of looked the most obvious option, really.
Presumably Daryl Mitchell will be next in.
I think he'll be in next, yeah.
Overton in and bowls, and Croft defends. Good start this from Craig Overton. He's been right on the spot, making the batsman play. Picking up a wicket of the night watchman, Will Williams, with his very first delivery of the morning. Well caught, low down, in front of first slip by Stephen Davis. Daryl Mitchell and then Dane Villas, I guess, who hasn't been in great form. Overton bowls. This is turned down to long leg, where I expect Matt Henry will collect it. He does indeed, sends in good return over the top of the stumps to Stephen Davis. And a single is taken, 77 for 3. Do you think Lancashire will try and push the game along, or do you think they'll, rather like Somerset, settle for hanging in there and accumulating as the opportunity presents itself?
I'm not sure. It's difficult to try and second guess what the approach might be here.
Overton going around the wicket to the left-hander. Balderson brings that one back into him and he plays it out into the onside to mid-wicket, where James Rue has his first bit of fielding in the morning.
As Bumble was saying last night, you're kind of looking at how can either team from this position try and win the match. Well, Lancashire have got to go some way beyond that Somerset total, and that will take some time.
So there is a bit of pace in this pitch, which will encourage stroke making. This rather squirts off the outside edge out into backward point where George Bartlett fields. I think Somerset would dearly like to pick up one more wicket early on with their seam bowlers, Henry and Overton, and Davy and Aldridge to follow up, and then leave it to Jack, I think, will be the the approach. Overton in and bowls, puts a little bit extra into that one. I must say he's looking much fitter, is Craig Overton, than he has done previously this season. He's not limping at all on that left leg where he's had the tendinitis problem, and I think that's being reflected in his bowling, which has got a much sharper edge than it had that last time.
He looks good.
Yeah,
he's looked good from when he picked up the new ball yesterday. He bowled beautifully. I mean, there's opportunities here, isn't there, for fast bowlers with a busy summer and with injury concerns for a few. You know, there's opportunities for the likes of Overton, for the likes of Mahmood, for example, from this game.
Yeah, Bryden Cass appears to be one of the front runners. Durham.
Here's Matt Henry. Oh, Croft, that's a good ball. Nips through into the gloves of Stephen Davis. Smart looking delivery from Henry. There's Croft just pushing. Comes down the pitch. There's a little quizzical look at the surface too. Seemed to skid through that, didn't it?
It did, it was quick. Well, he is a skinny bowler. He's, yeah, as we've been saying, he's not the tallest fast bowler in the world, but he's got a very fast arm.
Right arm over the wicket to Croft. Full and driven nicely down the ground. And will reach the rope for 4 runs for Stephen Croft. Driven through straight mid-on. Total moves on to 81 for 3.
What sort of form has Stephen Croft been in so far this season?
Yeah, he's had some contributions with I mean, his biggest probably contribution came here in the game against Surrey, when he batted with Josh Bohannon to help kind of save the match on the final day. But it's been a relatively modest start for him, I think. 4 Gus Croft in defence, and there's no run, so he's 392 runs coming into this game from his.
He didn't play
4
against
games.
Somerset down at Taunton, did he?
No,
He was
dropped for that much.
Yeah.
He went for Balderson actually, who batted in the middle order and obviously bowled quite a bit as well. But yeah, came back in last week against Nottinghamshire. And that's worked out backward of square on the offside by Croft, and there's no run. Yeah, so I think he would be of the view that it's been a pretty slow start to the summer for him. Like he should be looking for their middle order to get some runs actually. Croft and the captain Dame Velas quite got themselves going just yet. The bulk of the work's been done by Bohannon and by Jennings before his injury. He's left by Croft and taken by Stephen Davis. No run.
And what's the news on Keaton Jennings? Any progress reports?
I think he's going to be a while.
Because it was described as a tear, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than a strain.
I think he could be looking at a few more weeks yet.
Shame for him. He was batting like a god at Taunton.
He was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Final ball of the over. Then it's left by Croft and taken by Davis. It's 81 for 3. Croft 7, Balderson on 40. So yeah, I think it's going to be a while before we see Keaton Jennings back. It's another few weeks before he's back fully fit. Yeah.
Jack Leach exchanging a long sleeve sweater for a short sleeve one. Peter Siddle doing 12th man duties. His hair seems to have changed colour. It's not quite so bleached blonde as it was. It's almost grey now. Here comes Craig Overton from the Anderson end, bowling round the wicket to Balderson. Just drops that into the onside, and there won't be a run. Tom Abel giving Craig Overton every possible encouragement. from his fielding position at third slip. There's 4 slips close together, as I think I've seen slips stationed. This is a good ball from Overton, going back over the wicket on this occasion to Balderson, looking to angle it across the left-hander. Just bring the odd one back as a surprise element. Good line of attack. It's good that he's varying his line of attack as well. It's bowling around the wicket earlier on in the over, and now switching to over the wicket. He's in and bowls. Well played by Balderson, who looks to have a pretty solid defence. How many games has Balderson played? 24 before this one. First class games, all for Lancashire. Averaging 26 with about 550s, and his highest score 97 against Surrey. Genuine all-rounder. Overton bowls. Oh, and takes him on the pad, but that, given the angle of attack from Overton, he's got to bring the ball back into the left-hander to have any realistic chance of an LBW decision. Because bowling fairly wide of the crease as he did then from over the wicket, for the ball to be hitting the stumps, it's almost certainly got to be pitching outside the leg stump, as I'm fairly sure that last delivery did. Here he comes again. This is a better ball, and just run off the face of the bat into the gap between fourth slip and backward point, which means they can trot through for a single. 82 for 3. Balderson moves on to 41. We have had, what over are we in? We're in the 33rd over, and we started this morning 28. So this is the 5th over of the morning. So steady progress. Just the one boundary so far. That's straight drive. As Overton bowls. And as an appeal for catch is given. It's given. It just flicked the inside edge of Balderson's, of Croft's bat, I beg your pardon. And a good diving catch away to his left by Stephen Davis, and Stephen Croft is furious at yeah, so it came almost off the face of the bat, in fact.
Yep.
He was looking to tuck it down to fine leg, and just didn't get it wide enough. And a good diving catch from Stephen Davis. So that's a bit of a bonus wicket, in all honesty, for Somerset. It wasn't Craig Overton's best ball by any means, but Stephen Croft being strangled, as they say, down the next side.
Good catch, wasn't it, by Davis?
It was.
He's taken 2 good catches this morning. Good start.
He's still pretty agile, despite a fairly comfortable girth that he now has. Yeah, well, there you are, 82 for 4. Watching it again. It was well anticipated by Davis. I think that would... showing his experience there, and great delight amongst the Somerset fielding side. And I think particular delight that Stephen Davis has taken 2 good catches this morning. He's a very popular cricketer, Stephen Davis, and I think a lot of people assumed that his days of playing first-class cricket for Somerset were pretty much over after he was dropped in the middle of last season and James Root took the gloves. But because of the trials and tribulations of Sean Dixon, who was brought in to open the innings with Tom Lazenby, he's been given a second chance. Yeah,
Dixon played against Lancashire a few weeks back, didn't he?
Yeah, he's hardly got any runs at all,
right,
poor chap.
okay.
And he's going to be playing for the seconds to try and get his confidence back.
Well, a man in form has come out to the middle. Lancashire's new signing, Darryl Mitchell, on the back of a couple of centuries against Pakistan in the recent ODI series. He's at the non-striker's end as Henry starts at his latest over, bowling to Balderson. He plays forward in defence and there's no run. Well, with Dave Villas not in great form, if Somerset can break this partnership, they'll feel they're in with a chance of bowling Lancashire out for a reasonable total. Yeah, there's a couple of guys that not quite hit the foam just yet, of which, as you say, the captain's one of them. A couple of wickets in this morning session so far for Somerset. Again, that's defended by Balderson. Way to cover, and there's no run. Jack Leach. I bet it's not too long, you know, before we see Leach. Good start with the seamers here, so that at the minute these two are bowling beautifully, but won't be surprised if we see Leach before lunch. Leach before lunch.
I think we might see him in the next half an hour.
And there's 4 slips in place and a backward point. As Balderson gets right forward, solid front foot defence, squeezing the ball back down the pitch, gathered by Henry off his own bowling.
He has looked very solid, I must say.
Yeah,
George Balderson.
I felt last week at Notts, and I mentioned this to him, but I asked if this was the case, if that felt like a bit of a... He didn't go on to get 3 figures, but it felt like a bit of a breakthrough innings for him in first-class cricket. Henry bowls again. He's driven to mid-on, no run. He looked the absolute part. He looks really comfortable last week, and he faced some pretty good bowling. I mean, Nottinghamshire's attack is pretty strong.
Brett Hutton, he's the man.
Yeah. He got through all that and batted beautifully with Josh Bahanam. It felt like maybe that was potentially a moment for him that he'll look back on. It's played down into the ground to the left of Abel at slip, at 4th slip. Balderson shuffles through for a quick single. Actually moves on to 42 now. He played it softly enough and down into the ground. 83 for 4. So here's Daryl Mitchell, the New Zealander. 113 and 129 in successive games for New Zealand against Pakistan in their ODI series at the back end of last month. So Lancashire should be hoping their new signing can give them some runs in the middle order, much needed too, in truth. They'll step forward, facing his international teammate and friend, working it down towards 3rd man boundary, caught up by Tom Abel, who hurls it in towards the gloves of Stephen Davis. Daryl Mitchell runs back for 2 to get his first runs for Lancashire. 85 for 4 here at Emirates Old Trafford, with Balderson on 42 and Mitchell 2 not out.
I've been upbraided on Twitter by John Hayes.
Right.
He said, a draw? Come on, Anthony, some positivity, please. You have to believe. Yeah, fair enough. But a couple of early wickets, in particular the wicket of Stephen Croft, have changed the complexion of the game slightly, opened up the possibility of Lancashire being bowled out for significantly less than Somerset's first innings total. This is outside the off stump, no shot from Balderson. Craig Overton persisting with his over the wicket line. Overton's figures 9.1 overs, 2 for 20, being the more economical of the 2 opening bowlers. Matt Henry 1 for 29 in 9. But as we've been saying, they do complement each other. Overton bowls and played square of the wicket on the offside, and George Bartlett picks up. Most of the Somerset fielders wearing short-sleeved sweaters. It's a nice warm day as well as a sunny day, and that breeze that was cutting across the ground yesterday from east to west has gone. And a very pleasant walk to the ground this morning from Salford Quays. Overton in a bowls. This is punched into the offside, and there'll be runs here for Balderson. Josh Davey pursuing the ball out to the cover boundary, sends in the return, and they come back for 2 runs. 87 for 4. The wickets this morning. First ball, Will Williams, the night watchman, caught behind off Craig Overton, and in the last, Overton over Stephen Croft, helping a leg side delivery from Craig Overton into the gloves of Stephen Davis for 7. Overton's in a bowls, and Balderson slightly uncertain, just a little bit wary of the bounce there. And Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, suggested to me last night, informally, I wasn't interviewing him, that there was a little bit of variable bounce in this pitch. The odd ball from Jack Leach either bounced a little bit more or kept a little bit low. I'm sure Leach is going to hold the key for Somerset. This is driven handsomely. Lovely shot by George Balderson. Away through wide mid-off. And nothing whatever that Josh Davey could do about that. That was a really textbook off-drive.
Yeah, gorgeous shot, wasn't it? Held the pose, didn't he, too, Balderson? He enjoyed that.
He looks the part, I must say, George Balderson. Perhaps this is the day when he's going to break his century duck. Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, through into the gloves of Stephen Davis. And that's the end of that over. 91 for 4. 2 to Daryl Mitchell. 48 for George Balderson, who is on the verge of his sixth 50 for Lancashire in first-class cricket.
Yeah, great opportunity for him. Lovely day. Decent pitch to bat on. He's in good form. Wonderful chance. As Bumble said to us yesterday, there's runs in this pitch, didn't he? He fancied someone to get a century yesterday, and has proven right with James Root. Batted beautifully for Somerset yesterday. Is there another century on the cards for a batsman today? Quite possibly. 91 for 4. Here's Matt Henry from the Brian Statham end. Mitchell plays forward and defends. And there's no run. A perfect start for Somerset this morning. And I agree with your correspondent on Twitter. There's an opportunity here, isn't there, for Somerset?
Yep, certainly is.
270 runs behind Lancashire. There's prospect of trying to get up and beyond and move themselves into a position to try and force a result. That's very much on the back burner. Henry in. Oh, that's clobbered over mid-on. One bounce and it rattles its way towards the boundary rope for 4 for Daryl Mitchell.
He didn't quite get hold of it, did he? That's a statement to your teammate, isn't it?
Stand there and wallop it.
By teammate, I mean Matt Henry, because of course they're teammates for New Zealand.
Matt Henry, I'm not sure if he's got some kind of sick pleasure out of that.
He's got a big smile on his face.
Really, Daryl? This is first-class cricket. Forward goes Mitchell and defends away into the offside. No run. Spoke to Daryl Mitchell last night. What a lovely chap, and very much looking forward to watching him play now for Lancashire over the next few weeks. He's keen to try and enjoy himself, and he's looking forward to the challenge of playing not just first-class cricket, but in the T20 Blast. He'll be available for Lancashire in that competition too. But yeah, he seemed like a very happy chappy last night. Forward he goes. Wants a single here. Just pushed up to mid-on. Good positive running.
Good cricket that. He'd forced the field back with that shot down the ground earlier on in the over. So Jack Leach was quite deep at mid-on, and comfortable single.
Yeah. Good cricket from Mitchell. Nice and positive. I think Matt Henry's enjoying this, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's playing cricket with a smile on his face, which is always good to see.
Absolutely. That was exactly what Darren Mitchell said last night, to play with your smile on the face. In and balls to Balderson. Well, that's clipped away towards backward square leg. I think just deflecting off his pad.
I think,
yeah. So leg by, signalled by the umpire. So Balderson remains on 48. Lancashire move on to 96. 6 for 4. Brings Mitchell back on strike. So this Henry to Mitchell battle continues. Here comes Henry. Final ball of the over. Into Mitchell. It's off the front foot again, working the ball behind square on the leg side. He wants to come back for 2.
Good running.
And he does come back for 2. Well, he's been positive here, Darryl Mitchell. Bright start. He's up and running with his Lancashire career. Got wickets in the first innings. He got 3 wickets in the first innings, and now he's got his first runs for Lancashire. 99 for 4 at the end of the 36th over.
Yeah, he's already brought an air of urgency about the batting as Darryl Mitchell. Yep. He is going to try and push the scoring rate along. He's not going to be dominated by the bowlers. He's going to seek to dominate them. And that drive down, lofted drive down the ground off Matt Henry, powerful statement of intent.
Yeah, it was. A few running repairs here for George Balderson. That's Jack Blatherwick that's come out with some tape. It's been wrapped around the bottom of Balderson's back. The scissors have come out as well. Yeah, a bit of DIY out there.
Yeah. Overton's going to bowl another over, which will be his 11th. And it'll be his 5th of the morning. Picked up both of the wickets to fall. Will Williams, the first ball of the morning, and then having Stephen Croft well caught down the leg side. He's in now bowling to Balderson, who driven drives, and that's 50 for George Balderson. A rather streaky way to reach 50, but 50 nonetheless. Well batted. 52 he has to his name from 111 deliveries. And 5 fours.
Yeah, as you say, it was a little streaky, but take nothing away from his innings so far. Impressive this from Balderson. I think he's batted really nicely here. 52 not out. Well played. He'll be wanting some more as well.
Overton, who had his hands on his head after that last delivery, he's in again and bowls, and this time Balderson just drops the ball into the offside, and it's picked up by Josh Davey. It was just, is it wide of 4th slip?
I think
wide
so.
of fourth slip. Wasn't a chance.
No. Yeah, it was pretty much in the gap between 4th slip and point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're quite close in, those slip fielders, aren't
yes,
they?
yeah. And quite a marked echelon. This is punched away through the offside. George Bartlett is in pursuit, but he'll have to go some. He puts in the slide, makes a good stop, flicks it back in, and saves his side a couple of runs. Balderson moves on to 54.
Yeah, coming into this 5th over, Overton's spell was 2 for 9 from his 4 overs this morning.
105 for 4. So still 256 runs adrift of Somerset's first innings, total of 361 are Lancashire. Overton bowls a bouncer, not a very good bouncer. Banged it in about halfway down, and Balderson barely had to duck. Just watched it sail through to Stephen Davis.
I don't remember him sending down too many bounces so far in this.
Yes,
10.4 overs.
Which is surprising, really, because there is a bit of pace in this pitch. Jack Leach is doing some stretches. He'll be into the attack sooner rather than later. Overton is in and bowls, and it's defended solidly into the offside to the accompaniment of a great deal of shouting from the Somerset cordon.
They're lively, aren't they?
They certainly are.
It is quite a sharp angle they're at, aren't they, those full slip fielders?
Which, well, it was Bumble who really was saying that there's a bit of pace in this pitch, but actually the alignment of the slips suggests that maybe there isn't quite so much. This is outside the off stump. Good ball that from Overton. Almost drew the shot out of George Balderson. He resisted the temptation. Let it go through to Stephen Davis. That's the end of the 9th over of the morning. And Lancashire have moved on from 72 for 2 overnight to 105 for 4 now.
Need one of those partnerships to build, aren't they, Lancashire? Balderson and Bohannon, 67. Biggest partnership so far, but they need a sizable one, you would think, to get themselves into a position where they'll feel a little bit more comfortable. They're still 256 runs behind. There's a lot of work to do at the minute with the bat for Lancashire.
I hereby predict that Jack Leach will bowl the next over from the Anderson end.
Big Craig Overton's messing around with his bowling boots there, isn't he? Tap on the backside from his captain. Well done, mate. Have a rest, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Well, I think he's. I mean, he can bowl long spells, Craig Overton, but I think he's probably best used in fairly short spells, especially if he's still being troubled by this tendinitis.
So he'll be in at second slip now, will he?
Yeah.
Okay. Still got the 4 slips in place. There's Henry. Into Mitchell, edged and bounced it in front of Overton at second slip.
Yeah. Good piece of fielding in the end.
It was a good start, yeah.
He's a tremendously good slip fielder, is Craig Overton. Taking some stunning catches.
This little battle between Matt Henry and Daryl Mitchell's quite good fun to watch.
It is.
Good friends, they're teammates, up against each other here. He's bowled it short, he's flicked the ball away towards deep backward square leg.
Wasn't a very good shot, that.
It takes him to 10. It's 106 for 4. Yeah, it was up in the air, wasn't it? Cries of catch. It was a square leg in place.
He wasn't in control of the shot, was he?
No.
Balderson just coming down the pitch, tell him to calm down.
Steady on, mate. So Henry right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. That's defended. Picks out mid-on, and there's no run. Polishing the ball furiously to keep one side nice and shiny. The ball's worked so far for them. Picked up 4 wickets.
Surrey have lost a wicket against Middlesex, 203 for 4.
I think
Ben Folkes is out.
And I think everyone's playing, Anthony, aren't they?
Yep.
If you've got first time in this round of fixtures, everyone's been playing at the same time.
Notts 185 for 6 against Northants.
It's Henry to Balderson. Gets in behind and defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Hampshire going well against Kent, 138 for 3. The scores at the Oval now level. Surrey with 6 wickets in hand. Jamie Smith going well. Very, very promising young cricketer.
Henry to Balderson, short, and he ducks underneath that. Taken by Davis. He's taken a couple of good catches so far this morning, Stephen Davis. Matt Henry looking for his second wicket. It was instinctive, and it was really impressive of his own bowling to dismiss Luke Wells. It's nudged away to mid-wicket by Balderson. And there's no run. That's the end of the latest one from Matt Henry. So he's bowled a 5-over spell. Overton's 5-over spell, is that going to come to an end? Is your prediction going to come true?
Well, he's jogging off, so he's not going to be.
There's the clue.
And here comes George Bartlett with 2 helmets. One for, he's put the fielding pads on as well, so he's going to go in at forward short leg. And the other helmet is for Stephen Davis, who of course will be standing up to the stumps. So that prediction has come to pass. On Twitter, always look on the bright side of life.
Bright side of life.
Yeah, cricket's best podcast, that is. Okay. Ian Shepherd, who puts it together, says, Craigo definitely looks like he's getting back to his old self. Dare I say it, Somerset look like they've got a fighting chance of winning this game. I think they have got a fighting chance, but they've got a lot of work to do, because these two are batting pretty well. It'll be interesting to see how Daryl Mitchell plays Jack Leach, whether he follows the sort of Australian example and tries to hit him down the ground and out of the attack. And we do have a long off and a long on, which suggests that Somerset think that is indeed going to be Daryl Mitchell's approach. Leach in and bowls, tosses this one right up. Oh, and it beats everything, I think. I think those will be a couple of buys. He was playing a shot, so if it flicked the pad, those runs will count, but it didn't flick the pad. They're buys. And you can't really put that down to turn, because if he was getting it to turn, it would turn the other way. Went down through leg slip. Slip and a leg slip as Leach is in and bowls. And it dropped, I think. Dropped it backwards at leg slip by George Bartlett. I'm fairly sure that was off the bat. Let's watch the... Oh, it
hit
no, that's
Davis's
the previous
pads?
one.
Did it deflect off the keeper's pads?
Yeah, I think it did. Whether there was any bat involved, I don't know. Hard for us to tell, because batsman's facing away from us, the bowling from the Anderson end. And it comes down the pitch to this one, but doesn't quite get there. Moment of uncertainty. Daryl Mitchell not sure whether to stick or twist at the moment. I think his instinct is to take Jack Leach on, but he's just a little bit wary. Leach in and bowls. This is a reverse sweep, and that will go for 4. Down to third man. He nailed that pretty well, did Daryl Mitchell. Another statement shot from the New Zealander. 112 for 4. He moves on to 10. Be interested in any comments on Twitter from our listeners and viewers as to whether that was indeed a chance to George Bartlett. Judging by the way he scrambled frantically to try and catch it on the rebound, I think it may have been. Leach in and bowls to Mitchell, who stretches forward in defence. There would certainly have been a big appeal if he'd held on.
The reaction of the fielders suggested that there was bat on that.
Yeah.
Very disappointed.
Yeah. Leach in and bowls. Another reverse sweep, but this time straight to the man who has been placed there for precisely that eventuality. James Rue, who makes the stop, sends in the return. And, well, some encouragement there for Jack Leach and for Somerset. A possible chance going down at leg slip.
Yeah, just watching back on that replay, I'm not sure. Let's have another look at this replay again now. Let's see whether we can see any.
It's hard to tell, isn't
it?
I think it may just have flicked Steve Davis's pad.
I think it did flick the keeper's pad, yeah.
Casey Aldridge is going to come into the attack from the Statham end.
See what though, Leach is in the game, isn't it? The way that Mitchell might look to try and play him here.
Yeah, I think we could be in for a very good contest.
Yeah. 112 for 4, so double change. 5 overs each for Overton and for Henry. And now Casey Aldridge comes in to bowl to Balderson. Just dabbed away into the onside for no run. 112 for 4. It's a trail by 249.
Aldridge just needs to find a consistent line and length. He does have the tendency to bowl both sides of the wicket. Can be expensive. He looks the part, but hasn't really delivered yet, Casey Aldridge.
He's got 3 slips in place for Balderson. That's clipped mid-wicket again by Lancashire opener.
Got away with that. Don't want to be bowling that length on leg stump. Best figures, picked up 5 wickets in Somerset's defeat down at Canterbury in the last match of last season. Didn't actually bowl all that well.
Aldridge to Balderson, that's driven. Scooped up by Jack Leach at mid-off, and there's no run.
6, well, 6, he picked up a 6 for 110. You know, what was a very deflating end to the season for Somerset. Beaten by an innings by Kent.
Aldridge over the wicket to Balderson, a full ball on off stump, which brings him forward, and again he works it up to mid-off, where Leach again fields.
He's bowling well within himself, Casey Aldridge, looking to pitch the ball right up to the bat, encouraging the batsman to drive. 3 slips waiting for the edge.
Shuffles in again to Balderson. It's defended, but takes a run for it. Just angling the ball behind square on the leg side, moving through for a single. Takes his total to 55, George Balderson. It's 113 for 4. Brings Mitchell on strike, so he'll face Aldridge for the first time. We're enjoying that Matt Henry to Daryl Mitchell contest. It was good fun while it lasted. I'm not sure if Matt Henry was enjoying it or not, but he seemed to do a lot of smiling.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, the New Zealand team as well as the England team have taken their cue from Brendan McCullum's approach to playing cricket. It should be fun.
Yep. Last ball of the over. He wants a single here. He's pushed it up towards Leach. Oh, it's underarm throw.
No, he was comfortably.
I think he was. He made his mind up early, didn't he, that he wanted that single. Leach is quite tight in. Didn't have too far to get, Leach.
I think he picked his man, though, because Leach is not the quickest. Let's just watch this. Yeah, he's home by a couple of feet, but good piece of work by Jack Leach. He just takes a little bit of time to get going. Does Leach? You know, once he's in full flight, he's pretty quick. There's long strides of his. A tweet from Richard Winter down there at the Oval, I dare say. Great Surrey member. Used to bowl fast for Monkton Combe when I was at school. He says, this is reference to the pint I had at the Lamb, which costs £2.56, as Leach bowls to Daryl Mitchell. He says, I discovered the William Webb Ellis pub in Twickenham sells pints for £2.57. Now our pub before Harlequins matches. And I suspect I know the chain of pubs that the William Webb Ellis belongs to, and they do indeed sell beer at low prices. 114 for 4. We're in the 41st over, being bowled by Jack Leach to Daryl Mitchell, who stretches forward, plays it into the offside where Tom Lammonby picks up. Is Craig Overton still off the field? No, I think he's down at long off. It's pushed again into the offside. I think he probably just went off to change his boots, from his bowling boots to his fielding boots. Leach bowls, gives this one a little bit of air, played very respectfully by Daryl Mitchell. Don't think this respectfulness is going to endure for that long. So I can feel a big shot coming on. Leach bowls. No, and it's another forward defensive shot. We've got the short third man for the reverse sweep. 2 men out in the deep, long on and long off. And Mitchell shaped as if to play an aggressive shot. Checked himself. And that, I fancy, it was indeed a maiden over from Jack Leach, who has figures of 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. It's 114 for 4. And we've had 50 minutes of play, and we have had 13 overs so far this morning.
Just looking at some of the games elsewhere, Warwickshire are well on course to win and beat Essex. Warwickshire lead Essex by 27 runs. They're 143 for 7, Essex. So, should Warwickshire go on to win that game, which looks almost certain, be 3 wins from 5. It'd be a good start for the Bears. Here's Aldridge to Balderson. Just rocks onto the front foot and then doesn't play a shot, allows it to go through to Davis.
Chris Rushworth has been a very good signing for Warwickshire, hasn't he?
Yeah. Has he got wickets this innings? Yes, he has. 4 for 51, and in the first innings he picked up 4 for 28, so he's got 8 wickets in the match so far. Yeah, the Bears look like they're having a good season. Aldridge to Balderson.
He's obviously produced several miscues as Casey Aldridge from George Balderson.
Actually, not
just getting just getting a little bit of late movement, maybe. He's not trying to bowl too fast. He's concentrating on just pitching it up.
It brought Balderson down the pitch, have a little bit of a look as to where that was landing. It's outside off stump and crunched away for 4. Lovely shot from Balderson. Wasn't a great delivery in truth, I don't think, from Aldridge, but Balderson made the absolute most of it.
Too much width.
Yeah, banged that away through the offside.
He played it on the up, but it's a pretty safe shot.
Takes him on to 59 not out. So 118 for 4. Full but wide and hammered away by Balderson. It's better from Aldridge. Forcing Balderson to defend into the offside, no run.
Slightly surprised they've brought Aldridge on rather than Josh Davey. Josh Davey, I thought, bowled pretty well last night. He seemed to be getting more movement, both through the air, although there wasn't much swing, certainly off the pitch, than Overton or Matt Henry.
Yeah, both 4 overs, Josh Davey, last night. Aldridge to Balderson. Just flicked off his hip down towards fine leg. Comes back for a couple more. Takes Balderson on to 61 not out. It's 120 for 4 now.
That's what I mean about Casey Aldridge. The previous delivery was wide outside the off stump, driven through the covers, and that one was going down the leg side. And he was lucky to get away with it, with only 2 runs being taken.
In between, it was actually quite a good ball, wasn't it? Oh, this brings Balderson on the drive. Playing a miss from Balderson through to Davis. There's no run. There's a quirky over that. There's a ball that was there to be hit for 4, which was bowled, and he went a little bit too leg sidey, and that was eased away for a couple. And then he bowled a ball of good line and length in between those 2 deliveries, and then ends by inducing a full shot from Balderson. Bit of a mixed bag from Casey Aldridge, but it's 120 for 4.
A tweet overnight from Bob DePledge saying, I would value your opinion on how highly you rate James Rue as a batter compared to predecessors of bygone years at that age. Rose, Trez, Hildy, Lathwell. Seems so organised and knows his own game, belies his years. Jack Leach bowling to Darryl Mitchell, defensive shot. Well, I rate him very highly, and more to the point, David Lloyd rates him very highly, and Bumble knows his cricket inside out and back to front. Jack Leach in and bowls. Tosses this one up, reverse sweep, and a good stop by that man, James Rue, at... no, it's not James Rue, it's Bartlett, George Bartlett.
That was a good stop, though, wasn't
Rue was fielding there, but it's Bartlett now. And there's no run in consequence. Leach bowls, and Mitchell back on his stumps. I think he's got a very good head on his shoulders. He did have a bit of luck, as he was the first to concede. Put down twice in the slips. Leach bowls, and defensive shot. Now, he's only 19 and he's got plenty of scope to improve. I think he's a little bit behind Jamie Smith. Oh, sorry. As this is played defensively back to Jack Leach, but Jamie Smith's 3 years older, and it could well be that James Rue, if he continues to develop, will reach that standard in due course. Defensive shot, good over from Jack Leach, another maiden over, and Daryl Mitchell was looking to attack him, but wasn't offered anything. 120 for 4, maiden over Leach, with figures of 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16.
He's played the last 2 overs pretty calmly, hasn't he, Daryl Mitchell? We're expecting kind of a few fireworks from Leach's bowling, but he's just got forward and defended. 120 for 4. So we've got through the first hour. 72 for 2 is what Lancashire resumed on this morning. So 120 for 4 is where we're at now. Pace of the morning actually bounced along quite nicely. Mitchell's been quite positive. Balderson's playing beautifully at the other end. But Aldridge just, I think, searching a little bit for consistency from this Brian Statham end. And Leach twirling away from the Jimmy Anderson end.
And this will be the 16th over of the morning, so Somerset bowling the required ration of overs.
Aldridge to Balderson, rocks onto the front foot and leaves it. Leach is going to bowl quite a bit today. That'll help keep things bouncing along quite nicely. 7 o'clock finish last night, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, hopefully it won't be set quite as late as 7 o'clock tonight, because Somerset do bowl their overs at a good rate.
2 slips and gully, deep backward point, and a mid-off, which is where Balderson's driving up to, and there's no run. There's a cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg.
And the formation of the slips has changed as well. 2 slips and a gully now, rather than the 3 slips or 4 slips as Somerset started off with this morning.
Captain's at gully, isn't he?
Yeah.
Overton's at second slip. Who's at first? Just remind me.
Colin Cadmore.
Colin Cadmore, thank you. Aldridge to Balderson. Nice looking front foot drive up to Leach again at mid-off, and there's no run. 20 for 4. Balderson's 61 not out. Aldridge into his 8th over, just starting this latest spell. 3rd over of the spell this morning for him. Gets Balderson up onto his toes and plays the ball safely away to the offside, but for no run. Great opportunity for Balderson here. Chance to bat with Daryl Mitchell. He's nattering away to the umpire. Short ball by Aldridge, and Balderson ducks underneath that. Taken by Stephen Davis.
Just wish Casey Aldridge could find an extra yard of pace. That last delivery hit Stephen Davis's gloves pretty hard. He always looks as if he's bowling just slightly within himself.
Final ball coming up for this over for Aldridge. It's a Decent line and length. Has Balderson defending. It's a maiden, actually, that for Casey Aldridge. Felt a bit better, that, didn't it? It struggled a little bit in the previous over. But pretty much on the money with that one. 120 for 4, Lancashire. Mitchell 15. Balderson on 61.
And we have had the first hour of the day with 48 runs being added to Lancashire's overnight 72 for 2 for the loss of 2 wickets. Will Williams and Stephen Croft. Williams for 0, Croft for just 7. Somerset have bowled 16 overs, so the run rate this morning 3 runs per over, which is what Somerset got up to by the end of their innings. For a long period they were going along at just fractionally over 2 runs and over. Batting has, generally speaking, got easier as this match has gone on. It was at its most difficult in the first session on Thursday morning, with Jimmy Anderson operating on a pitch with a lot of underlying moisture, with heavy cloud overhead and getting quite extravagant movement. Somerset being reduced to 12 for 3 at one stage. Leach is in and bowls to Nichols on the line of Mitchell rather, on the line of middle and leg, and just plays it quietly up to Tom Abel. Still got long on and long off out. This is played up to long on, just pushed up to Josh Davey, who comes jogging in from the boundary to field. So the sequence of maidens has been broken. 121 for 4. Mitchell moves on to 16 from 29 deliveries. We have got Craig Overton's going to backwards square leg for the left-hander. It's a sort of, not sure whether he's there for the catch or it's a deep leg gully. Leach bowling to the left-handed Balderson, who's back on his stumps, defending into the offside. Not much sign of any turn from Jack Leach, but he's varying his pace and his flight nicely, keeping the batsmen guessing, not allowing them to line him up. And again bowls, and Balderson defends into the offside. Matt Henry does the fielding. Here the encouragement of the Somerset fielders for Jack Leach, who's there and bowls and gives this one a little bit of an extra tweak. Takes the outside edge, runs along the ground down to short third man where Matt Henry fields. Foghorn voice of Tom Abel. Leach bowls and played quietly back along the pitch by Darryl Mitchell. End of that over. Just the 2 runs from it. 122 for 4. Leach 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. 16 to Darryl Mitchell. 62 to George Balderson. Hasn't had much of a strike recently, I fancy, and has become a little bit becalmed, but these two going about their business very professionally and sensibly. Lancashire, I wouldn't say they can't afford to lose another wicket. They probably can afford to lose another wicket, but they certainly wouldn't want to, because this is potentially a good partnership.
Yeah, plenty of batting to do for Lancashire today, and these two have been quite calm about their approach so far after a busy start from Mitchell, in truth. Balderson is solid on the front foot and defending, and there's no run. Wickets this morning of Will Williams. That was the first ball of the day. Caught by Stephen Davis off the bowling of Craig Overton, and then Croft was caught again by Davis, but down the leg side. Again off Overton for 7. Aldridge to Balderson, who's driving. It's in the air. It's disappeared away to deep backward point. You can see Abel in the gully there, down on one knee with his hands on his head. Balderson forward on the drive.
See Tom Abel comes jogging all the way up from his position, fielding position, to have a word with his bowler, just suggesting something.
Balderson to 63 not out. 123 for 4. So Mitchell's back on strike. 3 slips for Mitchell. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Casey Aldridge to Mitchell. It's left and taken by Davis. No run.
He also had a word of advice from Matt Henry, who I'm sure knows Daryl Mitchell's strengths and weaknesses as well as anyone.
It's nice for Aldridge to have that, isn't it? Henry just at mid-off and constantly nattering away to the young bowler on his way back to his mark. Straight approach by Aldridge and bowls Fullish onto the pads of Mitchell, and that's worked away to the right of mid-on. Leach will gallop after it. Probably going to run 3. They do. And they come back for a third by the time that Jack Leach has caught up with the ball. So Mitchell moves on to 19, 126 for 4 now.
I must say the outfield here is immaculate. It's an absolute picture. It's not the fastest outfield there's ever been at Old Trafford, but it's fine to behold.
Balderson back on strike. Aldridge to Balderson, who goes back and defends up onto his toes, just drops it away into the offside. No run. There's been a few issues at Taunton this season, haven't there, with the outfield. There's a sandy bit and there's
a beach at one end and a lake at the other.
Yeah.
No, it's better. It's got better now.
Good.
And, the ground staff have done a great job, and they should bear no responsibility. It was a combination of weather and the position of the Marcus Trescothick pavilion.
Aldridge around the wicket. Balderson drives away through the offside, all along the ground, through the covers. He wants again the idea of a third perhaps, but this time there isn't a chance to come back for 3. Balderson moves on to 65. It's the end of the over. 128 for 4. Mitchell 19 and Balderson on 65.
Yeah, and batting looking increasingly comfortable out there. I think as Jack Leach, as we've been saying, is the one who holds the key. He's the man most likely to make the breakthrough, but there hasn't been much sign of turn so far. He's been drifting the ball into the right-handed Daryl Mitchell. We've got what are we going to have in the way of Peter Siddle is out there with a drink for 1 or 2 players. George Bartlett's taken his short sleeve sweater off now.
Be warming up.
Yeah. Which indicates it's pretty warm out there. We've got Craig Overton now at is it Craig Overton? I think so. At leg slip. As Leach bowls, and it's played back along the pitch by Daryl Mitchell. Leach just spinning the ball from hand to hand. He's in and bowls, tosses this one up and played back up the pitch by Daryl Mitchell. Calm may be before the storm. Mitchell against Leach. Good battle this. Again, Leach drawing the defensive push from Mitchell. Banging and crashing going on from the building site, the new hotel away to our right. Leach bowls. This is just a slightly quicker ball, flatter. And again, Mitchell defends, the crowd absorbed by what's a classic battle really between a batsman who wants to attack and a top-class international spin bowler who maybe wants him to attack. Just putting the ball on the spot, ball after ball after ball. Sooner or later you feel that Daryl Mitchell's patience is going to crack. But he's inhibited, I think, by those two men out in the deep. Craig Overton coming out from leg slip, just putting his box in and coming to a very, very silly point. Just off the cut strip. Leach bowls and there's a sweep, a paddle sweep, and Matt Henry is after it and doesn't put in the it's not Matt Henry, it's Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and they came back for 2 runs, so 130 for 4. Mitchell on to 21 from 38 deliveries. George Balderson 65 from 144.
Builders are busy on the new hotel.
Yeah, working on a Saturday as well, which is don't often see. Obviously in a hurry to complete it. Going to have a stand in front of it as well, judging by those concrete footings that are being put in.
I think they want it open for the Ashes. So
do they?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, they haven't got long.
I don't know whether the hotel rooms will be open for the. I think they want at least some part of it to be ready for the summer, I think. Here's Casey Aldridge. That's punched into the offside by Balderson.
Well, hence the activity on the Saturday, because they're going to have to work every hour that God gives, I think, if they're going to get that ready. In the space of, how long is it? When's the Ashes test here? Before the end of July.
Yeah, it's the 4th test, isn't it? Yeah. They've been a bit optimistic, ready for that. 130 for 4. Aldridge to Balderson, that's left. Angling across, Lancashire's left-hander, taken by Davis. And there's no run. Looking at the bottom of his bat there, George Balderson. He had some running repairs a little bit earlier on. Some tape brought out, strapping up the bottom of the bat. I like that bat. He's got runs from that bat this season. 65 more today. I'm looking to add to it. Aldridge to Balderson. It's driven. Stopped by Jack Leach at mid-off, no run. 130 for 4.
I think if I was Dane Villas, I'd be wanting my batsman just to move this game on a bit.
There's a tight period of play here. As Aldridge is in, it's played down the ground by Balderson. Gets through for a single. I think this is actually the last couple of overs have been quite a good little passage from Casey Aldridge. I think he's got his line and length a little bit back on track. He's pulled a nice tight little spell the last couple of overs, Aldridge. He's backed up the work, I think, nicely from Leach at the other end. Runs have, just for the moment, just dried up a little for Lancashire.
Yeah, because they need big runs, but they also need quick runs, reasonably quick runs.
131 for 4. Mitchell's on strike. It's full of length, angled in towards Mitchell. Clips the ball out to mid-on where Leach fields, and there's no run.
Here is a good tweet from Paul Hughes. Great day to be listening to a superb commentary team. Yeah. So
who's that then? What game's that at?
So pleased that Lancashire live stream used the same commentary as BBC. Other counties could learn from this, and so say all of us. Hopefully Leach looks as dangerous today as he did yesterday. Come on, Somerset. Thank you, Paul.
Final ball of the over. Aldridge to Mitchell. And that's defended off the front foot and picked up by Leach. 131 for 4.
Just see how my son is getting on. He's He's doing the Devon coast to coast.
Okay.
Run stroke walk, which goes from Wembury in South Devon to Lynmouth in North Devon. I don't know how far it is. It's about 150 kilometres or something like that. I think so. It's some.
Blimey, right.
And it's due to go on. It's going to take him somewhere between 30 and 40 hours to complete.
Goodness.
But he's doing all right. He's reached the first checkpoint.
You got like a tracker on him or something, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah,
you can follow his movements.
I can follow his movements, and there he is. Where is he? Let's just have a look. Oh, he's just going up onto Dartmoor.
Is that part of the route? Or is he straight off course?
They've got to go straight. They've got to go all across Dartmoor.
Okay.
And then all across part of Exmoor as well, but that won't be until tomorrow sometime, I think. But he's doing all right.
It's a great effort, that. And that's just all in one. Must be a break or something, an overnight stay.
Well, there are checkpoints where they can be. They can rest if they and be refreshed if they want to. As Leach is in the bowls, and this is down the pitch from Balderson, turning it away through the onside. It'll just be a single, and that must be the 50 partnership. It is indeed. These two came together when the score was on 82, and Stephen Croft was caught down the leg side. It's now 132 for 4. 50 partnership from 91 deliveries.
That's quite a decent pace, isn't it? Not too bad.
No.
Bearing in mind, it has probably slowed down over the last 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they're going along at around about 3 runs and over, which is a respectable pace. But as I say, I think Daryl Mitchell will be looking to move it on at some stage. As Leach bowls to him, he goes for the sweep and nails it. The man at square leg, just backwards square leg, was in to save the single, and once the ball was past him, it was 4 runs. It was an aggressive sweep shot.
Yeah, well, they've moved the man from leg slip to silly point, haven't they? And it's just opened up that option for Mitchell now. Played that the reverse or the little paddle around the corner a couple of times since the fielding positions changed. In fact, they're going to change it back now.
Yeah, George Bartlett going back to leg slip. Jack Leach bowling around the wicket to the right-hander, who turns it into the onside, and Tom Abel does the fielding, but can complete a comfortable single.
It's good that from Mitchell, though, isn't it? Swept the last one for 4. Yeah. It was a good-looking shot, and then just a little skip down the pitch, works it to mid-wicket, gets through for 1. It's excellent from Mitchell.
2 slips now, and a short leg for the left-hander, which is again short leg's understandable. Leach is turning the ball into George Balderson, beats him on that occasion. Just a defensive push. Ball goes past the outside edge, just holding its own.
It's the first boundary that Leach, I think, has conceded since he's come into the turn.
He's in again and bowls, and Balderson's down the pitch driving, but it's almost straight. Somerset's captain Tom Abel, who doesn't miss much in the field. One of the best fielders in the country is Tom Abel. Leach bowls, and Balderson defends. End of another over. Leach 13 overs, 1 for 26, going at just 2 runs and over, 137 for 4. The deficit has been reduced to 224, and we've had an hour and 20 minutes play this morning, in which 65 runs have been scored.
Just looking at 1 or 2 games elsewhere, Glamorgan have been set a modest total of 79 to win, to beat Worcestershire. So Worcestershire bowled out second time round for 227. So they've been set 79 to win, Glamorgan. So nicely set here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. We're going to have a bowling change. Casey Aldridge has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden for 15. And Josh Davey is going to replace Aldridge from the Brian Statham end. So third bowler used from this end this morning, having started with Matt Henry and then gone to Casey Aldridge and now on to Josh Davey. With about 40 minutes to go before we get to lunch. So here comes Davey to Mitchell it is. And that's defended to the very busy, lively Tom Abel at mid-wicket. He's always encouraging his team, and there is no run. So Abel at mid-wicket. 2 slips. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a long leg for Davey, who sets off again, running away from us. Mitchell's waiting. He's over the wicket and bowls. That's a good-looking shot up and over mid-on by Daryl Mitchell. Down towards the boundary, 1 bounce over the rope for 4 runs. Moves Mitchell to 30. It's 141 for 4.
Very similar to the shot he played off his fellow New Zealander Matt Henry, except he timed that one better. There was a hint of a mishit about the previous one, but that one was right out the middle of the bat.
It was. He just pushed mid-on back as a result of that. Jack Leach has just dropped a few yards a little deeper. Davey, quite a long approach, in and balls to Mitchell. Played right forward and defends into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, it is quite a long run up for a bowler who's bowling at mid-70s, something like that. But he can get the ball to move around, Josh Davey. He's an underrated bowler.
He's trudging back to his mark and sets off again with Mitchell on 30. In and balls. Let's work to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, where Tom Abel fields and there's no run. 141 for 4, Lancashire. These two have just brought up their 50 partnership. 59 runs now from 99 balls. This partnership between Balderson and Mitchell. There's a ring of fielders on the offside as Davies in and balls. Forward goes Mitchell. And there is no run. 1 ball left of this over. We'll have a little scout around some of the other games at the end of this over and see what's happening to other fixtures. Everyone's playing, which is excellent. There's been some pretty poor weather around, but everyone's underway on this on the 3rd day. The final ball of the over. Davey bowls, and that's flicked out through square leg by Mitchell, just leaning into it and a little flick of the wrist. Nice looking shot for 2. And it takes Mitchell on to 32 not out. And the score is 143 for 4. We've had 50 overs here at Emirates Old Trafford, with Mitchell 32 and Balderson on 67. Right, let's have a look what's happening, shall we, in the county championship elsewhere, with Nottinghamshire playing Northamptonshire, and Nottinghamshire 222 for 6. This is the game you can just see now with Clark on 63 not out. So 2-2-2 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead by 64 runs against Northamptonshire. Game taking place at Wanties Road in Northampton. Elsewhere, we're off to Kent against Hampshire next, with Hampshire 159 for 5 in their first innings. Kent all out for 95. Here's Leach to continue.
In from the Anderson end, bowls to Balderson, who plays that on the bounce to George Bartlett under the helmet at forward short leg. Jack Leach just dabbing his hand in the loose soil just to get a better grip on the ball. He's in Bowles gives this one a good tweak, and it's played just past Bartlett, who moved sharply to his right to try and make the stop, failed to do so. Single is taken, 144 for 4. Sunshine glistening on Jack Leach's bald pate. It's got a fine dome. Just spinning the ball from hand to hand, bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Nichols, who gets a short ball and plays it square of the wicket out to James Rue. Does the fielding out at deep point. He's now got left-handed to bowl to. These two rotating the strike well, left-handed and right-handed. 2 slips and a forward short leg, so Somerset still attacking. Dearly like to break this partnership before lunch if they possibly can, but not showing much signs of that happening at the moment, as Balderson pushes this gently into the offside, thinks about a single, but Craig Overton quickly to his left, and they decide wisely against it. It's a sort of in-out field, this one, with 3 close catches, 3 saving 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary. This time Balderson comes down the pitch and plays it into the onside. Lammonby picks up, who is at a sort of halfway between mid-on and mid-wicket, almost in a catching position. He's there for the onside shot that the left-hander doesn't quite keep down. Bartlett moves from short leg to silly point. Balderson's down the pitch, just running this up to Casey Aldridge, who's on the boundary at long on for the left-hander. That's the last ball of the over. 146 for 4. We've had 51 overs, so 23 so far this morning in an hour and a half, which means that Somerset, well, just under an hour and a half, so Somerset bowling their overs at around about the required rate of 16 an hour.
The game at Edgbaston, Essex are just kind of hanging on in there at the minute. They lead by 58 runs at 174 for 7 against Warwickshire. Simon Harmer and Shane Snater are currently batting. So Essex are 7 down, lead by 58. So they're kind of hanging on a little bit, Essex, but the Bears at Edgbaston look like they're nicely set for a 3-day win. Here's Josh Davey around the wicket, balls to Balderson. That's defended to cover, and there's no run. So Warwickshire Essex looks like that's heading in one direction. That'd be 3 wins from 5 for Warwickshire to start the season.
Shame for Essex though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, heartbroken really.
Yeah, I can tell you're absolutely devastated at that news, Anthony. Davies will bowl around the wicket to Balderson. It's neatly in behind and defends that to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, again, interesting position that Tom Abel is taking, sort of short mid-wicket. They've obviously spotted something with George Balderson, that his onside shots maybe just in the air for a time. Abel in a catching position at short mid-wicket.
69 to Balderson. Davey sets off again. 2 slips waiting. Plays nicely forward as Balderson. Solid front foot defence, that isn't it? He has looked good, hasn't he? Looked immaculate in defence, as Balderson.
Yes. He's got a good record for Somerset, has Josh Davey. 148 wickets in his career for Somerset at a cost of just 22 runs apiece. And he and Overton, back in 2019, 2020, the plague year, and 2018, were really a very effective opening bowling partnership.
Davey balls to Balderson, that's defended, and there's no run.
They had an even better record at that stage than Rushworth and onions for Durham. But Josh Davey has been troubled by hamstring injuries. He only played 8. He was only fit enough to play 8 games last season, and again, he's had hamstring problems again this season. He looks reasonably fit at the moment.
And he's back in around the wicket to Balderson. Oh, he's down the leg side.
Got away with that.
Yeah, and he bat on that from Balderson. Even with a fine leg in place, he produced him some runs. Almost got the ball away, but played over the top of it in the end. So 1 ball left of this over, 146 for 4. We've had a look at the Division 1 games, haven't we? We've looked at Hampshire and at Kent, and we've taken a look at Northamptonshire, Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, Essex. There is one other Division 1 game, that's Surrey against Middlesex. Surrey lead Middlesex by 48 runs with 4 wickets remaining in their first innings. Look at Division 2 in a minute. Here comes Davey to Balderson, and that's defended, and there's no run. End of the over, 146 for 4. So Derbyshire are playing Gloucestershire in Division 2. This had been badly affected by the rain. They've lost the entire first day due to a rain and a wet outfield. Derbyshire are batting 188 for 6 against Gloucestershire. That game is up and running.
Hard to see a positive result being achieved there, though, when they're only halfway through the first innings, midway, coming up to how many sessions? 7 sessions into the game.
Yorkshire at Durham this week. Yorkshire 166 for 5. In fact, 167 for 5 now. So they lead by 194 runs. Yorkshire, they're into their second innings, lead of 194 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Looks like a nice day in Durham. There's a couple more games in Division 2. With Glamorgan taking on Worcestershire. So there's a run chase here for Glamorgan. They need a target. Well, they've got a target of 79, so they've made a pretty decent start there. They're 19 without loss, so they're well on course, Glamorgan, for a win inside 3 days against Worcestershire. Set 79 to win.
Somerset old boy Eddie Byram, 14 not out.
And finally, Leicestershire against Sussex. This is the Steve Smith game, isn't it? Steve Smith playing for Sussex. And Leicestershire are the home team, and Sussex are 404 for 8 in their first innings. But again, there's been rain around in that fixture. Sussex.
Tom Alsop got a lot of runs there, didn't he?
He's still going, yeah, 173 not out actually.
Good player.
There it is, yeah, 173 not out. Sussex are 406 for 8 in their first innings.
And you're not missing any cricket here, because this great conflab has gone on between Tom Abel and Jack Leach to reset the field. And umpire Tom Lungley is going to go across to point rather than at square legs. I think he may have been obscuring the view of the field. Who's down at, I think that's Matt Henry down at deep square leg, very square. So we've got leg slip and a slip. We've got short fine leg, quite wide. Short long leg. Can't have a short long leg.
I like the idea of one.
Leach is in a bowl. It's a reverse sweep. There's a man down there to do the fielding. James Rue in a very natty pair of sunglasses. Just a single, 147 for 4. Mitchell on to 34 from 50 deliveries, so he's going along nicely as Darryl Mitchell in his first innings for his new county. Leach to the left-handed Balderson, pushes this one through. Balderson equal to it, just defends it out into the onside. George Balderson, 38 overnight, so he's added 31 runs this morning in 77 deliveries. Leach in and bowls, and Balderson down the pitch and plays it on the bounce to Jack Leach, who fields neatly off his own bowling, threatens to throw the stumps down, decides wisely against it. Moving Craig Overton out from second slip to go down the ground to a deep-ish mid-off position in response to that sign of aggression from Balderson. Leach bowls, gives this a bit more air. Defended by Balderson, who's looked, to use Scott's adjective, solid, and he has looked solid. He's got a good conventional technique, George Balderson, got a nice neat stance. Waits now, batting in his creases down the pitch, but when he gets there, he doesn't quite get there, so it doesn't go through with the shot, just plays it back to the bowler. Glorious blue sky over Manchester at the moment. There's an aeroplane up there. I'll do a Martin Emerson and find out where it's going. This is played back up the pitch. It's the end of that over. It's 147 for 4, 34 to Mitchell and 69 to Balderson, and Jack Leach, who's going to have a good bowl today, I suspect. 15 over 3 Bainers, 1 for 30.
Yeah, they definitely played him very respectfully, haven't they, Lancashire? Mitchell, I think in particular, tried to look to be quite aggressive and positive to Leach within the first over when he was introduced, but they seem to have reined all that back. They're just playing him really calmly. International bowler, test match bowler is Jack Leach, and Lancashire giving him plenty of respect. 47 for 4. We've got 20 minutes to go before. Actually, no, we've got half an hour before lunch, haven't we? It's 1:10 today.
London to Austin, Texas.
Okay, that's where it's going, is it? Excellent. You've done well there. It's some kind of fancy app you've got.
London Heathrow to Austin, Texas.
Happy days.
We're under down in Somerset. We're under the flight path of every aeroplane that's ever headed for the Canary Islands. They're all it's going to the Gran Canaria or wherever, and it's the same. Well, our apartment in Portugal.
There's David to Mitchell. It's clipped away to the leg side. Tom Abel at mid-wicket fields, no run.
So we have jet trails overhead all the time, all headed for the Canary Islands. And the Canary Islands, it seems to me, must be very, very crowded. I've never been there, but judging by the number of aeroplanes that seem to be heading there from all sorts of places all over Western Europe.
Davey from the Brian Statham end. It's back into Mitchell. Oh, he's got that lofted drive again, up and over mid-on. 1 bounce and 4. No,
6.
All the way for 6.
Just carried the boundary rope.
Brings up the 150 for Lancashire. And it's the 3rd time he's played that shot, and that's probably the best of the lot from Mitchell. Lovely lofted drive up and over Leach at mid-on. Takes Mitchell to 40 not out. What a handsome looking shot that was. 153 for 4. Mitchell just pulls away. I think Tom Abel may have just been changing the field a little bit there. So Mitchell just walks away, so Davey has to go back to his mark. There's still 2 slips. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket. And then kind of regulation mid-wicket. And then a long leg in front of the hotel. That's eased away off the pads by Mitchell. And he scampers through for a single. Takes his total on to 41. 154 for 4. And Bartlett doing well with the pads on at mid-wicket to stop the ball, but Mitchell does get a run.
He looks a very good player, Darren Mitchell. Again, first time I think I've seen him in the flesh. I've seen him on television, but intelligent mixture of attack and defence.
Yeah, he's going to balance the whole thing superbly, hasn't he, so far? Great judgment shown. Forward goes Balderson. That's a defensive shot. Picked up by Matt Henry.
And nothing in the way of swing for Josh Davey, and I very much doubt there'll be any reverse swing either because of the quality of the outfield. The ball's not going to get scuffed up particularly.
After that kind of flurry inside the first half an hour or so, the sessions could have probably panned out the way that we thought it might do. Forward again goes Balderson in defence, and there's no run where it just looks like it's a really good day to bat.
Yeah.
And the wicket of Will Williams with the first ball of the morning, and then Croft caught down the leg side. Lancashire in a wee bit of bother and thinking that it could be a morning where Somerset muscle their way very much in control of the match. But these two have settled things down again.
Holding it for in-swinger to the left-hander.
It's flicked away towards the leg side. Underneath the dive of Tom Abel. Down towards the wide long-on boundary.
Wasn't that far away from Tom Abel.
Bonson gets 2, moves on to 71, 156 for 4.
And that's definitely what the plan was from Somerset for David Bowley in-swinger. Balderson to turn it into the onside, not quite keep it down, and able to take the catch, but it just went away to Tom Abel's right. But good to see Josh Davey bowling to that plan. Jack Leach is going to bowl another over from the Anderson end, just having a chat with Tom Kohler-Cadmore. We'll go into slip alongside Craig Overton, who's at the leg slip. 2 close catches, 1, 2, 3, 4 men out on the boundary. Leach is in and bowls, reverse sweep, which makes no contact with the ball. Well outside off stump, Daryl Mitchell. Well outside leg stump, I should say. I always get confused when they play a reverse sweep. Leach is in and bowls, and Mitchell allows it just to hit his pad and bounce out into the onside. Leach going over the wicket, bowling this leg stump line to the right-hander, reverse sweeps down to James Rue, that wide third man. Takes a single, 157 for 4. Mitchell on to 42. These two making relatively untroubled progress at the moment. Josh Davey being sent to backward square leg for the conventional sweep. We're going to go right out to the boundary, and James Rue being positioned at deep straight mid-wicket, quite in cow corner. Balderson hasn't played much on the hasn't gone for any big shots through the onside. 71 from 171 deliveries is George Balderson. Leach bowls to him, and this is again turned into the onside, but only gently. As a scaffolding pole comes crashing down in the building site away to our right, where they're building the new hotel. Leach bowls. This is swing and a miss. Takes Balderson on the pad and runs down to George Bartlett at leg slip. Balderson's bat thumping in the crease as Leach bowls to him, playing with the spin into the onside. Decent over from Jack Leach. Not much for him to work with, though, in terms of the spinning potential of this pitch. Certainly not yet. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31, 157 for 4 at the end of the over. 42 to Daryl Mitchell, and 71 to George Balderson.
Yeah, it's not offering too much, is it, for Leach? No. Not offered too much for the bowlers, really. Yesterday afternoon we watched James Root bat beautifully for Somerset, reach his 3rd first-class century, and there's every chance of at least another centurion at some point today. Looks that type of nicely paced pitch and a beautiful day to bat. Deficit is 204. I see Davey to Mitchell again. Mitchell on 42 not out. Gets forward and works the ball away into the offside. Picked up at backward point.
What are the stands called here?
Well, they've spent a lot of time thinking about this. So they've gone for stand A, B, C, D and E.
Oh, dear.
It's good. I like it.
Why
Can't get lost with that, you see.
Is that because if they named them after particular players, the ones who didn't get a stand
Possibly,
named after them would not be happy?
Maybe, yeah. Davey from the Brian Statham end. He's in and bowling to Mitchell, who plays off the front foot and defends. Abel shifts across from mid-wicket to field. No run.
I see the stand immediately to our left was sort of closed off today. Is that the C stand? Is that A, B, C?
Yeah. D's missing at the minute. I think D's the party stand.
Right.
A temporary one. Yeah, there's a few people in the upper tier of the stand to our left. That's where the kids were, weren't they, the first 2 days? We had Schools Day, days 1 and 2, so loads of kids around. This is Mitchell again off the front foot to the leg side, straight to Abel, the Somerset captain, and there's no run.
Let's see if we can pick out how Josh Davey is holding the ball as he walks back to his mark. Doesn't make any attempt, a la Benny Howells, to disguise it as he's running in. Just gives the ball a good look. Settle it into his right hand, and he is bowling for an in-swinger.
Into Mitchell.
There we are.
And forward he goes in defence, and there's no run.
It was an in-swinger. He got two short mid-wickets for the shot that Mitchell either missed times, or maybe the ball might just stop on him. There hasn't been much sign of any deliveries misbehaving off this pitch.
Yeah, Abel in that position, isn't he? At short, straight mid-wicket. Just waiting for something that might loop away to him. So no ball signalled by the umpire as Mitchell defends. 159 for 4 now.
Davey just scratches out a line where he overstepped. As tractor driver at last. Not sure where he is.
It's the big Somerset fan, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Home and away.
Yeah, they go to every game.
Davey to Mitchell. It's driven to mid-off and there's no run. Well, if he likes a bit of sunshine, then he wants to be positioned in front of the hotel. That's going to have the sun all day, those seats below the hotel. Slowly the stands underneath the point and in front of the pavilion will be in shade a little later on in the day. Final ball of the over. Davey to Mitchell. And gets half a step forward and defends. And there's no run. So there's a no ball in that, but not a run off the bat conceded. 159 for 4.
Somerset going to have to work hard for their wickets this afternoon, I fancy. And unless batsman error comes into the equation, but it's shown no signs of it in the last. It's hardly been a full shot played, has there, in the last hour or so? well, in this partnership, which is now worth, what's it worth, 77.
Yep, 77. 139 balls are battered together, these two.
And here comes Peter Siddle. His hair has changed colour, hasn't it? It's not my imagination.
It's kind of almost silvery.
Silvery, yeah. The silver fox.
How long is he here for? Is he full season?
No, he'll be going home. I don't think he's with us in September for the run-in for the county championship. So I guess Somerset will be looking to sign a replacement if they can find one. Right, just a final burst before lunch from Big Craig. In from the Anderson end, bowls and gets someone to bounce on Balderson, but Balderson just dead bats it down into the offside. Been impressed by Balderson's temperament as well as his technique. 71 runs from 175 deliveries, but Somerset have bowled well. There's been no or very few easy runs. Balderson's had to eke them out. Overton and Bowles takes him on the pad, must be close. Ooh. Nigel Long, yes, it's good shout, good shout. Haven't seen the replay. Glad to see no sign of dissent or unhappiness on the part of Craig Overton. Just marches back to his mark. Let's watch again. Maybe pitched outside the leg stump.
I'm with you on that. Yep.
I think it would have hit, but he's bowling. Oh, swing and a miss. No, it's not a miss, it's an edge. And Craig Overton has got his man. It's George Balderson caught behind by Stephen Davis for 71. And that is the end of an impressive innings from George Balderson, but he'll be deeply disappointed that he hasn't gone on to score his maiden century. Good piece of bowling from Craig Overton, angling the ball across the left-hander, a faint edge and a comfortable catch for Stephen Davis. 159 for 5, and good applause for George Balderson as he walks back to the dressing room, which has been well earned.
Yeah, he's batted really nicely, hasn't he? And he say he'll be really disappointed not to have gone on and turned it into to 3 figures. Yeah, he batted really well there, but unfortunately for Balderson, unable to go on and get that elusive kind of 3 figures. He's been hovering in the vicinity for a few times. He's been into the 90s a couple of times. But it's an impressive knock again from Balderson. He does seem to go from strength to strength. I'm sure that big score's not too far away. But it's worth bringing Big Craig back, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I was just going to say, what a good bowling change by Tom Abel, just for this little burst pre-lunchtime. And well, Balderson was looking, to use Scott Reed's adjective again, very solid. But he was just tempted, maybe just concentration lapsed just for a moment, and it was just the one angled across his bows, and he went for the drive and wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, and he's paid the price. But that wicket will lift Somerset, just what they needed to break that partnership before lunch, because it was looking ominously settled.
All 3 wickets this morning to Craig Overton.
Yeah, he's got his mojo back.
He has, hasn't he?
Big Craig.
Yeah.
Batted well yesterday afternoon too, taking Somerset to a 2nd batting point. Right, 3 slips. Dane Villas, who needs some runs. Here comes Overton in and bowls. Brings this one into Villas, who just tucks it away off his hip to backward square leg and trots through for his first run. 160 for 5. Dane Villas has not scored either a 50 or a century since these two sides last met at Southport last July, which suggests he hasn't been in great form.
Yeah, not quite got going this season, Dane Villas. He's had such a outstanding kind of 4 years as Lancashire captain. Stood down in the winter from the captaincy.
Overton to Mitchell, who advances on him and then just draws the bat inside the line of that lifting delivery from Craig Overton. Villas 4 games in the county championship this season prior to this one. 7 innings, just 69 runs, the best of 24, averaging 11.5. He's a much better player than that.
He is.
Overton to Mitchell, who plays to short mid-wicket. And that is the end of a successful over for Craig Overton. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 33. He's picked up all 3 of the wickets that have fallen this morning. Williams without scoring, Croft for 7. And in that last over, George Balderson for 71. Well bowled, Big Craig.
Yes. Yeah. Well done, Tom Abel. Captain bringing him back into the attack. The message from Dominic, who sent me a message about the new hotel. You can see there to the right of screen for those on the live stream. The members' suite on the first floor and the seating will be open for the Ashes. But the rest of the hotel will be open in the early new year, apparently. That was mentioned at the AGM on Thursday. So there will be the members' suite and some seating area on the first floor will be ready for the Ashes, but the rest of the hotel and the museum open in the new year. So we're 12 minutes away from lunch. And Josh Davy's got Dane Villas, a new batter on strike. Here's Davy in and balls to Villas, who's keen to try and get forward and be positive, even in defence, which he does. He scrapes his boots across the ground. You can see a big puff of dust flash up there. He's busy, Dane Villas. He likes to be busy. He's always fidgeting and messing with his pads and gloves and twirling his bat and wanting to be quite lively out in the middle. Davy into Villas again. 2 slips are still in place on that short mid-wicket. Right forward, good stride from Villas rather. And there is no run.
Tim Symes on Twitter. Tim's a very keen Somerset supporter. Says I'm too formal with regards to tractor driver. I've been calling him. To his friends, he's just tractor. And Tim hopes that the Lancashire camera men will pick him out at some stage. He's wearing a broad-brimmed maroon Somerset hat. I haven't been able to pick him out from our vantage point yet.
160 for 5. Keeper standing up with Villas looking to try and get out of his crease. He has to play from the crease and defends into the offside, and there's no run. So the challenge that you set then, the Lancs TV and the wonderful streaming service here and all the camera operators, is that you want to find a Somerset fan called Tractor who's got a massive Somerset hat on. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Good luck.
Broad-brimmed sun hat.
Broad-brimmed sun hat. White or it's kind of maroon type coloured?
No, it's maroon.
Maroon coloured.
Maroon, yeah.
Okay.
Slightly faded maroon.
Okay, there you go. There's Davy into to Villas. And that's off the back foot and eased away into the offside.
What's been Villas's problem then? Why is he? Have you discussed it with him at all?
I haven't. I've not had a chance to speak to him.
I suppose if he doesn't get any runs, he doesn't get to be interviewed, does he?
No, exactly. I spoke to him in the winter, in the pre-season, when he stood down as captain. But yeah, I don't know. It's just not quite happened for him yet, has it? I guess you're getting these runs, don't you? As you say, he's an extremely fine player. He's been an outstanding captain for Lancashire over the 4 years he had the role, but just not quite got going this year. A bit of width there for him to go into, and he'll get runs, 4 of them in fact. Cuts the ball away and towards the deep backward point boundary, and Villas moves on to 5. This will get him going, won't it? A little bit of width there for him to work with.
Yeah. not a very good ball. Was that another no ball?
Was it? We'll have a... yes, it was. Yeah. The score moves on to 166 for 5. So Villas is at his first boundary. In comes Davy Bowles again. And that's worked to the leg side this time by Villas. And he gets through for a single. He moves on to 6. 167 for 5. 1 ball left of the over.
Scott will go off to do his 1 o'clock report for BBC Radio Lancashire. And this, I fancy, will be the last ball before lunch. Oh, 10 past 1. Yep, absolutely. 10 past 1, says Scott. Yep. We've got 104 overs in the day. So lunch at 10 past 1 and tea at 4 o'clock. Davy then in and bowls, and Mitchell defends into the offside. End of another over. Josh Davy has bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 37. Craig Overton has been the man to make the breakthroughs for Somerset this morning, picking up those 3 wickets. It's good to see Overton back to his best after being troubled by tendinitis in his left knee really all the way through the season. He hasn't been quite himself. Mike Unwin on Twitter asks, what are the chances of Jimmy Anderson batting, or is it 160? Oh, there he is. No, that's not Tractor. No. This is Overton in an appeal for LBW, but stifled because there's a bit of inside edge there. It's the right style of hat for those of you listening on the BBC Sport website without access to the excellent Lancashire television pictures. That was a photograph of a gentleman sitting in front of the pavilion in a maroon sun hat, but it wasn't Tractor. We will continue the search. Here's Overton in and bowls, and Villas defends into the offside. I was just going to...
was that not him? Was that not Tractor?
No, it wasn't. No. Right style of hat. Wrong person underneath it. Mike Unwin says, what are the chances of Jimmy Anderson batting, or is it effectively 160 for 6?
That's a good point.
I doubt if he'd bat. I doubt if the ECB would want him to go for a quick single and aggravate his groin strain. This is played firmly into the offside by Dean Villas. A very good stop by George Bartlett, sprawling to his right at shortish mid-off. Now, if I was Rob Key, managing director of English cricket, I would say no way should Jimmy Anderson be going and risking aggravating his groin injury. Overton in bowls to Villas, who advances on him and plays it into the onside. And it's fielded by Jack Leach. Overton won't enjoy that. Villas just looking to disrupt Overton's length. He's bowling really well at the moment.
Is that Tractor?
No. It's Overton in and bowls outside the off stump. And no shot from Villas.
The search for Tractor goes on.
Well, I'm surprised I haven't bumped into him, because he's a great real ale fan, is Tractor.
He's probably at the bar.
Well, he might have. We went to the Britain's Protection in Manchester. It wouldn't have at all surprised me. Our director is no. Here comes Overton in and bowls, and Villas just about takes his bat away from that. Overton gives him a piece of his mind.
We don't know where he is.
We don't know where he is. If next time we hear something from him, I'll try and pinpoint where he is. Can I borrow your
binoculars? Yeah, go for it.
Binoculars and see if we can.
Got 4 minutes until we get to lunch. So there's time for one more over, which Casey Aldridge is going to send down. So Davey with a 5-over burst, but he's being replaced, and Aldridge comes back in. So it looks like just probably one more over before we get to lunch. And it's 3 minutes away now from the scheduled lunch interval. So Mitchell's on 42, and he's on strike. 3 slips in place. He's batted very nicely, Darryl Mitchell. This is Lancashire debut, but here comes Casey Aldridge. He's left alone by Mitchell. Through to Davis.
I can't see him up.
Oh, you can't spot him.
I'll during the lunch interval, I'll have a wander around the crowd and see if I can spot him.
We've heard him, but not seen him.
Yeah.
Okay. Aldridge sets off again and just turns and goes back to his mark. Creeps his way in and bowls, and shuffling forward is Mitchell.
It was Bumble yesterday who made the point: you don't get so much in the way of barracking at cricket these days. You know, there have been some very famous barrackers, supporters with loud voices who shout out comments from the sidelines, sometimes amusing, sometimes not.
He's quite supportive, though, isn't he? Tractor.
Yeah.
Tractor man.
Oh yeah, tractor. Yeah, he's
Aldridge in to Mitchell, that's left, and through to the keeper.
Yeah, he doesn't barrack the opposition. He just cheers on his favourite Somerset cricketers, particularly when things aren't going well.
3 balls left of this over. Might yet get another one in.
I mean, we had this is the 60th, so 32 is the answer, because it was 28. Yeah, 28 overnight. So
what we're waiting for here, there's a bit of movement or something behind the bowler's arm. I'm not sure, but looks like Mitchell's okay, and Aldridge is happy to come in. And balls to Mitchell, who's a good way out of his crease, driving up towards mid-off. Henry Fields, no run. 67 for 5. Lancashire resuming on 72 for 2 this morning, and now on 67 for 5.
So yeah, 95 for 3 this morning.
2 balls left of the over. Aldridge to Mitchell. Again, that's left. And there's Davis taking the catch. I've got 1 ball left of the over. Might be the last one before lunch. Okay. I guess you'd be pretty happy if it was. I want to face the prospect of another Craig Overton over before the lunch interval.
Yes.
It's just
Darryl Mitchell. Yeah.
He's done his best there, hasn't he?
Just having a wander around. And
he sees the clock move to 1:10, so job done. Here is Aldridge in. It's a quicker ball, fuller ball, spearing in towards Mitchell, who's again off the front foot and out of his crease and defending up to mid-off. And that is going to be lunch on this 3rd day. And Somerset, I've enjoyed a pretty decent session there, Anthony.
Yeah, I think so. It's on balance. Somerset's session picking up those 3 wickets, while Lancashire added 95 runs. The wicket of Will Williams, who was out very first ball of the morning, caught behind off Craig Overton. Then Stephen Croft caught down the leg side, very well caught again by Stephen Davis for just 7. Then that excellent partnership between George Balderson and Daryl Mitchell, which was broken when they had added 77 together, when Stephen Croft got the faintest of edges to a delivery from Craig Overton and was caught by Stephen Davis for 71 off 177 deliveries. So Somerset have plugged away, and they've got their rewards on a pitch which is still pretty good for batting.
So Mitchell 42, Velas on 6. Everyone's creeping off for a bit of lunch on a beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, with Lancashire 167 for 5, trailed by 194 runs. And we'll be back for the afternoon session on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app in the next 40 minutes.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career, or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did. Well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I love doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, you know, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so, but never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because, you know, working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what, I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket, because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So, from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we were interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, you know, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought, and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture, and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements. That's not it at all. But your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way. Not by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal? Well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like.
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up. In a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow, people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against.
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media, you sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that?
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. And he got 20 odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times, when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do that is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Brody. It's not being about, like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player, that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you, because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done, and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in a, well, these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because even I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about, on that last day, about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland,
tonight. Was that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge.
Oh,
the game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we're like, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on. Yeah. Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what any, you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't have worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it, and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, Gert, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties, and in terms of play, but also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic about, in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know it. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's actually, it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see, but you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing, and you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And that, the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. Because it's a good decision getting Potts. And, you know, he plays with Stokes, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I. We've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball, you know, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-footers, and we've seen him, and that Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. You got, I mean, like Gleeson.
That's been miraculous, the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years.
I know,
and he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as a ex-director of cricket thinking, oh, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, you know, he's learning in conditions that, you know, it's like when they played, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup on those conditions. It's like, you know,
he's got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall. I
agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for, generally. Yeah. It should be one of their highest aims, to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition, and for my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final, all without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released, grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench. which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times when actually everyone had to stay there. Or, you know, and a lot of the time people are still living in this COVID where, you know, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. You know, and the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. And to the point even where we've said to them, I say, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something that's not what we necessarily do, but...
You'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, you know, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? You know, what do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is, and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6 and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change. And it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now, you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is, there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review. And at the moment, where there's lots of that, you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you if it's going to, how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas, but as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one for you because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket would be the
easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgan's never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all because we've got Anderson Broad and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, what concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Joss Butler, Liam Livingstone, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team. And we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Morg's captain England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through, you know. And then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection.
Yeah.
Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection and who is going to do that and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah, so I'm effectively the head selector, and what we do is with each team at the moment, so you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were, because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this long enough, who you having, who you having, who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it's worked, it works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job, the performance director, who's been there for a while actually, Mo Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I could speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got people
every scout,
they have people around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership, actually. One thing I think I've got to be, I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to, you know, make sure that they're on tour at times, you know, so you're just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it. We need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's not quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you, the county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go at pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, or I'm got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential.
And we're heading into the afternoon session on the third day with Lancashire 167 for 5 in their first innings. They trailed by 194 runs, and Daryl Mitchell on 42 and Dane Velas on 6. 3 wickets falling in the morning session. Will Williams, Stephen Croft and George Balderson, 3 wickets to fall, all off the bowling of that man, Craig Overton, who's going to open up from the James Anderson end after lunch. He's picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 33, and he's bowled with plenty of intent and purpose and looks like he's kind of right back on form, which is great to see.
It's also very timely, given England's travails with their fast bowlers, and just the right time to show that he's back to his best. Here he comes in from the Anderson end. Bowls. This is driven, and they think about a single on the misfield as George Bartlett didn't stop that cleanly at shortish mid-off, but wisely they decide against it. This session will go through till 4 o'clock. We had 32 overs in the morning session, which sounds right, but in fact it was an extended morning session. 2 hours and 10 minutes, so Somerset just a little bit shy of the required over rate, as this is angled into Dane Velas from Craig Overton, who plays it up to mid-on. Still haven't spotted Tractor. If there's anyone out there in the crowd listening
who sat next to a
well-proportioned gentleman, he's not, you know, he's quite big with a maroon sun hat on, And Overton bowls, and this is pulled away and will be cut off down at deep backward square leg by Jack Peach, so it's just the single to Dane Villas. Takes him on to 7. Yeah, he's probably wearing a t-shirt saying "Beware wide load." It's one of his favourite ones. But anyway, beautiful afternoon. Hardly a cloud in the sky, just a few wisps of very high cloud away over the top of the other Old Trafford, where Manchester United is playing Wolves this afternoon. This is outside the off stump. No shot from Daryl Mitchell. Good carry through to Steve Davis. Not showing any signs of that tendinitis. Craig Overton stalking back to his mark. Looking every inch. Big fast bowler that he is. 3 slips with Cola Cadmore, Casey Aldridge and Tom Abel at 3rd, as Overton is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but only as far as Josh Davey by the square leg umpire, Tom Lungley. Shout of encouragement from Captain Tom. That's Captain Tom clapping his hands, you can hear there. Ball Trago rather. Trago. There's another cricketer altogether. Overton in the bowls, and Daryl Mitchell playing that into the onside, so just the 1 run from the opening over of the afternoon session means that Overton has figures of 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 34. Decent crowd in here at Old Trafford. There'll be the roars from the other Old Trafford. Kick-off, I think, is 3 o'clock. And lots of Manchester United supporters arriving early for the game this morning as I was walking to the ground. All of their replica shirts, Ronaldo's and Sancho's and Bruno Fernandes. But I was glad to see one saying Brian Robson, one of the great Manchester United players of recent years. So we're going to have another burst from Matt Henry. This Brian Statham end. He's in his 12th over. He's there and bowls. And this is turned just past a diving Tom Abel at short mid-wicket, and it will run away for 4 runs. Nothing that Tom Namanby can do to pull that in. Just over-pitched from Matt Henry on leg stump. Nicely played by Dane Villas. Moves on to 11. Henry got 3 slips. As close catches is in and bowls to Villas, who punches this into the offside. It evades the dive of James Rue at cover point, and that's successive boundaries for Dane Villas. Both of them beautifully timed shots, one through the onside, that one through the off. It looks a very good pitch to bat on, this one. Dane Villas needs some runs. Been having a fairly thin time of it. And Matt Henry just over pitching. Oh, it's edged. And didn't carry to Casey Aldridge at 3rd slip. Didn't field it cleanly either, but outside edge found there by Matt Henry. I think this pitch has got slower under the influence of the sunshine today. Isn't quite so much carry through to wicketkeeper and slips as Henry's in and bowls, and appeal for LBW and given out. It's out Dane Villas is gone. LBW to Matt Henry for 15. So 2 boundaries in that over from Villas. But that ball just too good from Matt Henry. Had him in all sorts of trouble. 176 for 6 and a big breakthrough for Somerset, with George Bell, the wicketkeeper, still to come. And Dane Villas's poor run continues. The only thing that might have saved him was height there. I think if we'd had DRS, I think he would probably have reviewed that, Dane Villas.
Reviewing that one, yeah, quite possibly. Could have been the old umpire's call. Let's have a look from this one. Height-wise,
difficult to tell.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. I think maybe it's one of those where if you're in form and you're batting well, and you're kind of enjoying your cricket, everything's kind of working for you, that probably is potentially you don't get that decision. Sometimes when you're in these runs of bad form and you get the odd little bit of bad fortune, kind of maybe the slightly 50-50 ones can go against you a little bit. It tends to work like that sometimes, doesn't it, in sport? When you're not in good form, when you're struggling, things tend to stack up against you a bit. George Bell, the new batter.
Beaten for pace, I think, as much as anything. There was Dane Villas. Maybe he was flattering, bowling those first couple of deliveries, which were over pitched, one on the leg stump and the other outside the off stump, almost gifting Dane Villas a couple of boundaries, lulling him into a false sense of security, and then the extra yard of pace with that delivery, cutting back into the right-hander. Good piece of fast bowling, a proper fast bowler's wicket. 176 for 6, and Lancashire still a long way adrift. The diminutive figure of George Bell waits. Matt Henry is in and bowls to him, and he plays that confidently enough out into the offside. I'm sure I've asked you this before, but how tall is George Bell?
I think he's 5'7". I don't think it's in play fair, but Lancashire's analysts were telling me the other week that he's 5'7", I think.
No, it's not in. You're quite right. It's not in play fair. Is Henry bowls and driven, nicely timed, but taken on the bounce by Josh Davey at mid-off. So that's a successful over for Somerset and for Matt Henry, the wicket of Dane Villas. And he made, what did he make, 16?
15.
15. 176 for 6. And I was going to say not a huge amount of batting to come, but you'll probably tell me that they can all bat pretty well down the order for Lancashire.
Well, I think they all think they can bat. Well, of course, we don't know about Anderson. I mean,
it could be 176 for 7, couldn't it?
Kind of the view that maybe we won't see him bat. Certainly Tom Hartley could bat, definitely. He's shown his skill already this season with the bat. Well, this is Overton to Mitchell. It's flicked off something down towards the keeper. Probably.
I think they were appealing for that LBW.
I think they were, yeah. It's picked by Davies down the leg side, wasn't it? A little deflection off some part of the pad from Mitchell. Well, a lot kind of depends a little bit here on Lancashire's overseas signing. He's in, isn't he? He's 42 not out. If you can find one significant partnership, if he gets a single turned down to fine leg for 1, then that kind of gets Lancashire pretty much somewhere near Somerset. It's going to take some time, though, isn't it? At the minute, Somerset are in a position where they can feel they can try and force this match.
Well, they could, in theory, be in a position to enforce the follow-on.
That's very true. Yeah.
Still 184 adrift are Lancashire. Whether they would or not, I'm not so sure.
And it's Overton to Bell. It's defended into the offside, no run.
George Bell, this is his 7th innings in the county championship this season. He has scored 178 runs at just under 30 runs per innings, with a best of 60, which he got against
Essex, I think. I think he's had a couple of 60s this season, actually. He's actually a really solid start to the season, Bell. Looks a very fine player. Gets in behind this delivery, which has a little extra bounce on it.
Just taking the shoulder, almost the shoulder of the bat.
Flex away to point. Yeah, he's had an encouraging start to his career. George Bell. There's a contrast there in terms of experience. You've got Bell trying to force his way into this team and find his feet in first-class cricket, and international overseas at the other end. But Bell waits. Overton comes in. Plays nicely off the front foot and defends, and again there's no run. So 177 for 6. Yeah, still trail by 184 runs. A bit of work to do to get past that point of taking away the follow-on from the table, really. Overton to Bell. Just clipped up to mid-on, there's no run.
Yeah, he bats very confidently for a little lad, doesn't he? What was it, Bumble said he looks about 12. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but he certainly doesn't. What is he, 21?
Oh, I don't think he's that old, is he? Maybe
it's
20, maybe 19 or 20.
20.
Okay.
20. Yep. And he doesn't look more than about 17. That's certainly true. No, New Zealander versus New Zealander.
Yeah, we had this morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's quite good to watch.
And Jack Leach is just retreating a few yards at mid-on, just in case Daryl Mitchell. In fact, he's retreating more than a few yards, going to halfway back at mid-on, just in case Daryl Mitchell decides to repeat that shot. The lofted on drive and doesn't quite get hold of it. Here's Henry in a bowls. Edged and short of Craig Overton at second slip, playing that with soft hands so that it went down. But Matt Henry will be encouraged by that, finding the edge of Daryl Mitchell's bat.
That happened this morning too, didn't it? Mitchell edging off Henry to Overton, and again, like this morning, it fell short. Henry's
not got a long run in. It's fast arm that produces the pace. So that's played up the onside of the pitch and picked up by Tom Abel. Got a good career average as Daryl Mitchell. He averages 40.9 in first-class cricket in 151 matches, 14 hundreds and 30 50s. Henry bowls and he defends into the onside, and Tom Abel pounces on it. Hurls the ball in the direction of Stephen Davis, nowhere near the batsman. It's a good record, Daryl Mitchell. He seems to have got better as his career has gone on as well.
He's had a pretty spectacular kind of 12 months or so, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think the last year in particular was a real standout here.
Henry is in and bowls, and a textbook forward defensive shot from Daryl Mitchell.
Wasn't he one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year?
I'm sure he must have been. He scored 2 50s and 3 centuries against England in the Test series, which England won comfortably last summer. Henry in bowls, he's just angling the ball in to Daryl Mitchell. I feel he's not bowling at full pace at the moment. Matt Henry concentrating on line and length. He's sending Tom Lammonby back to the boundary at mid-wicket, so maybe we'll see some short stuff. He's in and bowls a good length ball outside off stump, not far outside off stump. Well left by Daryl Mitchell. Good over from Matt Henry. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45, 177 for 6. The 6th wicket being that of Dane Villas, who was LBW to Matt Henry in the 2nd over after lunch.
Yes, Daryl Mitchell was one of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the year. Along with Tom Blundell, Ben Folkes, Harmanpreet Kaur and Matthew Potts.
He's rather... is he injured at the moment, Matthew Potts?
I think he... didn't he play last week? I thought he played last week. As Bell gets in behind this next delivery from Craig Overton and defends, and there is...
The only reason I say that is because...
he's not playing this week.
He hasn't been sort of mentioned in the context of, you know, of potential England fast bowlers.
He is playing this week against Yorkshire.
Oh, so he's obviously... he's there or thereabouts, but probably perhaps been overtaken by Bryden Carse.
He's actually picked up 8 wickets in the match as Potts. Okay. Nudge away by Bell up towards square leg for Noron, unless they just view him now as being part of the England setup. You know, you talk about names that are being mentioned because obviously bowlers are falling away. Potts is probably just now considered to be part of England's plans. A good start to his Test career. Yeah, he's picked up 4 for 49 in the first innings against Yorkshire and 4 for 61 in the second innings. Matthew Potts. That's a nice shot. That's Bell punching off the front foot through the covers. What a lovely way to get off the mark. He's a really nice looking player to watch when he gets going, George Bell. That's a lovely way to get your innings up and running. Easing the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. 181 for 6. First runs for George Bell. It's Craig Overton's response in this bright sunshine. Balls to Bell. Just trying to force the ball into the offside, but there's no run.
Just had a tweet from Mark Overton, Craig's father, who is at the North Devon Cricket Club ground at Instow, arguably the most beautiful club cricket ground in the country, although there's some good, plenty other contenders like the Valley of the Rocks, saying good listening and watching. Thanks, Mark. Nice photograph of the thatched pavilion at Instow and the view out to sea. Lovely. It's a wonderful place to watch cricket.
Overton balls. Bell plays forward and defends.
Very good club as well, North Devon. And on the same subject, Andy Cleave says, great to see Craig Overton getting back to his best. Hopefully Tractor will rev the lads up again after the lunch break, once refuelled on cider or ale. I'm not sure there'd be... Well, actually, the bars here have a strong connection with a particular brand of cider, but not one that's associated with Devon or Somerset.
Overton to Bell. Turns Bell around. He gets right on top of his tiptoes to defend it.
I think Somerset see this as their chance now. If they can break this partnership, then I think they'll feel that they're almost through. And opinion on Twitter is divided as to how easy or difficult it's going to be to win this game. John Hayes saying, anyone who doesn't think that we can win this game, i.e. me, please exit the ground. And I know that was my opinion before the start of play. I think Somerset can win it from now, but they will need to break this partnership sooner or later, because, as Simon Hancock says on Twitter, we're dominating the game, but I'm not sure how we win the game in the time remaining. I think we'd have to try and bowl them out in the last 2 sessions tomorrow. Yeah, it's finely balanced at the moment. Matt Henry in bowls to Daryl Mitchell, who defends 3 slips. That encouragement from Captain Tom, who's at short mid-wicket in a catching position there. And He's just signalling to Tom Namanby to come in alongside a slightly straighter short mid-wicket. Henry in and bowls full length and driven by Darryl Mitchell without any real power. It eludes the bowler in his follow-through, and Jack Leach has to come around from a deepish mid-on to mid-off to do the fielding. Another run, 182 for 6, the deficit 179. I wonder if Somerset would enforce the follow-on. Might be their best chance of winning, but they could also bring Lancashire back into the game. Henry and Bolster Bell, who looks very cool, calm and collected out there, this young Lancashire wicketkeeper. He didn't have a blemish-free time with the gloves when Somerset were batting, but a lot of that was down to some quite sharp, exaggerated movement earlier on in the game. Henry in, overcomes the arm. Defensive shot by Bell. He's very consistent in line and length, isn't he, Matt Henry? Doesn't give the batsman much to play with. Just hammering away outside the off stump. We're in the 66th over, so I would guess that Overton and Henry won't be asked to bowl many more overs in this phase of the game. They'll be kept up the sleeve for the new ball as Bell plays that up to Josh Davey at mid-off. Tom Namanby retreats back to a more conventional, in fact he's going to go all the way back to deep mid-wicket. I suspect this will be the bluff and it won't be the short ball. Henry in and bowls just short of a length. Nicely played away through the offside by George Bell. It's going to be pulled in by James Rue, a couple of yards inside the boundary away to our left. They take 2 runs at the end of the over, 184 for 6 and 14 overs remaining before the new ball.
Yeah, a little post-lunch burst on it from Overton and from Henry. Let's see if they can try and prize another wicket out before taking a break with and keep them back for a new ball. It's in actually Jack Leach doing a few stretches already, so might be Leach into the attack perhaps to replace Overton once he's finished with his opening spell. He bowled a 5-over spell this morning to Overton, as indeed did Henry. They both bowled 5 overs on the spin, and then the double change came. This is over number 4 since lunch for him, for Overton. This is Mitchell working the ball away down to backward square leg where Jack Leach fields. Mitchell moves on to 45 not out, 185 for 6. Brings Bell back on strike. Coming back into the attack just before lunch, and it was perfectly timed as well. He got the dismissal of George Balderson, caught behind for 71. Powers his way in again, bowls a short ball actually, which hits George Bell.
Get him on the helmet, I think.
Yes. Well, yeah, just need to have a little few moments with George Bell.
Poor little lad. Great bully of a fast bowler.
Exactly. Well, let's hope he's okay. It looks like he is, but it's a nasty looking blow. That
very nasty, just above his left ear.
Yeah.
Into the helmet rather than and Craig Overton think that he's hit him so hard that the ball's gone out of shape. He's tossed the ball to that's Nigel Long with it. He was looking quizzically at it. Sure, just tossing it from hand to hand. But it was a nasty blow, that.
It was, yep.
It wasn't a bouncer. It was just short of a length that really got up quite sharply. He does hit the pitch so hard, Craig Overton, that he can get that extra amount of bounce. There's Luke Wood out there. Very sharp haircut of his. And George Bell having a chat, smile on his face with the Lancashire physio.
Yeah, just checking the helmets, one, aren't they, which is kind of all part of the protocol. Just take a minute or two, have a drink, and kind of recompose yourself. That was a big Craig Overton coming in and hitting the deck pretty hard, and it's bound to just shake you up a little bit, that, isn't it? Goodness. No, looks like the helmet's past the checks. And well, George Bell will do well here just to take a few extra moments. He'll have a chat with Darryl Mitchell, and there's no rush here.
Another short one coming up.
Probably. Yeah, probably. Probably knows it as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, they've got 3 on the leg side. There's short mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg.
Does he like to hook, George Bell?
Seen too much of him hooking so far. We're going to bring Luke Wells into the commentary at the end of this over, but we're just going to watch how this unfolds. Just taking his time is George Bell, and that's understandable. Tom Abel just tweaking the field ever so much. There's a short mid-wicket, a backward square leg. There's 3 slips in place. Overton and balls. It's flicked away a little officially, but
nice shot.
Yeah, up towards square leg. Leach comes round and cuts it off. Bell comes back and adds 2. So he moves on to 8, 187 for 6.
I think he was just trying to fire that into at leg stump. Craig Overton just overdid it slightly.
Big bruising fast bowler, roughing up Lancashire's young batter. Overton again to Bell. There goes the short ball.
Too short.
Ducks underneath it. Taken by Davis. And there's no run.
It's a useful attack Somerset have got now, with Overton fit and firing at last. Matt Henry at the other end, and Jack Leach to bowl spin.
Overton from the Anderson end bowls. It's pushed away by Bell.
Very well fielded by Bartlett.
Yes, it was, yeah. He's kind of in that little position between mid-off and cover, isn't he? Kind of floating around quite close in. Well, they'll be pleased to get through this delivery, I think, Bell, to the end of the over. Mitchell at the non-strikers then, leaning on his bat. He's unbeaten on 45. Overton 2, Bell. Short again. He's right up onto his toes and defends it away to the onside.
Well bowled and well played.
Indeed. Thanks,
Right,
Anthony.
I'll make way for Luke Wells.
Yeah, we'll bring in Lancashire's batsman, Luke Wells, to join us for a little while, which will be great. The end of the over. That's over number 4 in this opening spell after lunch for Craig Overton. It might be a case where he maybe has one more. I say he bowled 5 in his opening spell this morning, and of course the new ball is really 13 overs away, so it's not too far away. Looks like Henry's going to continue. Afternoon, Luke.
Hi Scott, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Okay, all things considered.
Yeah.
Lancs under a bit of pressure. No, but the sun's shining, lovely day. Good conditions for batting still, so hopefully there's a lot more runs out there for us.
We've just been admiring Overton and Henry as a partnership. You've obviously faced these two as Henry comes in and bowls to Mitchell, who's pushing, and ball goes through to Davis and there's no run.
Yeah, I haven't actually faced a lot of Craig in my career. I've faced a lot of Jamie.
Right.
Quite different bowlers, to be fair, but both very tall bowlers. But yeah, these two working together, I mean, they properly put the effort in, they hit the deck hard. Henry a little bit skiddier, sort of more slightly full of a length than Craig.
Henry into Mitchell, gets right forward, defends.
But both of them really charge in, and that's sort of what you need to do on these Old Trafford wickets, really, as a seamer. If you want to extract anything out the pitch, especially with the ball 67 overs old now, sun's out, perhaps a little bit of reverse swing, but not much. You know, you've really got to charge in, bend the back to get anything out the pitch.
187 for 6. Henry from the Brian Statham end, 2 short mid wickets in place, balls to Mitchell, that's dropped into the onside to Tom Abel, who fields, and there's no run.
It's actually quite an interesting field here, because I mean, Matt Henry's got effectively a long on when he's bowling, probably mid-80s, quite a heavy length. Now he's got his deep square as well, as obviously Darrell's tried to hit him over the top a couple of times. It's not a position you see very often to a fast bowler such as Henry, having a long on, but Daz obviously likes playing there.
Yeah, Leach in that position. He's hit him 3 times, hasn't he, to long on. 2 4s and a 6. Getting off the front foot and defending. There is no run.
Obviously it's great that Daz has obviously settled in so quickly for us. Obviously I don't think we necessarily expected him to come in and get 3 for and look as threatening as he did on that type of wicket. You know, he's probably say he's a batting all-rounder, but to start the game with a 3 for and then obviously 45 so far, I mean, he's had a great start.
Henry to Mitchell, and plays off the front foot and defends, no run. Just on the challenges of, you mentioned Overton, tall bowler, hits the deck pretty hard. Henry maybe a bit more skiddier. When you've got a contrast like that, Luke, as a batter, what challenges does that pose? That kind of contrast from either end. This is the final ball of the over. Mitchell just turns it away off his hip to square leg for 1. Moves on to 46. It's 188 for 6.
I suppose things like that become more apparent, especially when you start your innings. I think once you've played your way in, you sort of get used to the natural rhythms of the game and how the bowler's bowling at you, and you get used to the positions you need to get into. It can be a challenge when you first start. Obviously, Belly there obviously got hit by Overton. Overton's hitting the pitch hard. He hasn't batted for that long. He's going to get used to conditions. But I think it's just part and parcel of batting, really. You get used to facing different bowlers from different angles and heights. So I think it's all part and parcel of the job that we do, to be fair. But yeah, obviously the batters will be out there communicating about how best to go about scoring runs out there, and working as a partnership. Hopefully Darrell's obviously got a wealth of experience. He'll be talking Belly through it a little bit, but you know, I think Belly's a great character. I've loved playing with him so far in his short career. I mean, he's a proper fighter. Whenever a back's against the wall, he seems to contribute a score. So maybe that might be the best thing, getting woken up by a sharp one, getting hit. Properly wakes you up the next time you get a bouncer, that's for sure.
I'm sure it does. It does. Jack Leach is replacing Craig Overton, so it was a 4-over spell after lunch for Overton. And they've gone to the left-arm spinner. 12 overs until a new ball becomes available. Mitchell's on strike. He's 4 away from a debut 50 for Lancashire. Trailed by 173, the Red Rose. Leach is bowling to Mitchell, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. It's a lovely contrast, isn't it? Mitchell, you say, with so much experience, and George has obviously had a very good start to his career, but it is still the start of his career. So you've got a lovely contrast between the two batsmen out in the middle. Reverse sweep from Mitchell. Can't get it past Bartlett. No run. Remains on 46.
Yeah, I think this would be, you know, we're obviously under a bit of pressure here, so Belly would be feeling a few nerves out there, as it's an important time for us now.
Leach drifts in past the umpire and bowls a little bit quicker to Mitchell, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
We'll see. Our first sort of target would be shouldn't be thinking like this, but it's the reality of the situation we're in, is getting to that 211 or whatever to make sure we get past the follow-on.
Leach to Mitchell, again, nice turn to mid-wicket, no run.
And then from there to see how many batting points we can get. I think it's safe to say, given the conditions out there, we're probably disappointed the batting group as to where we are at the moment.
Leach to Mitchell, it's defended, no run.
It was one thing we sort of prided ourselves on last year, the last few years, is getting those big first innings scores, often batting once and putting other teams under pressure.
Final ball for Leach. Mitchell takes a half step forward and turns it to mid-wicket, where Abel fields. It's the end of the over, 188 for 6, trail by 173.
I think, yeah, so far this year it's been a little bit of frustration in the camp over our first innings. Obviously these two have still got plenty of runs out there between them, hopefully, and we've still got Tom Hartley to come as well, and the others as well. So there's definitely enough runs out there. I think, you know, if we're honest ourselves as a group at the moment, just not quite getting those first innings scores that we'd like to get, especially when conditions are suiting like they are now.
Season, the double bowling change, Casey Aldridge coming in to replace Matt Henry from the Bryan Statham end. Four successive draws to start the season, isn't it, Luke? And fair to say, I mean, the previous 3, you've been in good position, certainly. In 2 of them, you've had a bit of bad fortune with the weather, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly right. And I think a few of the other games has been quite a bit in the pitches, so they weren't necessarily high-scoring games. But yeah, no, we've obviously been bowling very well, and we've been coming back into games really well with the bat. Obviously, we've still had some standout performers. I mean, I think Josh Brannan is still top of the Division 1 run charts at the moment.
Aldridge to Mitchell, sorry, to Bell. It's a nice looking shot, eased away, effortless by Bell, really, just in front of square. Comes back for 2.
So we've had individuals get runs at different times. I think it would reflect in the bonus points that we've got. Obviously, the band of bonus points starts higher this year. The first batting point is at 250, which has made a big difference across the country, I think. But yeah, it's just that first innings score. At the moment, it's just letting us down a tad, but hopefully a lot more runs out there now.
Aldridge comes over the wicket to Bell.
Shot.
4 for 4. Down to wide third man.
Yeah, Belly, I mean, he's got beautiful hands, beautiful hand-eye. Belly loves feeling bat on ball. He's so strong through the offside. Anything with a bit of width. He's got beautiful hands that flow through the ball. And when he's playing well, his bat looks particularly wide. So great shot there from Belly.
He's on to 14 not out, 194 for 6. Aldridge runs away from us, 2 slips and a gully. Bell goes back and just works the ball away to Abel, who comes to his right at gully to field the ball. There's no run. The point, interesting, isn't it, with the points, batting bonus points 250 when they start now, and obviously the points for the draw reduced from 8 to 5. It has made a big difference, hasn't it?
I think it has. I think it does play on your mind a little bit as a batting team, because you know the importance of wins. Here
comes Aldridge, and Bell drives, but to mid-off, no run.
You know, as always, it's a double-edged sword. Obviously, there is that 450 run mark for the 5th bonus point, which is actually particularly hard to get now. Obviously, you've got to really go at a good rate to get that, and not quite often conditions aren't suited to be able to score at that rate. You know, we played at Trent Bridge last week, where that would have been very difficult to try and get 450 in 110 overs. So yeah, it can work both ways.
Aldridge to Bell. Oh, that's to the right of second slip. Down towards third man, he gets 4 for it. Bell moves on to 18 not out, 198 for 6.
Yeah, it's quite a trait here at Old Trafford. As soon as that ball gets soft, and obviously it's very soft now, given that it's almost 70 overs old, that the edges do often go very low, unless you really try and flash hard at the ball. If you play with soft hands, almost always the ball will go down when the ball's this soft. So nice soft hands there from Belly.
There's quite a few edges that have dropped short across the couple of days so far. It's turned up towards mid-on where Leach fields, and there's no run. 198.4 for 6. That completes the over as well. So 70 gone of the Lancashire first innings. The deficit, or the difference between the two teams, 163 runs. Mitchell on debuts batting nicely, 46 not out. Bell has reached 18 not out. But Luke Wells with us in the commentary box here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. We've been saying for today, and we were with Bumble and Paul Allett yesterday, and they were saying the same thing, that it does look a good pitch to bat on. Yeah,
it's a good pitch now for sure. I think we tried to leave a little bit more grass on it this week, and I think that showed day one. It was doing plenty day one, and on another day we could have easily bowled them out for a lot less, but to give them their due, they got through the tricky periods and managed to absorb pressure and managed to rack up a total as conditions flattened out. You know, quite often day 2 and 3 are the best days to bat here, before sometimes the pitch, although to be fair, not often, but sometimes the pitch breaks up on day 4 and there's a little bit more spin. But yeah, day 1 was our opportunity.
Here's Leach to Mitchell. He defends back down the pitch and there is no run.
Whether they would have got that many if Jimmy was fit to bowl and that later on as well, we just don't know. See, that was a shame.
Leach to Mitchell. Turned out towards the leg side. There's no run. Yeah, having to go through yesterday a bowler light must have felt extra tough.
Yeah, it was hard, especially when that bowler's
yes.
James Anderson. You know, over at their place, he bowled unbelievably at Taunton.
Leach to Mitchell. A little step down the pitch and plays it with a straight bat back towards the bowler. No run.
I mean, it was particularly flat at Taunton, and I think he got 5 for 50 or something off of 28 overs or something like that. So there's no doubting the fact that he's still the world's best.
Leach to Mitchell again, just dabs the ball away into the onside, and there's no run. We had that epic contest last week, didn't we? Anderson to Broad right at the end of the game. That was brilliant fun. I mean, it must be hugely frustrating you couldn't get over the line and win the match, but goodness me, what a brilliant end to the game that was at Trent Bridge last week. Leach is into Mitchell again, he defends and there's no run.
Yeah, obviously when you're involved in situations like that, it's something you can tell your grandkids in years to come, that you were there when you watched Jimmy try and bump Broadie every ball. You know, no love lost there.
No, there wasn't, was there? Leach to Mitchell, he reverse sweeps it, but Bartlett's there to stop the ball. End of the over, 198 for 6.
But it just shows, you know, the desire that Jimmy has, not only for his own performances, but for Lancashire as well. You know, he really didn't need to put in those amount of overs that he did last week. He came with that close to a win. He bowled a 7, 8, 9, 10 over spell at the end there. You know, bowling short balls, trying everything desperately to get us that win, because obviously we know how important the wins are with the point system and the fact we've drawn quite a few games, and you know, he's properly put so much into this season so far for us. Obviously it's a shame he's got a little groin niggle. I don't think it's too bad, but I'm not quite sure yet, so hopefully from England's point of view he'll be raring to go come the Ashes.
Casey Aldridge into George Bell. Back and works the ball away down to backward point for a single. Moves on to 19. So 199 for 6, Lancashire. As we start the 72nd over of the first innings. Glorious day in Manchester.
We're due one.
We're fair enough. Yeah.
We were due one. It's been an unbelievably wet start to the summer, hasn't it? We've had so much cricket rained off, which has stopped us winning games, to be honest, I think.
It has. Let's hope we're in for a nice period of some dry weather. It's been overdue. It's 2 slips, deep backward point, long leg, deep square leg. It's turned away by Mitchell. Down towards long leg for a single. He's on to 47. That brings up the Lancashire 200 as well. 200 for 6. Mitchell on 47 and Bell on 19. Chipping away here, Lancashire.
I was quite impressed by Aldridge when I faced him down at Taunton. I haven't faced him before, and he's pretty tall. He's got a little bit of an awkward action, but he hits the pitch quite a bit harder than you think, to be honest.
Comes right arm over the wicket and bowls. It's pulled by Bell. And it's pulled for 4 runs up towards the square leg boundary. He's onto that quickly.
Yeah, good shot there from Belly. I think with the square leg up there, it's a safer shot. You're pretty unlucky if you get caught at fine leg with a one-man back with a slightly big boundary. So he obviously saw that and backed himself to clear that square leg and got deserved 4 runs for it.
He's on to 23.
So obviously square leg goes back now. Interesting to see if he might want to take it on again.
Aldridge comes in past the umpire, balls. Bell works the ball all the way through mid-wicket along the ground to stop his pads. Just really nicely eased, isn't it? Just worked to the leg side. He's quite effortless, isn't he, when you watch him play? He's lovely to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, it's often the flow of his hands, his backswing. You know, he's not exactly the biggest chap. I think he weighs about 60 kilograms. So he's probably one of the smallest people around, I know. But he hits the ball properly hard because he's got beautiful flow of his hands and his back left. So proper timer of a cricket ball.
Mitchell's back on strike. Aldridge in, bowls.
That's 4.
Well, that's 4 and that's 50 for Daryl Mitchell. Debut half-century, having picked up 3 wickets with the ball. A lovely way to start your career at Lancashire. 51 not out from 106 deliveries, 5 fours and a 6. I'm sure you've enjoyed watching Daryl Mitchell bat, Luke.
Well, definitely, because we needed him. We needed him. We're in a position where the follow-on was becoming a potential threat. Still not over the line, so yeah, we needed this innings for sure. 51 not out. It's Aldridge 2, Mitchell. It's worked out towards square leg for a single. He's on to 52, 210 for 6. A pretty profitable over that for Lancashire. Yeah, so Daryl obviously came here on the back of some unbelievable form for New Zealand, albeit with the white ball over in Pakistan. But you know, he's obviously a class player. He hasn't played a red ball game for a while now, but I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell, would you? I mean, he's got straight into his work. Pressure situation. As you see here, talking belly through it, working as a partnership, and it's just great to have someone with that experience coming in and shoring up our middle order. It's good when you look around the county championship, isn't it? Actually, look at some of the overseas signings that have been made across the counties, and there's some really strong players this year. Yeah, there are. I think people are attracted to this competition, aren't they? I mean, it's a proper competition. It's so varied across the different grounds. There's Leach to Mitchell. That's defended, no run. You do, as an overseas, you can come here and play in lots of different types of conditions from ground to ground, so it's a great place to work on your game as well. Leach around the wicket balls. Mitchell again shuffling forward and working the ball away to square leg for a single. Takes him on to 53. Score moves on to 211 for 6. Brings Bell back on strike. Again, Mitchell comes down, has a little word with George Bell. Leach just pushes mid off a fraction deeper. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg. A deep backward point. Cover. A leg slip and a slip. I think Leach is happy. Slowly spins the ball from one hand to the other and creeps his way back in again, bowling to Bell. Oh, he's pushed that through quicker. Bell's kept it out. Almost got through Bell's defences. It looked like he was looking a little bit square there, Belly. Let's keep presenting the full face.
Comes Leach. It's defended by Bell, just dabbed away to square leg for a single. That's the follow-on target avoided. Which lost a few relatively early wickets. That, I guess, becomes the first priority. 70 for 3 and 80 for 4, so they've got beyond that mark. And Mitchell working the ball out towards backward square leg for 1 run. He's on to 54, 213 for 6. 1 ball left of the 73rd over. We were chatting with Bumble yesterday, and we're talking about where the game was at and how you try and, for both sides, but obviously particularly for Lancashire, because you're here with us, Luke. You know, how do you look to try and win the match from these positions? 59 overs left in the day of full day tomorrow. It's, you say, wins are so precious, aren't they, again this season? They've changed the field. Leg slip goes to forward short leg. We've got Leach to complete the over. Bell waits unbeaten on 25. Well, that's defender back down the pitch. And there's no run, 213 for 6.
Yeah, it's a challenge at the best of times here to try and force results. I think, you know, I think we're obviously guilty. We let a few chances slip. First innings in the field, myself included. So I think if you take every catch and Jimmy doesn't go down, you don't know, maybe they wouldn't get 360, they'd probably get a lot less, which suddenly then puts you in the box seat straight away when you come to bat. But then once they got 360 and you had the time taken out of the game with the rain and the fact that we managed to restrict their scoring rate until the end where Henry came in and swung the bat, but a lot of time had been taken out of the game. Once that had happened, any time really to win the game is score at a real rate.
Aldridge to Mitchell. It's a single here, just drops it away to backward point for 1 run.
Which, like we spoke about before, is a double-edged sword, because you need to lay a foundation. I think it's probably something I was guilty of, you know, before I got myself in properly, you know, go about my innings in a sort of normal fashion, and then naturally accelerate through the gears. The more time you spend in the middle. Probably guilty of trying to go over the top a bit early where I didn't need to, but trying to force the game on too early.
Aldridge to Bell. It's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Because as I said, once they got 360, that time had been taken out of the game. Really, we need to get a big score pretty quickly, because in order to get another 10 wickets, firstly you need to get nicely ahead of them, plus you need that time as well. So it does become a challenge, and then now obviously having lost 6 wickets becomes even more challenging.
Aldridge to Bell. It's turned to mid on, no run. So it's almost kind of looking at this point. You're looking at priorities at the minute. Would we bat in bonus points?
I think so. I think even the priority is almost, yeah, batting bonus points and just playing the game in front of you as it is. I think that's probably something that's crept into our first innings, is us looking a little bit too far ahead at times.
There is Aldridge back running short to Bell, who bends his knees and lets it go back.
Obviously they've got a good bowling attack, as do we. They've got guys running in, trying their hardest here, so that they feel now that, you know, if they get a flurry of wickets pretty quickly, they can go and have a bat. They'll probably throw the bat a little bit quicker and suddenly insert us back in there in the box seat. So at the moment we just need to nullify them and absorb the pressure.
Aldridge to Bell, short again. He bumped to his toes and cuts the ball away through the offside for a single. He's on to 26 not out, 215 for 6, with 1 ball remaining of the 74th over. There is a new ball due in 6 overs time, so these two will be, I'm sure, really keen to make sure they're there to try and negotiate that. Probably looking at another return of Big Craig and Matt Overton and Henry. Aldridge balls. It's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. End of the over, 70 ball gone, 215 for for 6. Away from the seriousness of the cricket, I've got to ask you about your
Goodness, where are you going with this?
Your fan club.
Right.
You've got a fan club, haven't you?
Apparently.
Yeah, you've got like a Twitter handle or something that says...
There's 2 now.
Oh, is there 2 now?
Yep.
Okay.
There's a Luke Wells Barmy Army.
I've seen that one.
And I think there's a religion Luke Wells or something like this. I don't understand why, but I just sort of go along with it. Well, I don't have much choice anyway, do I?
So there was a game at Essex a few weeks ago where we were having all sorts of people getting in touch with the commentary team, telling us exactly where they'd spotted you in different places around the world, which was lovely. As Leach starts another over into Bell.
Allegedly spotted.
Yes. Just chopped it away into the offside for no run. So someone sent a message to say that they'd seen you in a jacuzzi in a gym in Chorley. This is where it all started from. As Leach bowls to Bell, and that's turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. And instantly you start to... I'm thinking... And my colleague was reading these messages out, and I think, I'm not entirely sure that any of this is true. And then they just all started flooding in.
Yeah.
I saw Luke Wells bungee jumping. I saw Luke Wells skydiving. I saw Luke Wells in the Grand Canyon.
Honestly, I don't know what to make of it all.
Leach to Bell. That's defended. There's no run.
Well, firstly, I've never been to Chorley.
It's a lovely place.
So I can rule that one out.
What about the Grand Canyon?
Grand Canyon. Can't say I've ever been there.
Ever been there? Okay. Disappointing. 250. That's ruled out as well. Bell goes off the back foot and works it to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I remember watching a little bit on the live stream, and I was thinking, what is going on? Because I was getting messages from friends. I don't know what to say about it.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
It is bizarre.
Leach to Bell. Gets a single here, just clipping the ball away to square leg. Bell moves on to 27, 216 for 6.
I think there's the skydiving. That was a particular one.
Yeah.
Soaring through the air and something like that. Yeah, it was all sorts. Bald eagle being thrown out there.
Yeah.
I think it's basically 1 or 2 guys just doing the same thing over and over, but keeping themselves busy.
Leach to Mitchell. It'll shuffle down the pitch, and that's played up towards long off for a single. It's the end of the over. 217 for 6. Mitchell 56 and Bell on 27.
I'm going to be all over this now. I'll get bombarded on Twitter after this. No, it's all
the producers of the Lancs TV want to know what that Twitter handle's called again.
Oh my goodness, I've got no idea.
It was called, was it Luke Wells Barmy Army or something?
Yeah, there's a Luke Wells Barmy Army somewhere. Unless they've deleted it all now. Which I wouldn't blame them.
217 for 6. And Mitchell has 56 and Bell has 27. Sorry, Luke.
No. He's got a particularly funny profile picture of the Barmy Army on as well.
I've just seen it. We're going to try and put it on the screen for the viewers on Lancs TV. So what's that Twitter handle called?
That's Barmy Wells.
Barmy Wells, there you go. See if you can find that. Josh Davies going to start his latest stint. So it was a short burst, that wasn't it, from Casey Aldridge? there it is.
There he is.
They're going to put it on the screen. There it
brilliant.
is on the screen.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah,
there
great. It's one of my more flattering photos.
Sorry.
No, it's all fun.
There's David to Mitchell. And that's played back beyond the bowler. They've gone through for a quick single as pick up and throw towards the bowler's end by Matt Henry, but Mitchell was quick between the wickets there. Moves on to 57 not out, 218 for 6. It's nice to have a fan club, isn't it?
It is. This is Luke Wells Religion.
Luke Wells Religion.
_Luke Wells.
Right, that's the other one.
This is not the real Luke Wells, in case people want. This is just the religion of Luke Wells. Feel free to join us at Barmy Wells, the original fan club. And they've described themselves as a religious school. So it is getting more and more bizarre as it goes on.
What is going on? Davey comes in and bowls to Bell. And that's driven away through the offside. Moves on to 27.
Honestly, a couple of buffoons running that, I think, maybe.
19 for 6. Bell on 28. Mitchell on 57. Yeah. Well, it keeps it interesting, doesn't it?
Those are long days otherwise sometimes.
They can be, yeah. I think my colleagues from Essex were convinced that these were all true stories. I think it took a while for the penny to drop at first. But, I think it did. I think it did drop eventually. Davey to Mitchell. That's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run. 219 for 6. Here at Emirates Old Trafford on Likes TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. I've got an update to do in a few minutes, so I'm going to bring... Are you okay to stay a little bit longer?
Absolutely fine, yeah.
I'll bring in Anthony, who's with BBC Somerset. He'll join you for a little bit.
No problem.
And we get through this Josh Davey over. Mitchell on 57. Absolutely glorious day, goodness. Best day of the lot by a mile. Best day of the season by a mile, I think this. Beautiful weather. Forward goes Mitchell. Solid front foot defensive push. And there's no run. I keep thinking of that picture on Twitter. Dear me.
Yeah, it's made it onto the players group now as well.
I could well imagine.
Yeah, brilliant.
All right. 219 for 6. Yeah, terrific. 2 balls left of the over. Davey past the umpire, in and balls. Again, Mitchell nicely in behind and defends calmly away into the offside. There is no run. He looks every bit the international player, doesn't he, Daryl Mitchell?
Yeah, very composed. Obviously, conditions pretty good for batting now. Old ball. Just got to make sure he's there. These two are there at the new ball, and then reassess.
Final ball of the over. It's Josh Davies. An awful long approach. He comes bounding up from a mile out. In and balls to Mitchell, who's shuffling forward and pushing, and the ball beats him. And it's through to Stephen Davis. It's the end of the over. 219 for 6. Anthony's going to come and join you, Luke, if that's okay.
No problem, Scott. Cheers.
Just sum up where we're at potentially. Thank you.
Yeah, good ball there from Josh Davey, showing that still every now and then just enough if you put the ball in a good area to pose a threat. See, I think Somerset very much relying on Jack Leach in these situations, given England's #1 spinner.
Do you think the new ball's going to make a significant difference? Didn't seem to when Somerset were batting.
No, I think, well, it's the only opportunity really. I think if the ball's going to do anything, it's obviously when it's newer. Obviously, you've got 2 seriously good exponents of new ball bowling as well, in Craig Overton and Matt Henry. So that will be, Somerset will be eyeing that period up for sure.
Here's Leach into bowl to George Bell, who plays that square of the wicket on the offside. Jack Leach not really getting anything out of this pitch, is he? Just the odd ball, maybe moving off the straight, but a little bit of variable bounce.
Couple kept a fraction low maybe, but otherwise it's pretty true.
Leach is in and bowls. This is turned around the corner. Craig Overton is waiting for it.
I think it's the same for spinners as well as the seamers here. When that ball gets softer, when the seam frays and the ball gets soft, it's hard for the spinners to extract, turn and bounce as well. So Leach might be looking to bowl with a slightly newer ball as well.
He's got a slip and a short leg as in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, just angling the ball into the right-hander with a predominantly onside field. He's there now and bowls. Tosses this one up, played away rather loosely by George Bell, swinging it away into the onside. Lammonby does the fielding. What's Leach trying to do here? What's the tactic?
Well, as you said, predominantly onside field. I think he's very much trying to look wicket to wicket, keep the scoring rate as dry as possible, and try and force an error through the build-up of pressure. Obviously, George Bell wanted to go over the top there and nearly miscued it, but I don't mind the option, to be honest.
220 for 6 as Leach bowls to Daryl Mitchell, who's on 57.
He's got his leg slipping as well, so I know earlier there was a sharp chance that came off the inside edge and it went to leg slip, which thankfully from a Lancashire's point of view was dropped.
Went down, yeah. George Bartlett, that was. This is played back to Jack Leach, end of the over, 220 for 6. Do you think Lancashire will look to accelerate the scoring rate? Bearing in mind, you'll obviously want to win the match, but to win the match you're going to have to score pretty quickly. Up until, well, at best, you're going to get 2 sessions to bowl Somerset out on this pitch. That's not going to be easy, is it?
I think, to be honest, that may have been the intent if we didn't lose wickets. The fact that we're 6 down now, I think we've lost the right to think about really accelerating at this point. We're obviously still 140 runs behind. Obviously, ideally we'd like to accelerate, but I mean, principally we need to make sure that the game's safe at this stage, given the fact we've lost so many wickets.
Josh Davey to bowl the 78th over of the innings that's played into the offside. You must be counting yourself pretty unlucky to get out to that catch from Matt Henry yesterday.
It was a good catch. It was a good catch. I mean, you can't get caught if you don't hit it in the air mine. So you know, it was one of those.
Hard,
I did hit it reasonably well. I mean, it's one of those sort of eyes lit up and thought I might be able to go through the shot and over the top. Obviously, when you get it wrong, it looks terrible, and more often than not, I'd be hitting that along the ground. But you know, that's the game, and that's batting.
Davey in a bowls, and this is turned up to mid on. But you do like to get on top of the bowlers, don't you? You don't like being bowled at. You know, you're giving them more than you're getting from the bowlers.
I suppose so. I think I try and play the situation. I think as my career's developed, I've ended up becoming a slightly more attacking player as I've gone on. I think when I started, I was renowned as a pretty defensive player. Obviously, playing for a long time now, I've tried to develop my game, and yeah, if the situation dictates, I do always look to try and take a positive option now, for sure.
Davey in and bowls to Bell, who's forward in defence. Yeah, I thought it was noticeable down at Taunton when you took the attack to the bowlers almost straight away on that pretty flat pitch.
Yeah, I suppose that was a situation where again conditions were really good. Somerset obviously got a good first innings total after us taking early wickets again, and we knew that for us to try and force a result, we had to score at a rate to get nicely ahead. So obviously when it comes together and you end up scoring at a rate and not getting out, obviously it's great. As I said, it's a double-edged sword sometimes, and got to keep playing the situation in front of us as a batsman.
There's Josh Davey in the bowls, and that's defended into the offside. But you looked to be on course. Lancashire looked to be on course there for 800. If Keaton Jennings hadn't got injured, I was saying this morning he was batting like a god, wasn't he?
He has done for the last couple of years, to be honest. I've obviously been lucky enough to be at the other end for a lot of it. We've had a good partnership together, and yeah, it seems at times once he gets himself in, it feels like something really special to get him out, and rightly got called up to the Test squad in the winter.
Josh Davey in the bowls. This is turned away into the onside by George Bell again, just for a single. 221 for 6. And how's he getting on? How's his recovery process continuing?
Yeah, I think our physio Sam Byrne is putting him through his paces. I think he's done pretty significant hamstring tear, but I think he's making progress pretty quickly. I'm not sure exactly on return dates yet, but obviously it's a massive blow for us because he's been such a linchpin. Obviously captain now as well. I mean, at times he's been getting basically half our runs, so to have somebody like that go down mid-innings and such an important time of the season is obviously a real blow. Yeah.
Davey in bowls to Mitchell, who turns that away into the onside for another single. 222 for 6. Yeah, I saw him get that 300 up at Southport last season. It didn't look as if he was ever going to get out.
No. Obviously, that was a great day for him as well. And you know, having said that, you know, George Balderson coming into the team, and
he looks the part.
He's taken his chance at the top of the order, and he's opened there a couple of times before. But I've been so impressed with him the last couple of games. You know, he's been bowling a heap of overs as well. Obviously, with Jimmy going down this game, he had to bowl even more overs. So I think part of the thinking was, if he was going to open the batting, to maybe reduce the amount of overs he bowls, to not overload him. That he has to go bat as well. But I think the way he's bowled at times, at Trent Bridge last week, you know, at times he looked our best bowler, and he got runs last week as well. So, you know, for a young guy to come in and bowl the overs he does and open the batting and contribute significantly is great.
Here's Leach in and bowls to Mitchell, and comes down the pitch and then just turns it into the onside for a single. 223 for 6. Yes, he looks a very well organised batsman. He's got a nice conventional orthodox technique, and he looks calm out there as well.
I think that's his biggest attribute. He's obviously a fine, technically correct player, but I think his concentration, his mental attitude is great. You know, I think.
What have you made of James Rue?
James Rue is another one. I mean, his aptitude, once he gets in, he just keeps going. I think he's it's difficult to get out.
Leach bowls, and maybe that gets that one just to bounce a little bit on George Bell. He plays it well, keeps it down.
He's obviously done very well in the middle order. To be honest, he strikes me as he looks like an opening batsman, the way he lines up.
Yeah.
Obviously, he particularly likes playing against us, doesn't he? He gets a lot of runs against us.
Does. This is swung away down to long leg. Craig Overton is after it. He'll put in the slide. No, he won't put in the slide. Very sensible too, because the boundary boards are not far over on the other side of the rope, and that is 4 runs to George Bell. Takes him on to 34 to 27 for 6.
There's a change of tactics here from previous overs for Leach. He's coming over the wicket to George Bell. He's got a fine 45. So he's challenging Belly to play the sweep shot, looking for that top edge. This time he got 4.
This is miles outside the leg stump, and Josh Davey won't get there. That's consecutive boundaries. Well, if I'm doing that for a moment, this is the tactic. At the moment it's not working. 231 for 6. George Bell plays the sweep shot well.
Yeah, he does. And from a Somerset's point of view, I don't think they would mind the shot, because at this stage, you know, to create opportunities, they're going to have to try and force us to play shots. So if it's not spinning off the straight from round the wicket, potentially trying to hit the footmarks from over, trying to get that top edge, is obviously what they're thinking.
Leach in and bowls again outside the leg stump. Slightly negative line of attack, this, just using up overs before the new ball is due, which it will be in 7 balls time. Leach bowls outside the leg stump, just pat. It's a completely futile appeal for a catch. Obviously never hit anything other than the pad. It's the end of the over.
No, I suppose it's interesting you say negative tactic. I suppose it depends how the batsman's playing it. I think it quickly becomes a negative tactic if it becomes clear that the batsman's just going to pad up every ball.
Yeah.
Having said that, if you feel like the batsman wants to sweep and you put your fielders in the relevant positions, it potentially isn't that negative, as you're creating opportunities through trying to get the batsman to play certain shots. So it's a little irk I have actually with the current rules as it is. I mean, if Leach bowls one down the leg side there and it misses the batsman's pads by just an inch or two, it's immediately a wide now. From if a left-arm spinner comes over the wicket to a right-hander, or a leg spinner comes round the wicket to a right-hander, it's called a wide straight away, as it's deemed negative. But in my opinion, it's not always negative, especially if there's rough. You keep catches in. I think it should be up to the umpire's discretion, but the rules at the moment state that anything down the leg side is a wide in that situation.
Last over with this old ball, we assume. Josh Davey in and bowls. This is turned into the onside by Daryl Mitchell. Bumble was here yesterday saying that you ought to have been given a bowl with your leg breaks.
Oh, well, yeah, it was thought at one point, I suppose, Tommy was doing a pretty good job until the end there when Matt Henry got hold of him, but yeah, I think
just to change it up, you know.
Potentially. Maybe next time. We'll see.
It can't be much fun being a leg spinner at the moment on these early season pitches. Here's Josh Davey in a bowl, short of a length, turned into the onside. Tom Abel, enthusiastic as ever, onto it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's much spin out there at the moment, even for Leachy. I think it'd be interesting to see how the Somerset go about it with the new ball, whether Leach bowls with the newer ball or not. See if he spins it. Not sure.
He might get a bit more bounce, mightn't he, as well?
Don't know. Yeah, potentially.
Josh Davey in his 12th over, 0 for 41. He's not really been at his best so far this season. He's been troubled by a hamstring injury. This is floated up and driven by Daryl Mitchell, perhaps. Missed out. Is this tractor? No, I don't think so. We're trying to track down Somerset's most famous supporter.
I did see him. He was down there.
Was he?
He had a Jack Leach 1 not out T-shirt on, and on the back it said, and Stokesy got a few and all. I think it says on the back. It's a pretty amusing T-shirt.
Is Josh Davey in bowls, and this is turned out into the onside for another single. 232 for 6. Very quickly scoreboard here at putting the runs up. And Mitchell moves on to 60. Do Lancashire have characters, travelling supporters who go to every game?
We do. I think that there was a famous chap who always wears a big roses hat. Mike. That's the one. But I haven't seen him for a while, actually, to be honest.
There's Davey in bowls. And, probably just gentle medium pace at the moment, Josh Davey. So we think tractor is down somewhere near, somewhere out in that empty area away to the west of the ground. We'll have a change of where?
Found him, Mike. There he is with his roses hat on.
Oh, that's Mike. Yep, there he is.
He often actually comes pre-season tours. I've seen him out in Dubai a few times as well, actually.
It's Davey in and bowls to Bell. Stuns that into the onside. It's the end of the over. It's the 80th over of the innings. It's 232 for 6, 60 to Mitchell, 38 to Bell. And many thanks to Luke Wells for some fascinating summarising of the last hour or so. And the new ball is being held up by Nigel Long, the umpire, to the scorers. Scorers who are down to our left on the next level down Polly Roads for Somerset. And Craig Overton it will be from the Anderson end, who will bowl the first over with the new ball. All change in terms of safety equipment, helmets and fielding pads being collected by Peter Siddle down below us. Just has a chat with Matt Henry. And an important little passage of play coming up, Scott Reed.
Yes, yeah, new ball in hand. Thanks to Luke for coming up to see us. Doesn't get too much. Oh, is this his tractor on the team? No. Trying to find this Somerset supporter.
We just heard tractor saying, "Come on, Craigo."
Where is he?
I think he was down by the floodlight pylon. Here's Overton in and bowls. Gets this one to bounce straight away on Daryl Mitchell, who plays it well, keeps it down. There isn't a forward short leg. Had there been, he might have been in business. That's Tom Abel you can hear. in the middle.
You can always hear Tom Abel.
Yeah. Stentorian voice he's got. This is a swing and a miss from George Bell, just getting a little bit carried away there. I think Stentor was a Roman senator who had a particularly loud voice, hence Stentorian. I think that's right. I'll no doubt be corrected if it's not.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, Martin Dunn says he's now moved to the floodlights pillar in the car park, which I presume is that one over there, although I can't actually see it. This goes through to Stephen Davis with no shot from George Bell. The volume has been turned up by the Somerset fielding side.
I don't see anybody in a maroon hat over there.
No, I can't tell. But Luke Wells has seen him.
Oh, so Luke saw him, did he?
Right. Yeah. He said he was wearing a T-shirt with Jack Leach, one not out.
Okay.
As this is angled down to James Rew at backward point, and on the other side it said Ben Stokes played pretty well too.
So there's more clues here for our team. So he's wearing a T-shirt that says Leach, one not out, and he's last seen somewhere near the floodlight pylon.
I can't actually see him there.
I can't.
They seek him there. They seek him there. They seek that tractor everywhere. Overton in a bowls. This is driven but not timed by George Bell. It's Tom Abel clapping his hands vigorously at third slip. 3 slips, backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and I presume a long leg. Yeah, Matt Henry down below us to our left rather. Craig Overton comes charging in, caught at second slip by Casey Aldridge. Good catch, it went quickly away to his right. George Bell, well, he repeated the shot that he played earlier on in the over, and this time got quite a thick edge on it, and a good catch by Casey Aldridge at second slip. That was almost behind him, and he just waited for it to make sure of getting both hands to it. Good piece of fielding by the big fast bowler, and that's the 7th Lancashire wicket to go down. It's George Bell caught Aldridge, bowled Overton for 38 of 64 balls with 6 fours.
A bit of bounce from that newer, harder, firmer ball.
Yep.
Just taking the edge of Bell's bat. It was a good catch. Somerset have caught well. Every chances I think that have been created have been taken.
Well, George Bartlett missed 1, didn't he, at leg slip. Luke Wells reckoned he did actually get some bat on that.
And the one that may have come off the pad of Davis deflected away.
Right,
okay, yeah. I actually don't think he got to it though, did he? I don't think he actually got.
No, I think he did. Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, and
right.
he sort of got underneath it, popped it up, and then couldn't grab it on the at the second attempt. So Tom Hartley is the new batsman, and the new ball accounts for George Bell, makes the breakthrough.
Yeah.
But very promising innings from young George.
Yeah, he's had a very promising start to his career, and it was lovely to hear what Luke Wells was saying. They did descriptions of George and how well he plays, and clearly enjoys watching him bat himself. So it was really nice to get that insight from Luke on George. But yeah, he looks like a good player.
He does. Tom Hartley's not a bad player either, is he?
No, I would suspect he's probably in the team as much for his batting as he is for his bowling at the minute. You know, he's made some very good contributions with the bat already this season, Tom Hartley.
So that was the last ball of the 81st over, and Peter Siddle is on, offering his advice. Not sure who has gone off. It's not Craig Overton. He's up there standing at second slip. And it's going to be Matt Henry with ball in hand. Henry 2 for 49 in 15 overs. It's been accurate. Blimey. Not sure who that was. That wasn't Tractor.
Here comes Henry in and balls. And Mitchell gets forward and defends to Bartlett. Cover, and there's no run. Oh, there's plenty of experience at mid-on now, isn't there, with Peter Siddle? There's quite a few wickets stood there.
Yeah.
It was interesting just watching Siddle chatting to Henry. And there's a bit of experience between those two. A very brief spell here with Lancashire, did Peter Siddle. Just dropped him back a little deeper at mid-on. Mitchell gets forward and drives. Doesn't quite time it. Bartlett fields at extra cover, no run.
I wonder if Mitchell will take on his fellow New Zealander.
Well, Siddle's in this position, isn't he? Kind of halfway back to the long-on boundary for... It's in a couple of times.
Peter Siddle, who's aged 15 years in the last week, judging by the colour of his hair.
Certainly a flash of silver there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Henry balls again, left by Mitchell. Through to the keeper.
Good carry, good ball. It's a good leave, actually. There he is.
Right. The hunt for tractor driver, the Somerset fan. He's closing in. The net is closing in. If you try and find him. Henry balls again, left by Mitchell. Taken by Davis, no run. A different game, isn't it, when the new ball gets...
It is. The whole game has come to life, hasn't it?
Comes to life with these two bowlers as well. They do look a very, very good bowling partnership. Craig Overton and Matt Henry. And again, it was lovely to get Luke's views on the challenges of facing the two different bowlers. That extra bounce from Overton and that slightly more skiddy effect from Henry. It's edged down through third man. Rue will catch up with the ball. Mitchell gets a single. He moves on to 62. 234 for 7.
Just almost turned Daryl Mitchell round that one from Matt Henry. As it moved off the seam. Adjusted very well to it, in fact, did Mitchell.
So Tom Hartley preparing to face his first delivery, so he takes guard from the umpire. Henry 2 for 50. Two New Zealanders on debut in this game. Henry's one of them and his mate Mitchell's the other. Both involved in the action right now. Henry to Hartley, and that's left and taken by Davis. It's the end of the over, just the one run off it. 234 for 7. Mitchell has 62. Hartley on 0. And the difference is 127 runs between these two sides. There is a way, actually, when you are inside Emirates Old Trafford, you can also listen to the commentary. When you're in the ground, you can get these earpieces. There's a chap there on the screen at the minute in a very fancy looking red hat. He's got an earpiece in with a blue t-shirt on, the blue ECB. There he is. He's giving us a wave. Happy days. He looks nicely chilled out there. He's got his feet up, enjoying the sun. Give us a wave, young man. So you can get yourself a little earpiece as well and listen to the commentary inside the ground if you want to.
Craig Overton for his second over with the new ball. In and bowls to Peel for LBW. It sounded pretty wooden to me, that. So there was, I'm sure there was some bat involved in that. Whether it hit the pad first, or in Craig Overton's opinion, I think that's what he's suggesting to umpire Nigel Long. Not a bad shout, actually. Might have been a bit high. Yeah, and they might, obviously, by the sound of it, it sounded as if there was bat involved. But he's getting a little bit of extra bounce with this ball, is Craig Overton. He's in bowling, and Mitchell pulls his bat inside the line of that lifting ball again outside the off stump. Good to see Craig Overton really bending his back, banging the ball into the pitch and getting a bit of a response.
suspect it probably won't last too long when this with this new ball. This is the time, isn't it, to try and capitalise if you're Somerset. They'd love to get Mitchell here, wouldn't they, with this new ball?
Overton in and bowls. Nice drive from Mitchell, but cut off by George Buck, moving quickly to his left. Son George is still going well, and the coast-to-coast Devon Ultra Marathon. He's 23rd at the moment.
And this is 33 hours, isn't it?
Something like that.
Take him to do this?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's on Eastern Dartmoor at the moment, near the village of Holne, outside the off stump. He's pretty fit, this George. He does triathlons and all this sort of thing. But this, I think, is the most extreme thing he's done. Has tractor been discovered?
It's a major operation, isn't it? This is what you've done. You've created this. They think they've found it.
2:34 for 7 as we get back to the here and now and the cricket. Mitchell on 62. Lancashire looking to their overseas batsman. Another good ball from Overton. Lifting through to Steve Davis, just a fraction too wide so that Mitchell could safely let it go past. But there's animation about the Somerset fielding side at the moment.
Yeah, buoyed by that wicket. Yeah. With the new ball. This is the key man, isn't it, Mitchell?
Overton bowls, and goes past it. I think he did play at that. I mean, he withdrew the bat all right, but I suspect it was a posthumous withdrawal. It was another very good delivery from Craig Overton, who's found a new lease, or a renewed lease of life in this game. His father and other relatives who've been tweeting will be very glad to hear that too, as indeed are all Somerset supporters, because he's the leader of the attack, is Craig Overton. He sets the tone, and when Craig Overton is bowling well, Somerset play well.
Well, he's bowling well in this match. 4 for 43. Doing a fine job for his captain. And this Overton-Henry combination continues. Tom Hartley on strike. Here comes Henry. Ooh. In a bowls that goes right in between Hartley. Passes inside edge, passes thigh pad through to the keeper. It's a terrific delivery.
Cuts him in half. Pace and lift and movement.
That's a beauty sent down by Matt Henry.
Altogether too good for Tom Hartley. Won't be altogether too good for most batsmen.
2:34 for 7. New ball is proving to be challenging. Here's Hartley off the front foot and drives to mid-off. And there's no run. That was an absolute beauty sent down by Matt Henry. Somerset to chirpy, and in the middle. They sense an opportunity with Lancashire 7 down. Henry bowls again, and Hartley drives to mid-off for no run.
He's bowling a good full length, is Matt Henry, encouraging the drive, which I'm sure is the way to go. Maybe just bang one in short of the length. See if he can get the sort of bounce that Craig Overton's been getting from the other end.
3 slips awaiting. Fine leg, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Bottom edge that, and easily have dragged that back onto his stumps.
Been for pace again.
This is excellent from Henry.
Doesn't look like a fast bowler, Matt Henry, really, does he? He's not strongly built. He's quite slim, but he's got really fast arm.
Kind of whippy action, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, another inside edge by Hartley. Getting past the stumps, he gets off the mark. 2:35 for 7. Well, he's having a little bit of good fortune at the moment. But this is a spell where a new ball and these two bowlers are on top. 2:35 for 7. So Mitchell back on strikes. We see this Matt Henry to Darryl Mitchell contest, which has been bubbling up nicely for a little while. And that's fizzed in by Hartley, and it takes a good diving catch away to the leg side by Stephen Davis to get his gloves on that. It's the end of the over. Plenty of smiles out there. Darryl Mitchell's telling us last night he wants to try and play the game with a smile and enjoy himself while he's here at Lancashire. I'm sure he's enjoying this little contest at the moment. 2:35 for 7. And 84 overs gone of that Lancashire first innings.
Yeah, it was interesting. James Rew also referenced the sort of new spirit that England's example has brought into the game. He said it was difficult to try and move the game along by playing attacking shots because, you know, when you're batting against Jimmy Anderson, you don't get many opportunities. As Craig Overton is in and bowls, and this is a nice shot from Hartley. He gets up on his toes and runs that away down to third man for 4 runs. 2:39 for 7. It was a little bit too wide from Craig Overton, and Tom Hartley taking advantage of that. But he also said that Lancashire bowled, even without Jimmy Anderson yesterday, Lancashire bowled really well, and it was difficult to play shots when they were bowling so accurately. That's the way he intends to play attacking cricket. Overton to Hartley, and is up in the air off the shoulder of his bat or his glove. Fortunately, there's no one anywhere, no fielder anywhere near it, and it's another run. But that one again, sharp bounce from Craig Overton. Yeah, he'll be encouraged by that. Will Craig? Really got that. It wasn't that short. Got up and had Hartley in all sorts of trouble. He's a tall lad, is Tom Hartley. Overton into Mitchell outside the off stump. Shot from Mitchell. Craig Overton bowling as quickly now as he has done at any stage in this Lancashire innings, or indeed at any stage in the season to date.
That's an excellent spell, this, isn't it? Bowling really well. It's been used kind of in 5 over bursts, hasn't he, so far, Craig Overton? Tom Abel's not been keen to kind of overuse him, I don't think. Short bursts.
Here he is again. Bowls driven back to him, and a good piece of fielding as he tumbles over in mid-pitch. As Craig Overton thinks nothing of it at all, just gets himself up and walks back to his mark. As Tom Lammonby came across to give him a pat on the back for a good piece of fielding off his own bowling, but Craig Overton would have been disgusted with himself if he hadn't fielded that ball as well as he did. He's in again and bowls outside the off stump to Mitchell, lets it go through. Aeroplane goes overhead, which we can't actually see. Which direction is the airport?
It's behind us.
Behind us. That's obviously where it's headed. So away to the south. As we look out over the across the Manchester skyline away to our right. Overton bowls. This is driven by Mitchell, and they think about a single, but Lammonby was running onto it into the direction of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he's a left-hander, and wisely they decided not to risk it. 2:47 for 7, 62 to Daryl Mitchell and 6 to Tom Hartley.
They're always popping up new buildings, aren't they, in the city centre of Manchester? A few tall buildings there now. It'll be a lovely day in the city centre. Did you go on last night after the pint at the British Protection?
No,
no. If you were travelling
after
a few more pubs.
After however many hours commentary it was yesterday, it was a long day, wasn't it? We didn't finish till 7 o'clock, so now I contented myself with return to a hotel and a takeaway meal, I'm ashamed to say.
Pop your feet up.
I hope my wife isn't listening.
Yeah, Henry to Hartley, fishing outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, still, it was a very enjoyable pint that we had in
Cascade, wasn't it?
Yeah, Cascade, yeah, from the Stockport Brewery, so a local brew, of which there are very many now these days.
Henry in. Hartley jabbing forward the ball. Angles away from him, taken by Davis. He's in the game, Stephen Davis. The slips are in the game as well at the minute.
This is quite an examination for Tom Hartley.
This is a really impressive spell, isn't it?
And then Lancashire have got Saki Mahmood to come.
Henry balls and Hartley turns it to the leg side, no run.
And then possibly, or possibly not, I forgot to ask Luke Wells what the situation, whether Jimmy Anderson was likely to bat.
Yes, we don't know. It's a bit of a TBC, that, isn't it? I think. 2:40 for 7. Henry balls. Hartley drives to mid-off for no run.
Well, if Somerset could bowl Lancashire out for, let's say, less than 270, they'd have a lead of 100 or so. And how many overs we got left in the day? 46.
Henry to Hartley, gets right forward and defends.
So let's say 40, 38 overs, something like that. 4 runs and over, 160, 260. They could bat on until half an hour before lunch tomorrow night. There he is. There he is. There's Tractor. It is Leachy one not out.
In comes Henry and Hartley drives nicely up to mid-off for no run. It's the end of the over. 240 for 7.
Well,
That's
my
amazing.
Congratulations to the camera crew on picking him out.
Good effort.
There he is. Mike Salis is his real name. Known to one, and there's his mate Steve Dodds next to him in the baseball cap.
He's taken some finding, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, hope they're enjoying their trip to Manchester.
I'm sure they are. Steve's got his replica county championship Somerset shirt on. I'm sure they'll be looking for a good pub this evening. Last year at Southport, I went to a pub I'd never been to before in my life, just down near Hillside Golf Club. And who should be in there but Tractor and Steve and their mates. And the next game at Chelmsford, I went to a pub that I'd never been to before in my life, and there they were again.
Similar theme here, you and pubs. That's what it is, Anthony.
Well, I do like to take advantage of trips away to visit new and interesting different pubs. Here's Overton. In and bowls. And this is pushed into there's misunderstanding. It could be a run out, but it was a shy and a miss from the. I don't think that Tom Hartley would have been in trouble, even had the fielder who is. I'm not sure. I think is it Tom. It's George Bartlett. close run thing. Had he hit? Just a moment's hesitation. Darryl Mitchell set off for the single and then stopped. Unfortunately, Hartley kept on going. Overton's in and bowls and goes down in mid-pitch. I think he's all right, although he's doing his best impression of Italian football at the moment. But he's okay.
Well, he's a big lad. He takes a big fall, doesn't he?
He does. The twins, when they started their first-class careers with Somerset, they were forever falling over in mid-pitch. And every time there was a sort of shiver of apprehension would go through the crowd, and then they'd pick themselves up and walk back as if nothing had happened. Yes, Craig and bowls to Hartley, gets up on his toes, plays that down into the offside to Tom Lammonby. 2:41 for 7, and all we got to go to tea, just about 25 minutes to tea interval.
Yeah, 4 p.m. tea today, same timings as yesterday.
But we won't be able to make up any of the lost overs tomorrow. Everton is in and bowls, and that's comfortably played by Tom Hartley for reasons that I don't entirely understand. Rather like the why do they have to add the overs on at the end of the day rather than at the beginning of the day? What is so special about the 4th day when they haven't got another game starting? Lancashire haven't got another game this week, and Somerset don't start it until Thursday. It isn't as if it's the old days when this is played nicely away into the offside. Tom Lammonby rather is after it. We'll put it in just inside the boundary. We'll come back for 2 runs. You could understand it in days when they played back-to-back 3-day county championship matches. One day you could be in Southampton and the next Headingley and have to travel overnight, but just doesn't seem, I can't see the logic in it. Can you?
No, but rules are rules, Anthony.
I know. I'm not saying they shouldn't stick to the rule. I'm just questioning why the rule is there in the first place. Overton bowls and a swing and a miss by Tom Hartley, and Overton just goes and gives him a look and another look as he wanders back, take his sweater from umpire Nigel Long, and thought he couldn't have been far away from that, Tom Hartley. 2:43 for 7 at the end of that over. Craig Overton with figures of 21 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 51, and those figures do not overstate how well he's bowled.
For those watching Lancs TV, there's a young lad enjoying a bit of cricket. He's got the whole place to himself. That little area there, which is where the temporary stand is normally built, was full of kids for the first 2 days. It was school's day, but he's got the whole place to himself to have a bit of bat and ball. Mitchell off the front foot wants a single from this first delivery that Henry sends down.
Pretty risky single. If George Bartlett had picked that up cleanly, he was only about 15-20 yards from the stumps and got the full set of 3 to aim at. Good running. You can see they're rotating the strike, doing what Lammonby and James Rew rather failed to do for Somerset yesterday.
He made his mind up pretty quickly, didn't they? I think
yeah.
Wanted that. They were both on the same wavelength too. He dropped it into the offside and they darted through for a quick single. And as Hartley defends this ball from Henry, that just comes back into him a little. Rolls back down the pitch and there's no run.
Well, you're always coached to put the fielders under pressure, aren't you? As batsmen are always looking for the single or looking to turn 1 into 2, and it sets the tone very often.
Henry to Hartley, just the back foot and steered away to backward point. There is no run. Lammonby fielding there for Somerset. Two batters come down, have a chat halfway down the pitch. Mitchell's anchored the innings superbly here, 64 not out. Got Tom Hartley on 8. Hartley being given stern examination by a very high quality bowler in Matt Henry, who sent down a couple of absolute beauties to Hartley. He's still there. 2 slips, actually 3 slips in place. It's driven into the offside, and they do get through for 1. Good low stop,
can't see
it?
where the ball's gone. It's Jack Leach.
It's a good stop by Leach, that.
It was a very good stop.
It's gone low to his left to stop it at cover. It's hit pretty firmly by Hartley. He said he got up and then didn't realise where the ball had gone. Hartley moves on to 9. 2, 4, 5 for 7. Colin, who apparently runs this production, is very happy that he's found Tractor.
Yeah.
Somerset supporter. Never seen him so happy. This is Mitchell swinging and missing. I bet there's a bit of a smile on the face of Matt Henry and maybe on Darryl Mitchell. These two friends and international teammates. Well, Henry almost got his mate out there.
He'd love to do that, wouldn't he?
It's been a really good battle to watch when these two have faced each other. Played with a nice spirit and plenty of smiles. But what Henry would do to try and get Mitchell out, in and bowls, and left this time through to Stephen Davis. It's the end of the over. It's 245 for 7, so 116 behind. Lancashire. Balderson top scoring so far, that's 71, but Mitchell on debut batter beautifully here, 64 not out. He's got a little bit of help from Bell, who made 38, and now Hartley alongside him.
It was interesting what Luke Wells said about the scoring rate, almost as if Lancashire had accepted they're not going to get anything better than a draw out of this, because they're not in a position really to force the pace, and if they don't force the pace they won't have enough time to bowl Somerset out and knock off however many runs they need to. So the options are narrowing, I think. Although with Somerset's batting you can never tell. I mean, they made an awful meal of their second innings down at Taunton against Lancashire. Here comes Overton in the bowls to Hartley. We've got a new configuration in the slip cordon with Tom Kohler-Cadmore quite well back at first slip, and then Casey Aldridge and Tom Abel almost side by side, aligned at second and third. Abel just fractionally ahead of Aldridge as Overton is in and bowls, and Hartley defends, and they're quite second and third slip rather aren't that far from the bat again, which suggests that there isn't much bounce and carry even with Craig Overton with a nearly new ball. Good Craigo, says Tom Abel. And here he comes, the man himself. In and bowls, and it was a flick and a miss from Tom Hartley. It wasn't really a swing, wasn't much backlift. Fortunate again not to get an edge.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fish, wasn't it? He just kind of flirted with it a little bit outside the off stump.
What's happening elsewhere? We want to have a look at the end of this Craig Overton over. Overton in and bowls, and this runs down to Josh Davey at backward point. 2:45 for 7. It's a very strange configuration of the slips, that, isn't it? It's like a sort of L shape. Overton bowls to Hartley, drives this, doesn't time it particularly well. Jack Leach will cut it off. It'll just be a single to 246 for 7. How many overs? This is the 89th, so this is Craig Overton's 5th over with the new ball, is it not?
Yes. Yep. If he goes to trend, this will be his last. I don't think he's bowled more than 5 over spell.
Davy and Aldridge don't look nearly as potent as Overton and Henry. And they're, with the best will in the world, there really isn't much in this pitch for Jack Leach. Last ball of the Overton over is in and bowls to Mitchell, who defends into the offside. And well, some good news for Somerset followers, which is that Warwickshire have beaten Essex by 4 wickets. Essex bowled out in their second innings for 215, and Warwickshire knocking off the 100 or so runs that they needed for the loss of 6 wickets. Let's have a quick look at the details. Essex, Simon Harmer made 50 not out, and the successful bowlers for Warwickshire, Hassan Ali got 4 for 48, and Chris Rushworth 4 for 62, and Will Rhodes made 29. Ed Barnard 23 not out in the run chase. Maybe not as comfortable a win as Warwickshire were expecting. Surrey all out 380, a lead of 171 over Middlesex.
Here comes Henry around the wicket to Hartley. That's driven into the offside. There's no run.
Northants in trouble. 64 for 7. Still 33 runs behind Nottinghamshire's first innings of 255. Hampshire very strongly placed in their match against Kent, who were bowled out, remember, for 95. Hampshire 300 for 6.
Henry to Hartley, just goes back and works the ball to backward point, and there's no run.
There we see the on the live stream the Hampshire partnerships. Liam Dawson 74 not out, and James Fuller, what a useful cricketer he is, picking up wickets, scoring useful runs. He's on 23. So it looks as if they're going to be positive results in most of the First Division contests.
Hartley goes back again, just chops the ball away into the offside, no run.
Warwickshire having already won, Notts on their way to victory. Surrey very well placed against Middlesex, and Hampshire, well, the Kent are going to need to produce a formidable rearguard action to avoid defeat at Canterbury.
That win for Warwickshire puts them top. 3 wins from 5, so they move to the top as it stands. And Hartley driving up to mid-off, and there's no run. 246 for 7. So as it stands, the live league table has Warwickshire top, played 5, won 3 with 79 points. And then Surrey is second, Essex third, Hampshire fourth, and Middlesex fifth. All those sides are okay, quite tightly bunched up. Henry to Hartley, trying to run it down to third man. It's a good stop by Lammonby. Got down well low to his right. Hartley just trying to open up the face of the bat and run it down to the third man boundary.
Up at Chester Street, Durham 86 for 2, needing another 160 to beat Yorkshire. Good game there.
Be a good win, though, wouldn't it?
It would.
Final ball of the over. Fuller this time from Henry, fired in and dug out by Hartley. It's a maiden. It's another probing over that, and he's bowled around the wicket to Hartley for those 6 deliveries.
At Derby, Gloucestershire replying to Derbyshire's 251 for 9 declared, 42 for 2. At Sophia Gardens, Glamorgan have beaten Worcestershire by 10 wickets. bowling Worcestershire out for 227 in their second innings and then knocking off the 82 runs that they needed to win. Sussex 430 up at the, is it still called the Upton Steel County Ground?
I think it is, yeah.
Grace Road as was. Anyway, Leicester 116 for 4, still a long way behind Sussex's first innings of 430. And here we have a bowling change, as expected. Craig Overton having bowled 5 overs with the new ball. Took the wicket to fall. Jack Leach coming back into the attack.
Yeah, Overton 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Henry 5 overs, 2 maidens for 4 runs.
Good stuff from the Somerset opening bowlers. Leach in and bowls, and Peel for LBW. Pretty optimistic given that Darryl Mitchell was a good long way down, and it sounded to me as if it came off his bat, and it has indeed not been signalled as a leg by. Apart from that, it was a really good appeal.
So that new ball spell, should Henry come out of the attack, 10 overs, 14 for 1 from those 2.
Yes, even if Lancashire aren't bowled out this evening, they're going to be not very many runs ahead of Somerset by the close, with another 41 overs after this in the day. Probably get 2 more overs in before tea, so evening session of probably 39 overs. It's a sweep appeal for LBW. Didn't make any contact with the ball, at least I don't think he did, Tom Hartley. It's a fairly violent sweep, and wouldn't like to be in George Bartlett's shoes, standing there at very forward short leg. Didn't seem to flinch though.
Maybe just praying.
Yeah. Leach in again to Hartley. Back at this, it was in the air and mistimed. If there'd been a rather more conventional mid-off, he might have been in business. As it is, it's gone out to mid-on rather, to Casey Aldridge at long on for a single.
It's kind of clubbed, wasn't it, a bit?
Probably off the almost off the splice. Leach to Mitchell, who waits on that ball, plays it from the crease. He's watching it carefully. He's tended to come forward to Jack Leach rather than hanging back. Leach in and bowls. This is a sweep. It's almost a slog sweep. And he hits it straight out to Josh Davey on the deep backward square leg boundary, so it's just a single. 249 for 7. Lancashire on the verge of a first batting point.
Yes, they take some getting this season, don't they?
They do. And they've got another, well, it'll be another 19 overs to get a second, which they, well, depends what happens in terms of wickets, but these two carry on, they should get 2 bowling points as Scott goes off to do his report for BBC Lancashire. And this is Hartley back on his stumps. He's looking to attack. Jack Leach is Tom Hartley perhaps wants to make the point that there is more than one left arm spinner in contention for the England berth, but his attempts to attack Jack Leach haven't borne particular fruit so far. He completely mistimed that shot. It's the end of the over. 249 for 7 is the score, and we're going to have an over from Casey Aldridge, who will take over from Matt Henry at the Statham end of the ground. Hasn't been at his best, Casey Aldridge. He's conceded 50 runs in 14 overs. Batsmen have played and missed at him once or twice, but he can't find that consistent line and length which enables bowlers to build pressure on batsmen. So Aldridge to Daryl Mitchell, he's in and bowls. Short, and this is pulled away down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs. He really got hold of that. Jack Leach was actually out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, but had no chance of getting round to his right to cut that off. It was absolutely hammered away through square leg by Daryl Mitchell. Takes him on to 70. That's his 6th 4. To go with 1-6 when he hit Casey Aldridge, I think it was, down the ground over the long on boundary. And Casey Aldridge gets something in his eye as he's running in. Just has a quick chat with Matt Henry as he walks back. Here he comes again. He's in and bowls. This is... I thought he got a nick on that for a moment. He went for the square cut, did Daryl Mitchell, to a wide ball, and it just bounced a little bit more than he was expecting and went over the top edge of Mitchell's bat through to Stephen Davis. No appeal, but anxious moment. Daryl Mitchell just puts up his hand to stop Casey Aldridge in his tracks. He's clear to go now. He's in and bowls, and Mitchell is looking for a quick single and judges it really well. Again, just pushing that into the offside, taking pace off the shot, setting off straight away. Almost his stride as he played the defensive shot was the first stride in his run. They got there comfortably enough. 254 for 7, just 107 runs behind now, Lancashire. Partnership
building nicely here. Mitchell's been superb, hasn't he?
He has. Aldridge in and bowls. Has played into the onside. He's looked like a test match batsman, hasn't he? Yep. There's been a good mixture of control and aggression. Good running between the wickets. He's had his outside edge passed once or twice, but no really anxious moments. Aldridge, he's in bowls, and this is driven and will be cut off at mid-off by Josh Davey. We will get one more over in before tea. At the moment the clock's saying 15. Oh, it's just ticked over to 15:58. But we've only got one ball remaining in this Casey Aldridge over, so Jack Leach will bowl the last over before tea as Aldridge is in and bowls to Hartley. He turns that down to long leg, where James Rue does the fielding, and there are overthrows here, and there could be 4 of them. Tom Lammonby, and they've come back for... How many runs in total was that? 5?
Was it?
I don't know. I was.
Well, wait, yeah. I think the.
Wasn't watching the batsmen how many overthrows they took. But, certainly 2.
That flashes up on the scoreboard on the far side. They're waiting for clarification themselves, actually. Yeah, the scoreboard hasn't ticked up. 3. They ran 3 in the end.
So it's 4 in total. No, it's not. It's 3 in total.
3.
Oh, yeah. So just the single and the 2 overthrows. Oh.
There's Leach into to Hartley. Bit of hesitation, but we agreed that there was a single there. And just dropped out towards the offside. They're going to look at each other a little bit, and then thought, "Yep, we can jog through for 1." 258 for 7. Over number 24. This for Jack Leach. 1 for 50. He's around the wicket to Mitchell. It's pushed back along the ground. Gathered by Leach off his own bowling. 71 not out on his Lancashire debut, Daryl Mitchell. Leg slip in place. Goes on the reverse. Oh, and plays it beautifully. Reverse sweeps for 4. Nicely timed. Mitchell played that reverse sweep a few times in the innings. And gets that away to great success. 262 for 7. Mitchell now moves on to 75. And with that, becomes top run scorer in the innings for Lancashire, going past Balderson's 71. Takes another single here, just drops it into the offside and gets through for 1. Lammonby picks up and throws in towards the keeper's end. 76 not out, Daryl Mitchell. 263 for 7.
And we haven't seen any of Tom Lammonby's left arm seam. As far as I know, he is fit to bowl, as he wasn't for most of last season, but not being trusted by Tom Abel.
Leach sets off and stops and does it twice, actually. Now he feels like he's okay to come in and bowl. And Hartley goes up onto his toes and with a little wristy shot works the ball away to the leg side. Tom Abel fields and polishes the ball and loops it back to Leach. And he'll complete the over and indeed complete the afternoon session. This is the last ball of it. And Hartley hammers it away through the offside. It will be cut off. Hartley will come back for 2. And he will be 17 not out. And Mitchell 76 not out. And Lancashire at tea on the 3rd day are 265 for 7. To trail by 96. They're going down into double figures now. The deficit between these two sides, that second new ball produced a good spell for Somerset. They found a wicket, but just the one wicket, and I guess the key one they wanted, he's still there batting. Daryl Mitchell on 76.
Yeah, he's played very well. Daryl Mitchell looked every inch the international batsman. The Somerset bowlers have plugged away well on a pretty unresponsive strip. And I think there won't be much between the first innings scores of these two sides.
So that is tea. The players are making their way off. We'll have a little break as well. 265 for 7, Lancashire. So 96 behind. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes.
It's incredible. You don't see any other regions doing something like this, so it's like I said, such a privileged position. And obviously there's so much excitement about women's cricket in India at the moment with the WPL going on. Obviously we've got Sophie Eccleston representing Thunder over there and Tara Norris as well, and they've both done brilliantly, so it'll be nice to catch up with them. But yeah, it feels like a really great time to be going to places like that and being a female cricketer, and hopefully we can make the most of it and, you know, get stuck into the conditions and I think just get some learning done, because that's what pre-season tours are about.
The training sessions that we had in Dubai, the Sevens ground, at the ICC Academy was absolutely fantastic. We obviously played 3 games there and played some really good cricket. So we're really happy with how the players have developed, really across a fairly long and intense winter.
Exciting for me personally, like being born here. It brings back a lot of memories. It's quite a special place for me, but especially for the girls, like having experienced these conditions or this type of culture. But everyone's really embraced it and absolutely been loving it out here. Not seen my family in a very long time. It's been 7 years, and for them to just come out and like watch me play and watch the girls play and just see what I do, it's really special.
Why are you going so fast so that you got down yet? Oh, we're going together.
Obviously it's quite famous for its spin tracks, and you know the facility we got was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, last year we were competitive in vast majority of games and we're unfortunate not to get over the line and get a few more wins. I'm hoping this year we can do that and really push on. Today's around our approach and our mindset. Our focus can only be on performance and making the best of today. Basil, the few things that you want to share about this ground, etc., isn't it?
For me, I remember coming here with England, and the reason why we come here and train is because they took 10 Dulgers from here. It has got some real legacy to it.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
I'm so ready.
Looking forward to captaining, are we?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. I've never done it before. Something different. Girls? Yeah. See? Good all. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. There's been so much learning, and I feel like we can hopefully take this on into our games here, but as well as the season.
Comes to join us for drinks. Really special. Energy! Turn and pro, mate. Yes, Libby! I was a little bit slowed by. I think I've not played much cricket for a while, so I think it just comes down to that. But it did click that day. I think obviously it got quite a big score, and I felt great. And I think it finally came together.
Terrific all-round performance. Even when things go slightly against us, we're not losing the fight. We're staying in it and showing a lot of character. The way we've gone about this business today is nothing short of outstanding in terms of batting, without a shadow of any doubt. But that's the way we need to play cricket, and that's really important. We keep moving on. Another game in 2 days' time. We're playing the women's state team.
One last thing, always celebrate 100.
Yeah.
Love it!
Synchronised swimmers. Absolutely amazing. I think it's just good to get some cricket outdoors and put everything what we've done in the winter into practice, and it's been really good. It's been a really good tour and we've got a lot out of it as a team. we've got a few new players, a few fresh faces over the winter. I think just playing outdoors has been great, so we know like how each other works, and yeah, it's definitely brought us all together as a team. Definitely a lot closer now.
The signing of the 3 players have made such an impact by way of maturity and cricket experience, which is rubbing off throughout the winter on the rest of the young players, and I think that's a really good thing, and I think bodes well for hopefully will be a really positive summer, but really strong foundations to be successful moving forward. Come on, Frosty. Come back. All the best, mate.
Pendleton's ever had a hat trick there.
That we'd have won 4 out of 5 games, we'd have probably taken it. But I think more importantly, like the way we've gone about our cricket these last 2 weeks is exactly what we've spoken about for the winter and also for the last few years. So I think from my point of view, it's been brilliant to see. It's been brilliant to see different people contributing as well.
In those moments, that's where we just need to be brave. We talk about being fearless. It's still hitting the ball hard.
As we say, it's a tour to start getting closer and closer to the season. So for me, we're on the right track. I've absolutely loved it, and thank you very much for having the season.
Been involved in the game a long time. When the England women's cricket team in 2014, my job was to help the transition of that from amateur to professional. We're doing the same thing here at Lancashire with the Thunder. But the support that Hilton's offered us has been absolutely fantastic, and it makes such a difference because to be travelling, it's not just a cricket development opportunity, which clearly we've taken that with both hands, but also it develops the players as people. Players have really bought into the training here, but also the culture and the people of Mumbai. It's been a fantastic experience. Look, I'm a big believer that anything's possible. I think it'll be a really positive season, and we're going to really look to push and just see if we can surprise a few teams and see where we can get.
She's like Jimmy Nicholas. There she is. Oh, Mother God's name, how good. I think the girls are so excited to be here, and what an opportunity, for the girls to come out and play some cricket outside. And after a long winter indoors, it's brilliant to be outdoors in the sun.
I always love coming back to the Thunder and being around a great set of girls, and you can see the excitement from them that they're getting the opportunity to be outdoors. I think, you know, being at Emirates Old Trafford for a winter can be quite a slog sometimes, so I think getting the opportunity to get out here, you can tell there's a lot of excitement in the group, and I think they're all chomping at the bit to play a bit of cricket now, which is a great place to be.
Good morning, let's go.
was a little bit of a shock. It's been really nice to just get outside, and yeah, no better place I'd rather be. So yeah, the girls are really excited. For us as a group, it gives us a really good chance to play some cricket before our competitive games as well, and put into practice a lot of the things we've done this winter. So yeah, to get the opportunity to do that abroad in different conditions as well, it's just fantastic. So yeah, we're really grateful to Hilton and to the club for giving us this opportunity.
It's great to test the fitness that the girls have put in over the winter. It translates into being able to hold your skills longer or concentrate longer in the field. So it's good to see how the girls are developing. Obviously been away from the group for about 2 months now, and that skill level just seems to keep going up and up, which is obviously what you expect when you're professionalising more of the girls and they're getting more time on task. Like the lads, for a lot of them, they aspire to be professional cricketers from such a young age, like maybe when they first get into the age group system at Lancashire, whereas it's still relatively new for our girls and there's still a lot of unknown about what the pathway looks like, but what we do know is that there's professional contracts available now, and that's so exciting. Yeah, I think we're unbelievably lucky. Hilton have obviously put a lot of money into this and allowed us to have the same opportunities that the men get every year, which is, I think, a really proud feature of our club at Lancashire. I think the equality that they treat the girls with is fantastic. So yeah, I think we're all really grateful, but equally we know that there's a lot that we can learn out here, and we're trying to use the opportunity to get us all better at cricket.
Gonna get her out, LBW. Over the wicket, slide it on. Ah! There it is, that's the one, yes!
From my perspective, everybody has really moved forward in the winter significantly. So today is our first opportunity to put in a really good performance based on the back of the winter that we've put in.
I think that score doesn't just reflect how we've batted. I think that's a really good score on this pitch, okay? And what I'm really excited for is to see all this stuff that we've done in the winter will pay off in the New Day. So, be thunder. Ready thunder and go. Oh, Sarah! This one.
Well, it's a lovely afternoon for a little get-together and watch a bit of cricket and have a drink. It's glorious here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we're into the evening session on the third day. Barely a patch of cloud in the sky. Look at that, blue sky all across the place. Ground bathed in sunshine. It's not sunshine in here, but it's a good view, though. It's a good view, we'll give it that. We're about to resume after tea with Daryl Mitchell on 76 and Tom Hartley on 17. And Lancashire 265 for 7. Can Mitchell get a debut century? He looks nicely placed for it. He's battered beautifully through the course of the day. Really has held the innings together for Lancashire. And Somerset would have been absolutely eager for that new ball, to have prized him out with a new ball, but it didn't happen. It hasn't happened just yet. It'll be Casey Aldridge who's got the task of trying to do that straight away after the tea interval.
Casey Aldridge, who's been the least threatening of Somerset's four-seamers. Here he comes from the Statham end, in bowls to Mitchell, who just turns him almost casually away to Jack Leach, fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary for the first run of the evening session, in which we will have 39 overs. So it's not the longest evening session of the season, I think. Can't remember whether it was against Lancashire. No, I think it was Northants when we had 46 overs, or was that Lancashire? I can't remember, but it was 46 overs evening session.
That's a.
Well, there was rain and they took tea
session.
early.
Right.
That was the reason for it. This is turned up to Matt Henry at mid-on.
I've got a message from Carl, because we mentioned you went for we both went for a pint at the Britain's Protection.
Yeah.
And he says, have you mentioned to your colleague about the Manchester Real Ale Crawl or Trail? And I did. I mentioned that to you, didn't I?
You did.
Taunton, yeah. The Manchester Evening News put together this real ale crawl through the city of Manchester.
Aldridge in and bowls, and this is played firmly into the offside, but not for a run.
And yeah, it was a nice little trip to do. So yes, thank you, Carl, for the message. Did mention that to Anthony. I'm not sure if you're going to do it tonight.
As I often say, there are lots of good pubs in Manchester, as indeed there are in Birmingham and Leeds. They'll be my favourite real ale cities, I think.
I can sense a book coming on.
This is defended up to mid-off.
Did you a publication soon enough, aren't you? Yeah.
Well, there's one coming out in the autumn.
Excellent. Can you give us a sneak preview?
It's about a golfer called Ernie Ford, very few people have ever heard of.
Right.
But he went round the championship course at Burnham Barrow in Somerset in '73, back in 1912, using just his putter. As this is hammered away, down, backward a square through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot from Tom Hartley, who really went after that ball wide outside his off stump. 270 for 7. Yeah, Ernie Ford, and then he emigrated to the US in 1916 and ended up as professional at Oakland Hills, which is one of the swankiest golf clubs in America, and they played the 1924 US Open there. And he was professional, and he was a local boy from Barrow in Somerset. Boy caddy. This is defended back to him. Not a great deal is known about Ernie Ford, and I haven't been able to trace any of his relatives either, so I've had to use a bit of imagination with some of the detail.
And he used just his putter?
Yeah, just his putter, yeah.
All right.
And Burnham is a very, very difficult golf course with bunkers all over the place. And he had to get out of his bunkers. He would face away from the direction he wanted to hit the ball if he got it in a bunker, and hit it with the heel of the club and get it out that way. And he learnt all his golf as a boy caddy, just playing with his mates on the golf course when nobody was around. A bit like Seve Ballesteros in more recent terms, who could do almost anything with a 3-iron. Could Seve? I think Seve could probably have, rivaled Ernie Ford with his 3-iron going round Burnham in '73. But yeah, it's a good story. Local boy made good.
Matt Henry to open up from the Jimmy. We did not stage that, by the way. That was impromptu. Henry to Mitchell.
And it's not published yet anyway, so we can't very well plug it.
It's defended by Mitchell for no run. Henry having a go from the Anderson end. I seem to feel he's predominantly bowled from this Brian Statham end.
He's bowled every over from this Brian Statham end. Interesting ploy by Tom Abel.
In comes Henry to Mitchell. He almost played it on the walk there, Mitchell. Just a half shuffle forward, and then as he made nice clean contact with the ball, he carried on walking through for a single. Moves on to 78 not out. 271 for 7. Brings Hartley back on strike. I was going to send a message downstairs to our colleagues in the written media box, and in particular to the great Ken Grime, about centuries on debut. As Hartley's inside edged it past the stumps.
Oh.
Well, Henry's been a bit unfortunate to Hartley, both this afternoon and now straight after tea. He's got the inside edge of Hartley's bat on quite a few occasions, but on every single occasion, just like this latest one, it's not gone on to hit the stumps.
Just over the top of middle stump.
A slice of good fortune, but Ken's been in touch actually with centuries on the first appearance for Lancashire. We'll keep across that because Mitchell's not too far away. So thank you, Ken. On the ball as ever. 275 for 7. It's played back down the pitch by Hartley towards Henry. He's got 2 for 58, but I probably count himself a bit unlucky not to have had at least another one. Bowling for the first time from the James Anderson end. He bowled a beautiful spell with the second new ball in tandem with Craig Overton a little earlier on this afternoon. Henry to Hartley, and that's played up to mid-off. George Bartlett fields, and there's no run. 275 for 7. So some very good debut performances from both sides here. Henry with bat and with ball. Mitchell with bat and with ball. So they've both contributed. Henry to Hartley. Up onto his toes again, trying to force the ball away. It comes off the inner half of the bat and just deflects away to mid-wicket. There's Tom Abel, the Somerset captain. He's always busy, Tom Abel.
Yep.
Always in the game.
The irrepressible Tom Abel.
What did I christened him the Prince of Taunton, didn't I?
You did, absolutely, when he got that... I can't remember how many he got now, but it was... He got 100.
He did.
So, Aldridge is going to continue from this Statham end. I think I'd give Jack Leach a go from this end. Ring the changes a bit, try and make something happen. Aldridge in to bowl to Mitchell, who drives down the ground for 6, I think. Yep, 6 it is, just down below us. You heard the thump as the ball went into the boundary boards. Nice controlled swing of the bat from Darryl Mitchell. Score moves on to 281 for 7. I'll have a good look at the ball. I expect bang into the boundary boards. Mitchell on to 78.
It went with a thud, that, didn't it?
Didn't carry the boundary rope by very much, but enough. Aldridge bowls, and this is played into the misunderstanding, and Tom Lammonby didn't know which end to throw at, and in the end hesitated too long. They were stranded in mid-pitch, the two batsmen, as Hartley thought there was a single, well, one or the other thought there was a single there, and then they stopped, and Lammonby looked up, saw that they were in mid-pitch and didn't know which end to throw at. Missed opportunity. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is a fine, well, I would say a fine offside shot. In fact, it came off a thick edge. It's gone down to the third man boundary for 4 more, and it looks like Darryl Mitchell is going to attack. 2 big shots played in the over. One a very handsome one, the other just slightly streaky.
50 partnership. 52 from 87 balls between Mitchell and Hartley.
Hartley has nearly half of them, 25. 285 for 7. Aldridge is coming in for some punishment here. This is turned into the onside. There could be 2 here. They're coming back for the second as Leach sends in the return. Good running that. 287 for 7, just 74 behind now. Lancashire with Saqib Mahmood in next, and then question mark as to whether James Anderson will bat. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is played away through the offside. There'll be more runs here. Matt Henry doing the fielding. He's got a good arm. And they'll settle for 2, but that's 6, 10, 14 runs off the over so far. Still 1 ball remaining. Hasn't been at his best, Casey Aldridge. And on a good pitch, he's there for the taking by Daryl Mitchell. He's in and bowls. Mitchell drives, and a good piece of fielding by Tom Abel. Daryl Mitchell count himself unlucky there. It was a beautiful off drive which he timed to perfection, but Abel quickly down to his right to cut it off. It's still an expensive over. Abel deep in conversation with Matt Henry. End of that over, 289 for 7, 92 now to Daryl Mitchell, on the verge of his first century for his new club. Tom Hartley, 25.
Yeah, 14 off that over from Casey Aldridge. There's barely anything coming off the from the other end. Matt Henry's bowled beautifully through the course of the day, but able to capitalise on that last one from Aldridge. Well, Hartley's had a wee bit of good fortune go his way. A couple of inside edges which could easily have ricocheted back onto the stumps. He's waiting for Henry to start again. And that's flicked away to backward square leg for 1 run. Rocks back and kind of half pulls it towards Aldridge, who comes up from the boundary.
I think Lancashire taking a bit of a leaf out of Somerset's book. If you remember, Somerset were going along slowly for a long part of their innings, and then right towards the end, after the advent of Craig Overton, they really accelerated thanks to Overton, and then Matt Henry with a rapid 50 not out added some quick runs at the end, and I think that's what Lancashire are looking for as well.
290 for 7. Mitchell plays forward in defence, and there's no run. They've got themselves, well, going to get themselves a second batting bonus point here, aren't they? They're 10 runs away from that.
Might even get a third.
Yeah, I was thinking they can have a little dart at maybe getting to a third. It's possible. Certainly if Hartley and Mitchell stay together, I think it would have to be these two that would get Lancashire somewhere near that if they could. It just rolls away, I think, off the hip. With a thigh pad, perhaps. No bat on it, I don't think. No, leg by, signalled by the umpire. Score moves on to 291 for 7. So Mitchell remains on 92. He brings Hartley back on strike. 26 not out, Tom Hartley. Deficit is 70. Tom Abel has positioned himself at square leg, which is actually just behind square, to the left of the square leg umpire. And then there's a deep square leg, mid-on, mid-off, cover. A couple of slips in place. Ooh. And Hartley has a little follow of that delivery from Henry. He has probed away beautifully, hasn't he, through the course of the match, Henry.
Tom Hartley's had a fair amount of good fortune out there, I think it would be fair to say. Inside edges that have narrowly missed the stumps and played and missed a few times.
He's 26.
One off it, he gloved into the onside, but fell safe. It could have gone almost anywhere.
Again, just has a little flirt outside the off stump as Henry continues to probe away through to the keeper. And there's no run. There we go, a little push at that did Tom Hartley. Just signals that maybe there's just a little bit of shape away. 91 for 7. Final ball of the over. Henry from around the wicket. Short. Rocks back. Pulls. And it was almost a spectacular catch from Tom Abel.
He got a hand to it.
He did. It was a valiant effort, just swatting that one away. And look at this. Abel was chasing after it, went for it, reaching for it, got one hand on it.
Would have been a miraculous catch.
It landed safely to the relief of Hartley and to the frustration of Tom Abel and Somerset. 292 for 7 at the end of the over. Hartley has 27. Mitchell has 92. Craig Overton's enjoyed a good game in the wickets. Somerset's big bowler finding the outside edge. Caught down the leg side. Stephen Croft, a good take from Stephen Davis. And then Balderson caught behind again by Davis. And then eventually Bell caught well at second slip. 4 wickets for Overton today.
Here's Aldridge, who took that catch at second slip. This is why... Oh, and that's gone down as well, I think. Craig Overton this time. Incredibly difficult chance. Went like a rocket. Low to his left at second slip. As Hartley really went after that. Did he get a hand on it?
I think he did, yeah. It did absolutely fly, didn't it?
Well, if anyone was going to take that catch, it was Craig Overton. But
yeah,
even he couldn't cling on. So successive dropped catches, but that's a pretty harsh thing to say. This is and I think this was there was a nick on that as well. It's gone down to a very fine leg. Stephen Davis, it wasn't a chance. Landing short of Davis and just couldn't get down on it in time. Can't blame the wicketkeeper on that occasion, but it's 4 more runs, 296 for 7, and Hartley, he's leading a charmed life at the moment. And poor old Aldridge can't believe his bad luck. He's in and bowls to Hartley short, and Hartley swings completely out of control at that short delivery from Aldridge. Could have gone anywhere. I think it clipped him on the helmet.
I think it did, yeah.
I think he's... Well, Craig Overton just... Well, I think it's caught him on the... just on the side of the forehead. He's running, and Nigel Long gives him a encouraging pat on the shoulder. He's quite badly shaken up.
He is, isn't he? Yeah.
Whether he'll be allowed to continue remains to be seen. Daryl Mitchell just having a chat with the Lancashire. Was that 12th man there in the high vis?
Yeah, Jack Blatherwick.
And the physio is there as well.
Yeah, he's rubbing the side of his forehead, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's going to have to...
Well, he potentially might have to, yeah.
Go off. Physio's looking at the helmet now.
Seemed to hit him flush on the kind of front of the, or just to the side of the helmet.
I think it's dislodged part of the lining of the helmet.
Right. Yeah, new one.
Helmet required.
Yeah. See here on the replay. Yeah.
Ouch.
Well, Tom's having a drink and he's having a natter to his teammates and colleagues there.
Yeah, I think he's going to carry on.
I think he will. Yeah, just precautionary kind of observations being carried out. Daryl Mitchell is 8 away from 3 figures. Oh, Luke Wood's come out with a bag of tricks here and he's dropped a helmet.
Bag full of helmets. Obviously don't know what Tom Hartley's size is. Daryl Mitchell's putting his helmet back on. It was a fairly wild swish at that, wasn't it?
Certainly a positive approach. Now, what's in this magic bag here? What's in here?
Does Hartley get into the Lancashire white ball side?
I think yes, absolutely will. Yeah, I think he'll play quite a big part actually. I think it'd be quite interesting to watch him and where he bats in that T20 lineup. I could see him perhaps kind of just floating up and down a little bit depending on situations in the game. But yeah, he's a very good white ball player. Got a 100 contract again with the Originals, and I think he's going to play a really important part for Lancashire in the Blast with bat and with ball. He can certainly hit it.
Yeah, he's got a good average as well in first-class cricket, 32.8 in 13 first-class games before this one, all of them for Lancashire. And he seems to have moved ahead of Jack Morley in the pecking order.
I think he has, yeah. I think they do really like Jack Morley, and he's clearly a very talented spinner, but I think what you get with Hartley is he's just a bit more of an all-round package. He's a very good batter and he's a fine fielder.
You're not missing any cricket. There's ministrations going on out there.
Daryl Mitchell's having a chill out here.
Yeah.
Blame him. Have a sit down, have a relax.
He does look very relaxed as well, chewing away.
Yeah. 92 not out on his debut. Just a reminder, if you have just joined the coverage, either on Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website and app, into the third day of this game between Lancashire and Somerset. On a beautifully warm day in Manchester. A decent number of spectators all dotted about. Lancashire into their first innings. They're 296 for 7, so they're 65 runs behind.
I think they shouldn't really. If he needs treatment, he ought to be going off the field of play. It's been a long delay. He's all right now. He's put his helmet back on. We're going to get a resumption of play. And some sympathetic applause around the ground for Tom Hartley. How many of these two added together? It's gone past 50, haven't they? Yes, they did go past 50 before tea.
63. 63 from 99 balls, these two.
So, eventually we resume. Casey Aldridge from the Statham end into bowl to Hartley, full of length and driven up to Josh Davey at mid-off. That was the fourth ball of this Casey Aldridge over. Aldridge none for 81 in 17.4 overs. It's been the least economical of the Somerset bowlers by some margin. It's bowling to Hartley now. Hartley turns this away down to long leg, where Lammonby is fielding, one of 3 boundary fielders on the leg side for the left-handed Tom Hartley. They take a single, 297 for 7. Mitchell on 92 will have strike. Mitchell has taken a bit of a fancy to Casey Aldridge.
Yeah.
Hit him down the ground over long off for 6 in his previous over, and took 2 more boundaries and a couple of 2s, 14 off the over that was. Aldridge in and bowls to Mitchell, who contents himself with turning this into the onside, and they're going to try and turn 1 into 2, and the throw will come in and they'll be home comfortably enough. Jack Leach, the fielder, and means that Hartley will have the strike at the start of the next over, which will probably be bowled by Matt Henry, who has 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 60. It's not figures don't really do him justice. He's bowled fast.
Yep.
He's bowled accurately as well. Combination of good line and length and high pace. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley.
Yeah, he's probed away beautifully, hasn't he? Searching for that wicket. Hartley plays it out towards point and there's no run. It's been a bit unfortunate. I agree. Matt Henry could have easily had at least another one to his name in this match. 299 for 7, so Lancashire on the verge. Second batting bonus point. So far the bonus points, Somerset have picked up 4 and Lancashire have picked up 3. Soon to be 4-4 with one more run. Henry's put 3 fielders back on the leg side. Hartley is caught out looking to try and pull last week at Notts. He's caught out in the deep. And there's 3 there just in case he takes on a short ball. This is pitched up though, and it's pushed away into the offside, and that does bring up the 300. So that's 300 for 7. So within 61 of the Somerset first innings total, and the addition of a second batting bonus point. 300 for 7. Hartley moves on to 33. It brings Mitchell on strike.
Distant roar from the other Old Trafford.
Yeah. A second goal for Manchester United, perhaps.
They won up, are they?
They were 1-0 up. Yeah, that's what they said on Radio Manchester in my last update. Mitchell, 94 not out. Henry in and balls him, beautifully timed. Away through the leg side, gorgeous looking shot. It's going to bring him a couple of runs. Just eased away. Moves on to 96 not out. 302 for 7. Well, he has looked every bit the international player, Darryl Mitchell. International player in outstanding form for his country in both formats, one-day international cricket and Test cricket. It's forward and defends. It's pushed up towards mid-off and there's no run. A pretty handy player for Lancashire to have to coming in batting this low down as well. Comes Henry to Mitchell again, just dropped away into the offside and there's no run.
Yes, Somerset have got Casey Aldridge in quite tight at extra cover, just to cut off that quick single from the push into the offside.
Two slips waiting, final ball of the over. Henry bowls and Mitchell runs it down to third man. And that's 4, and that's his century on debut for Darryl Mitchell. A real stellar innings. High-class performance, showing all his international quality. And what a way to start your Lancashire career. Wickets in the first innings, runs as well. He's 100 not out from 173 balls faced, and becomes the 11th player to have scored a century on debut for Lancashire.
Yeah, very fine innings, very classy innings from a very classy batsman, and his tempo has been just about right. He started off quite quickly, just made his mark with a couple of hits down the ground, and then was content just to nudge it around, pick up the 1s and 2s. He's run the singles really well and turned 1s into 2s, and then just in the last, well, since tea really, accelerating up to his 100, looking to dominate, looking to carry Lancashire to a 3rd batting point and past Somerset's total, quite possibly. Yeah, terrific innings. Aldridge is going to bowl to Hartley, 2 slips. He's in and bowls. Hartley swings this away, it's in the air, it's going to go for 6. It does indeed. Pick-up shot over straight mid-wicket out into that vacant area. Tom Abel goes thoughtfully to retrieve it. No doubt someone will do the honours and return it to him. And he looks at the ball just to make sure it isn't damaged from having landed on the tarmac there. Gives it a polish, so it's clearly okay. Hartley with that 6 moves on to 39. Useful contribution, 312 for 7.
Yeah, they've got a chance of 350 here, haven't they?
They certainly have. Yes, bowlers looking a little bit weary now. And Aldridge gone for 90 now. He's in and bowls to Hartley, who lofts this down the ground over the top of Matt Henry, who goes in pursuit and may just have pulled it in. No, he doesn't. We can't see the fielder. He's down below us, but we can see the umpire signalling 4. So successive boundaries conceded by Casey Aldridge, plundered by Tom Hartley, who's in a plundering, piratical mood.
Well, he's had a bit of good fortune, hasn't he?
Plenty of good fortune.
Making the most of it. Oh, there goes the dive, almost.
Here comes Aldridge again into bowl to Hartley. This is short and smashed away over the offside, down to third man for 4 runs. 6-4-4. This is not very good from Casey Aldridge, it has to be said.
This is right up Hartley Street. He's obviously got a bit of a licence to have a go here. We've seen him do this now a few times for Lancashire this season. He's looking for a third 50 of the summer. Top score of 73 not out, Tom Hartley, when he was unleashed against Essex at Chelmsford a few weeks back. Lancashire look to accelerate. Yeah, this is kind of right up his street. This is not particularly good bowling to him.
It's not. I don't know why Tom Abel hasn't got Jack Leach on from this end. There's nothing in it for the seamers. So where will this one go? Aldridge to Hartley, in and bowls, and it's a good ball, well played defensively. Back up the pitch. He's gone for 98 now in 18.4 overs, so he's going at 5 and over. Is Casey Aldridge, which compares with his fellow bowlers. Overton 2.36 as Aldridge is in and bowls, and this is another defensive shot. Matt Henry 2.91, Josh Davey 3.5, Jack Leach 2.37. Why not have your most economical bowler operating? And he has bowled with a lot of control. I was talking to Paul Edwards over a cup of tea just now, and Paul was saying how much Jack Leach's consistency has improved since these two sides met at Taunton. And this is played back to the bowler again, so
it's a good comeback, that wasn't it, to be fair?
It was. 6-4-4 and then ...
Yeah.
320 for 7 after exactly 100 overs, 10 more overs, in which Somerset will be looking to pick up 2 more wickets for a third bowling point. And well, I think the third batting point pretty much nailed on, unless Somerset can pick up these last 2 or 3 wickets. But for as long as Darryl Mitchell is out there, and indeed Tom Hartley, who's on the verge of 50, even a 4th batting point not completely out of the need to go along at 8 runs and over.
Which will be a struggle off Henry's bowling. This is flashed out through the onside by Mitchell out towards deep mid-wicket, but Henry will be a little tougher to try and get away. Mitchell moves on to 101 not out. It's 321 for 7.
Tom Abel having a chat with Matt Henry, bringing George Bartlett in off the long off boundary. Probably just as well for Darryl Mitchell he didn't get hold of that attempted on drive, because there was a man waiting for it. George Bartlett down on the long on boundary.
Well, he sacrificed a slip, so down to 1 slip. Third man drops down to the boundary. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square leg. It's a third man and then 2 on the leg side boundary. Actually, there's and a fine leg as well. And again, that's hooked away towards Abel.
Abel, and takes the catch.
And this time he doesn't fail, albeit the previous attempt was a tough one.
that was a fairly straightforward one. And well, Somerset have got their got the wicket of Tom Hartley. They'd rather have got the wicket of Daryl Mitchell, but Hartley's batted well for his 47 off just 69 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6, and I guess Scott Reed has done exactly the job that his captain would have wanted him to do.
I agree, yep. Excellent 47. Out looking to hook as he did actually last week at Trent Bridge. So Nottinghamshire bowled quite short to him, and they put 3 on the leg side boundary, and he kept taking it on, and he did there again. But just like last week at Trent Bridge, he's caught out in the deep. Abel, having done his research, having seen the way that Hartley was dismissed at Trent Bridge on Sunday, has set the same trap, and Hartley's gone. But as you say, 47 from 69 balls has helped move the score along. He's done his bit.
Yeah, good to see Tom Abel taking the responsibility as well of positioning himself, the best fielder in the side, where he reckoned the ball was most likely to go in the air. So nearly took the spectacular catch in the previous over this time. Made no mistake.
So this could be the last man to come out and bat for Lancashire.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it, to see whether Jimmy Anderson... It'll be in some ways a measure of how serious this issue, as they've described it, actually is. Because if he doesn't come out, we'll assume that it's an issue of some significance, and vice versa if he does come out to bat. So I said before, I can't imagine the ECB would be happy for him to be risking aggravating a groin injury through running between the wickets.
I suppose in theory he could have a run though.
Yes, he could, because it's not a pre-existing condition.
So Emery into Mahmood. Jack's back in towards him. He comes off the inside half of the bat.
Matt Henry just looks to the heavens. So he's got his 3rd wicket.
322 for 8. Mahmood gets his first run. Brings Mitchell on strike. He deserves that 3rd wicket, Matt Henry. It's bowled well. It's been a good game for the New Zealanders on debut. And it's Henry to Mitchell again. Well, he's pleading for an LBW. The ball's deflected down to second slip. He can't believe he's not been given out. Matt Henry, his arms waving and flapping around and crouching down. He still can't quite believe he's not got that.
He's been in a not out frame of mind, Nigel Long.
Oh, he'd have loved that, wouldn't he, getting his mate out?
Yeah.
Albeit
must have been very close. Maybe a bit high.
Henry to Mitchell. Oh, he's looking to try and scoop it, and he has done. Over the slips and down towards the boundary. And I'm sure Matt Henry said, "Oh, nicely played, Daryl."
I think he's probably saying, "You must be joking, mate." Lucky so-and-so.
This really has been quite an enjoyable little contest when Matt Henry's been bowling to Daryl Mitchell. They've had a lot of fun, I think, trying to outdo each other. And he survives a sustained appeal for LBW, and the very next delivery he's kind of hopping across the stumps and scooping it over the slips for 4. So 326 for 8. Final ball of the over. Here's Henry to Mitchell. And he's pulled it straight to mid-wicket. 4th wicket for Henry. He does get Mitchell out, but not before Mitchell has gone on to score a really, really impressive debut century. Outstanding from Mitchell. I think that looks like it's it. Anderson's not coming out to bat. So Lancashire have closed their first innings on 326 for 9, with Mitchell 105. Caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Matt Henry, who finishes with 4 for 73.
Good to see the Somerset fielders joining in with the applause around the ground for a fine innings from Daryl Mitchell on debut. 105.
That is the Lancashire card, dominated by Mitchell's 105, but really good contributions from Balderson, who batted beautifully at the top, and then the enterprising 47 from Tom Hartley, helping Lancashire get over that 300 mark. Anderson not coming out to bat, suffering from this issue, groin issue, I think.
Groin issue.
The wickets for Somerset: Overton 4 for 52, Henry 4 for 73, 1 for Jack Leach as well. And the partnerships in the game, well, Balderson and Bohannon 67, Balderson and Mitchell 77, and then Mitchell and Hartley, the biggest partnership of the innings for Lancashire, adding 88 runs. So 326 all out, and that's 35 runs behind on first innings. It's certainly been a day that has belonged to Daryl Mitchell. He's played beautifully for his century. Just the 11th player to score a century on debut, the first since 2015. James Faulkner, the last player to do it, and he's enjoyed a very good day with the bat. So we'll take a little break, with this being the change of innings, and we will be back with you in around about 10 minutes time. There is a first innings lead for Somerset after bowling, well, effectively bowling Lancashire out. They finished 9 down with Anderson not coming out to bat, and they lead by 35 runs. into the final part of the evening session, with Somerset about to start their second innings. We've got 29 overs, it says on screen there. 29 overs to go today.
Well, they can't start just yet because there's a dirty, great, big, heavy roller in the middle of the pitch.
We had this, didn't we, the other day? Everyone was all in position, and we were waiting for... Bumble said it was 7 minutes it's allowed to be pushed up and down. I think he said 7 minutes. That roller goes back and forth and back and forth.
Premature coming out to the dressing rooms, eager to get on with it.
They are, yeah. So we're waiting for the heavy roller to do its bit. Slowly reversing back. The two opening batters are heading out for Somerset. It's a lovely evening, beautiful evening. The football's finished, and we'll be seeing quite a few extra bit of activity. There'll be people walking back to their cars away to our left-hand side, and there'll be people emerging on the far side of the ground behind the pavilion as well. There'll be people buzzing around now the football's finished as the other Old Trafford empties and people start making their way back to the cars, or maybe even stopping to watch a little bit of the cricket as well for a little while. Not a bad way to do, actually. Let the crowds disappear. Come and watch cricket for an hour, and then make your way home, having watched the footy.
I take it Man U have prevailed.
100%. Well, certainly had a couple of cheers, didn't we? I think they were 1-0 up. I mean, no idea whether it's finished 1-0 or not. The opening batters, Tom Lammonby and Steve Davis. It finished 2-0 for those that are interested. At the other Old Trafford. So yeah, there'll be a little bit of activity buzzing around. We've got a helicopter above us as well, and I'd say there'll be quite a few people streaming in towards the car park away to our left-hand side. Heavy roll was making its way off. Will Williams has got the new ball in his hand, presumably with Saqib Mahmood, who will have a chance to take the new ball from the other end with no Anderson. That's Tom Lammonby. He's Somerset's opening batter, and he's going to be preparing to face this first over from Will Williams. There's 4 slips in place. There's a fine leg, and there's a mid-wicket, there's a mid-on, wide mid-off, and point. There will be a 12th man on somewhere, obviously, because Jimmy's not out there. So who's on 12th man duties? I'm sure we'll be able to work that out. So the roller's slowly creeped off. It doesn't rush. It's all in its own time. Thumbs up from Will Williams. I think we're good to go. It's a 35-run lead for Somerset at the end of the first innings. And here's Williams to start us off. It's a nice little shape away from Lammonby into the gloves of George Bell. There is no run. So yeah, 29 overs to be bowled, and we're going to get them all in. The evening's lovely, blue sky and sunshine, so no problems with the weather. We'll get all these overs in,
and chance for both of these opening batsmen to get some runs under their belt. Conditions could hardly be more different to the ones they faced on Thursday morning.
Williams to Lammonby. He plays solid off the front foot and defends. Villas Fields, no run.
So yes, he does play a lot off the front foot, does Tom Lammonby. Some would say maybe a little bit too much. And he could do sometimes with just hanging back and playing good length balls in the crease, giving himself just that little bit more time to adjust to the moving ball.
I thought he played with great patience in the first innings, Lammonby.
He did.
Just leaves this one. he thought about it for a second. Shuffled back into the crease, didn't offer a shot. Getting that little bit of shape away. Taken by Bell. Good judgment shown by Lammonby. But I think just for a split second he thought about playing.
Well, he's one of those who takes guard on off stump, so he, in theory, he knows where his off stump is. Although I've seen him bowled not playing a shot more than one occasion. So it's not foolproof, that particular method.
Williams To Lammonby again, that's left. Judgment of his off stump.
Come on, Tom, play some shots. Well, I just think he looks so much a better player when he's playing his shots rather than either leaving or plunging right forward in defence. He's a very, very talented cricketer, Tom Lammonby, who hasn't, apart from 2020 when he scored those 3 centuries in the Bob Willis, he hasn't really fulfilled his potential yet.
I'm quite enjoying watching his immaculate judgment so far. So far. Williams to Lammonby has to play this delivery. Gets his first run, pushed away into the offside. Oh, there's Luke Wood. That's our 12th man. Luke Wood's at mid-wicket to field. And there's Luke Wood. He's on for Jimmy Anderson, who didn't come out to bat. So I think we can say with a degree of confidence he's going to play no further part in the match. But fingers crossed it is just a minor issue. And he'll be all fully fit in time for the busy test match summer coming up for England.
He's not a bad sub-fielder, Luke Wood.
Williams to Davis this time. And that's defended away to the leg side. And there's no runs. So that's the first over done. 1 run off it. It's 1 without loss. Lammonby 1 and Davis on 0. And I hear the sound of the heavy roller being fired up, but maybe just being moved. But we're looking over a beautiful ground here. It's the sun is shining. People are buzzing around. I say that just see people wandering back to their cars. There's all sorts of activity away to our left-hand side in that car park. And as the supporters head out from the other Old Trafford.
Does all of that area belong to Lancashire County Cricket Club?
Yeah, and I think they do kind of just say, look, generate some money by offering the parking. Yeah.
Yep. Why not? It's a big area, Old Trafford. It's a tremendously valuable asset for Lancashire County Cricket Club. So we're going to have Saqib Mahmood opening the bowling in place of Jimmy Anderson from the Anderson end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. Just the 2 slips. First slip, second slip and 4th slip, really. Gap between 2nd and 4th. The forward short leg as well. Josh Bohannon as Saqib Mahmood is in, and Lammonby plays this into the onside. Keeps it down well. A little bit of bounce there for Mahmood. It was from that end that Craig Overton got a fair amount of bounce, particularly with the second new ball. And the new ball is Lancashire's chance of making inroads into this Somerset top order. The longer the innings goes on, the easier batting becomes, as Mahmood is not into Lammonby, just loses his foothold. A bit of loose turf. Getting a close up on the live stream of the bowler's footmarks. There's no sort of pit there, an indentation with the scarring from the bowler's spikes. Mahmood tries again. Bohannon shielding his eyes from the sun at short leg. This is turned past him down to deep backward square leg, and they think about a second run but decide against it. It's just a single. 2 without loss means that Steve Davis has the strike. Steve Davis will be desperate to get a few runs, make his mark, make the case for him to open the innings at Lords against Middlesex on Thursday next week. There's Sean Dixon waiting in the wings, of course, who brought down from Durham as a specialist opening batsman to partner Tom Lammonby. Mahmood in bowls, and this is sort of involuntary under edge down through the slips, and they will come back for 2 runs. Not a particularly convincing shot, that from Steve Davis. It's retrieved by our summariser of this afternoon, Luke Wells. tall man wearing his cap at first slip. 4 without loss, 2 to each batsman. Mahmood to Davis. Lets this go outside the off stump. Little bit of away movement off the seam. Nothing in the way of swing really today. Not even Josh Davey, who's a sort of specialist swing bowler, could get it to move in the air. It's been a batting day, this, under bright sunshine. It's Mahmood in and bowls, and Davis will go for a quick single, well judged, taking a leaf out of Daryl Mitchell's book. Daryl Mitchell making a century on debut for Lancashire, and one of the hallmarks of what was a very fine innings was the running between the wickets, which he initiated, picking up quick singles, rotating the strike, turning ones into twos, injecting, particularly towards the end of his innings, a sense of urgency, of mission, and carrying Lancashire to 2 batting points in the end, and to within 35 of Somerset's first innings of 361. Mahmood to Lammonby, and there's another well-judged single. Lammonby too, just dropping that into the offside, setting off straight away for the single. 6 without loss after 2 overs, 3 to each batsman, and no alarms or excursions just yet for these 2 Somerset opening bats.
No. So that new ball worked nicely for Somerset. That second new ball, when that was taken a little bit earlier on today. I should be hoping for something similar with Williams and Mahmood. Williams bowled a mighty long spell, didn't he, in the first innings? In the end, he rattled out 30 overs, 3 for 71. In and balls to Lammonby. That's worked out towards Mahmood at wide mid on for a single. Score moves on to 7 without loss. Lancashire having to go through that second day without, well, a bowler light and no ordinary bowler neither. Obviously Jimmy's not batting. He's not out there again, so he's not going to be playing any further part in the match. That's edged, or it's burst with the fingertips of Croft.
That's a loose shot from Stephen Davis. He does do that so often. Just doesn't move his feet. So the way to get him out is just to float one up outside the off stump and say, have a drive at this.
Can't resist.
He can't.
That was a sharp chance. That went quickly to Croft. We saw quite a few opportunities put down, but that would have been a real stunner of a catch from Croft at Gully. And he kept hold of that one from Davis, but a chance for Davis, I suppose. It's a little delivery which Davis defends into the offside for no run. Flashing, but flashing hard, Steve Davis.
I mean, in many ways, those offside shots are his greatest strength, but they're also his greatest weakness. And what led to his demise last season, being dropped after the first series of championship matches, and his replacement by James Rue. He's been given a second chance. He needs to seize it.
Williams to Davis.
Shot.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. That's 4 away to square leg. Jack Blatherwick is on the field as well, so I don't know who else is off, but Blatherwick's at square leg there, retrieving the ball, but that was nicely glanced away off the pads for 4 runs to square leg.
Timed it beautifully.
Did. The roll of the wrist and turned out towards the square leg boundary for 4 runs. Moves on to 9, so 13 without loss. 2 balls left of the 3rd over. Williams to Davis. Oh, I think he's bowled him. He has. He's dragged it on.
He did.
Inside edge, back onto his stumps. And Davis has gone for 9. And Somerset lose their first wicket at 13 for 1.
Well, I'm afraid he hasn't made the case for his continued inclusion as wicketkeeper batsman. And again, it was the ball pitched up outside the off stump, which is undoing, not an outside edge into the slips these days, on this occasion, but an inside edge onto his stumps. It's very disappointing, because there are many of us who just love to watch Steve Davis batting, but I'm not sure how many more times we'll be able to in top-class cricket. Maybe he'll get another chance against Middlesex at Lord's, but we'll see. Tom Abel, yet again, coming out to the middle in the first half a dozen overs.
So, I mean, Davis has been brought back into the team because Sean Dixon's form's been poor. But they just made that change, have they? Not
Sean Dixon's been averaging 5, I think. He's hardly scored a run for Somerset, and he's been sent down to the seconds to get some runs and to restore his confidence. And Steve Davis, who historically has been a very successful opening batsman, particularly for Worcestershire and Surrey, given the chance and being given the gloves as well. But whether he'll get a second chance, I'm not sure. After, well, not just the shot that got him out, but the one that didn't get him out, but very nearly did when he was put down in the gully. So Tom Abel will face Somerset. Don't want to make a mess of this. Don't want to do what they did in the second innings down at Taunton.
Well, that needed Abel and Rue, didn't it?
It did.
To recover things. Williams to Abel. And that's left. Taken by George Bell. Well, it's the end of the over. It's an over which saw a lovely clip off the pads to square leg for 4. Beautifully timed by Steve Davis. And in the very next delivery, as he looks to drive into the offside, he's inside edged it onto his stumps. And Williams picks up the first wicket of the Somerset second innings. 13 for 1. Lammonby on 4. Abel on 0.
Yeah, and the game down at Taunton, Somerset were 49 for 1. That was the best opening partnership that Lammonby and Dixon put together, as Mahmood is into bowl to Lammonby, plays that defensively into the offside and there's no room. 53 for 2, 53 for 3 when Bancroft was caught behind off Tom Bailey, and 91 for 4, at which stage Somerset was still behind. And then we had the partnership of 66 between Abel and Rue, and then Gregory and Aldridge seeing Somerset safely home at the end after Abel and Rue were out in quick succession. This is outside the off stump, and no shot from Lammonby. I remember you getting quite excited when Abel and Rue were out and Lancashire were through to the bowlers. The all-rounders, Gregory and Aldridge.
Yes.
Somerset weren't very far ahead at that stage. No. Lancashire bowlers rampant. Mahmood, he's in and bowls to Lammonby, who turns this away nicely through the onside. That'll be 4 runs. He timed that well, did Tom Lammonby. Again, not a particularly good delivery from Shakib Mahmood on leg stump. There is a short leg there, but that was right off the middle of the bat, giving short leg Josh Bohannon no chance at all. So Lammonby moves on to 8, 17 for 1. The 1 being Stephen Davis, who played on, I think, inside edge back onto his stumps, looking to off drive. Mahmood to Lammonby outside the off stump, through to George Bell, who I thought batted well today. Good partnership between him and Daryl Mitchell. at the heart of that Lancashire innings, even though Tom Hartley contributed very usefully towards the end of it.
He did. It's quite a brave knock too, wasn't it? He
took a nasty bang on the head from big Craig Overton, who's about a foot taller than young George Bell. Mahmood in and bowls, and sets off for a single, does Tom Lammerby. Quite why he thought there was a single there, I do not know. Fortunately, he was sent back in a hurry by his captain at the other end, who didn't move at all. Lots of vocalisation from the Lancashire fielders. Josh Bohannon, quite noisy at short leg. Comes Mahmood again. He's in and bowls outside the off stump to Lammerby, who knows where his off stump is, as we were saying earlier on. End of that over. 4 overs have gone by. 17 for 1. Mahmood's gone for 9 runs in his 2 overs, and Will Williams 8 runs in his 2 overs, but the wicket of Stephen Davis.
This is Mahmood's last chance with the red ball to try and make an impact. Opportunity for Mahmood here. It's got the new ball. It's a great chance for him. Anderson unable to take to the field. So Craig Overton earlier on today bowled beautifully with it.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, from what we've seen today, I think Craig Overton ought to be ahead of Saqib Mahmood in the pecking order.
Yeah, it still looks like he's just kind of bowling his way back to form and fitness and confidence. He's had a very nasty injury to try and recover from. Williams in to Abel. Plays forward in defence and there's no run, but represents a great chance for him. Just the second game of the summer. Of course, the break now for the T20 Blast, in which he'll play a pretty major part, you would think, for Lancashire as well. In terms of red ball cricket, this today and tomorrow gives him a real chance to kind of lead the attack almost. He's at mid-on, he's chatting to Will Williams as he comes in and bowls again to Abel. Doesn't offer a shot. It's a good stride forward. Ball past the edge of the off stump and into the gloves of Bell. Good judgment from Abel, Somerset captain. A little tricky period this. The lead is 52, so they're 52 for 1 effectively. But don't want to get themselves into a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, safety first, I expect it'll be from Somerset batsman.
Williams to Abel. Comes in towards him and he has to defend with the full face of the bat. Bounces back down the pitch and gathered by Williams.
How many overs have we got? 24 overs after this, so 3 runs an over, 72. So that would mean the lead would be 120. And they'd have to bat all of tomorrow morning and into the afternoon to make themselves safe from defeat.
Williams to Abel, that's turned out to mid-wicket. And Abel gets a single, so he gets his first run. 18 for 1 now.
I can't see Somerset bowling Lancashire out on this in less than 2 sessions, so I'm sticking to my prediction of a draw, which was widely mocked by Somerset followers on Twitter this morning, saying I was being defeatist, but I think the pitch is going to have the last word here.
Well, I suppose we could try and dangle the carrot a little bit.
They don't tend to do that these days.
Okay.
No. I think dangling the carrot on this pitch would be a dangerous risk to take.
Dangerous dangle of a carrot. Lammerby defends. And Mahmood fields and there's no run. I suppose we open up the possibility of a Lancashire win that might therefore produce more chances.
Well, I think Somerset's perhaps best hope would be to lose 2 or 3 quick wickets this evening, and then for Tom Kohler-Cadmore to come in and start smashing it around, get a quick 150, And then either Somerset get bowled out or they declare before lunch tomorrow.
Williams sets off again, but he just kind of slowly ground to a halt, and something didn't feel right, so he turns and goes back to his mark.
Probably get, yeah, the best chance, get bowled out by 12 o'clock tomorrow. Tom Kohler-Cadmore having got a quick 100. and Lancashire needing, I don't know, 250 to win.
Oh, that'd be a good finish.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't
it? Yeah, that'd be a belting finish. Let's have that, please. Final ball of the over. And just defended by Lammonby off the front foot, turning it away to mid wicket, and there's no run. So that's 5 overs gone of the Somerset second innings. 18 for 1, Lammonby 8, and Abel on 1. That'd be for a thrilling final day, wouldn't that?
Yeah, it would.
I'll take that.
But I don't know. It's Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, talking about taking a leaf out of the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes playbook.
Well, let's see it on show.
Yeah, exactly. This is their chance to
draw out the equation.
Actions with words.
Draws are boring now.
I'll be very surprised. Right, another over coming up from Mahmood. He's bowling to a right-hander for the first time. Tom Abel down this end. 3 slips and a gully. No, 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip outside the off stump. Again, great excitement as that Abel, who I've also seen out bowled, not playing a shot.
That was a beautifully judged leave from Abel. Can't beat a good leave like that, can you? One that just whistles past the off stump, because everybody got excited, and Tom Abel's like, I absolutely knew exactly where that was, no problem. Terrific leave from Tom Abel.
Here's Mahmood in bowls to Abel, who, not sure whether that came off the shoulder of the bat or off his pad. Wasn't an entirely convincing defensive shot from Tom Abel. Ball just lifted on him a little bit. It's from that Anderson end that there has been some variable bounce, or what Jim Laker used to call invariable bounce. There's invariable bounce in this pitch. Great Jim Laker, who of course enjoyed his greatest day on this very ground back in 1956. This is turned away into the onside by Tom Abel. Nicely timed, but straight to
Jack Blatherwick.
Jack Blatherwick. A lovely name, that is, proper Lancastrian name.
Got some fancy sunglasses on too, hasn't he?
Yeah. Good bowler too, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Not seen him yet this season. Tough team to get into, but I'm sure he'll play his part as the season goes on.
Mahmood in and bowls, and Abel comes down quickly and hard on a good fast delivery, angled in at his off stump. But I think Matt Henry's been the quickest bowler on display in this game, followed by Craig Overton, followed by Saqib Mahmood, and then probably Jimmy Anderson, who was, I wouldn't say unplayable on Thursday morning, but he needed to be pretty good to keep him out. Mahmood in and bowls. Ooh, and that was a quicker delivery and big backlift from Tom Abel, but he got the bat back down in the nick of time. But Mahmood and the slips thought they were almost through there. As Luke Wells standing legs akimbo at first slip. Did an excellent session on summarising for us this afternoon.
He was great. Lovely to get him up.
Yeah. Very interesting it was. Mahmood in and bowls, and Abel again turns this into the onside, but can't get it past Blatherwick at square leg, and it's a maiden over. The first maiden of the innings. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Mahmood 18 for 1 is the score. 8 to Lammonby 1 to Abel. The man out is Steve Davis, who was bowled by Will Williams for 9.
Yeah, just the 2 bowlers used so far. 3 overs each for Williams and for Mahmood.
Kent batting down at Canterbury, having bowled Hampshire out. 274 runs behind, though. So they need 275 more to make Hampshire bat again.
Williams sets off again around the wicket to Lammonby. Ensures shows pretty immaculate judgment. No ball signalled by the umpire, actually. There we go.
It was George Balderson who was the guilty party with no balls in the Somerset first innings.
It was. He overstepped a few times, didn't he? 6 no balls.
6 no balls, yeah.
William just overstepping there. 20 for 1. 3 slips in a gully. Listen to the pads of Lammonby, just clips the ball out to Blatherwick. It's square leg. And there's no run.
Colin Smith on Twitter says, sad to see Davis go early again. Are we likely to see him in the county championship again? Good question. I don't know. Depends if Sean Dixon gets any runs for the seconds, I expect.
Williams to Lammonby. He runs here. Just hopping back and flicking the ball down towards Balderson, who comes up from the fine leg boundary. Lammonby moves on to 9. Somerset at 21 for 1. Brings Abel on strike. The left-hand, right-hand combination that we've got out in the middle. So fielders are all changing position with the right-hander, Abel.
Elsewhere, Middlesex have lost a couple of wickets in their match at the Oval against Surrey, 80 for 2. Still 91 runs behind.
Williams to Abel, plays forward. That's pushed into the offside, no run.
Kent 5 without loss.
So the kind of Surrey and Hampshire all in good positions there. Warwickshire have already won, haven't they, today? So.
Well, Warwickshire really the surprise package, aren't they? I mean, Surrey and Hampshire are expected to do pretty well, but Warwickshire don't look the strongest side on paper.
I think they've got a quite strong bowling attack. Williams to Abel. It's a glorious shot off the back foot. Down towards deep backward point. Just leant back and sliced the ball away. Take a look back at this. Lovely shot from Abel.
Yeah. Just opened the face, used his wrist to open the face, rehearses the shot. Yeah. Nice one, Tom.
So he's up to 5. 25 for 1. Lead of 60. That's the important figure here, really, isn't it? 60 for 1 effectively. Williams to Abel. That's worked through the onside. Another lovely looking shot from Abel. Will it reach the boundary rope? Yes, it will. Glorious timing by Tom Abel. Flashed away through mid-wicket on this occasion. Leans into it.
Yeah. Williams just overcorrecting. He was too far outside the off stump. The previous delivery that was cut down to wide third man for 4. And seeking to bring it back towards middle stump, just overdid it. Nice juicy leg stump half volley.
And Tom Abel's eyes lit up, I'm sure. And that's turned out through the onside. Oh, and it's beyond Balderson's reach, so Bohannon's chasing after it. They might think of 3 here.
Come on,
they do.
Back for 3, yeah, that's the way. Put the fielder under pressure. So that was a productive over for Somerset.
Yeah, started with a no ball and then a couple of 4s and then a 3.
What's happening in the second division? Gloucestershire, 132 for 4, replying to Derbyshire's 251 for 9 declared. Durham need another 92 runs to beat Yorkshire, but they're 6 down up at Chester-le-Street. Morgan have beaten Worcestershire Leicestershire 198 for 7, still 232 runs behind Sussex. So Sussex favourites down at, up at or across to. No, it is down from here, isn't it? Leicester.
Down and across.
Down and to the right. Here's Mahmood in and bowls to Abel. Plays that firmly back to the bowler. 32 for 1. Another 21 and 5 balls to go in the day's play, so we will be going until 7 o'clock again. But at least it's a lovely evening, and we've seen some good cricket today.
We have.
Mahmood in and bowls, and Abel. This rather skews off the outer half of his bat, all along the ground, out to cover point.
Got that leg slip in place here, haven't you, Lancashire? Josh behind the leg slip. 2 slips in the gully, and then behind.
I don't quite see. They must have seen something in Tom Abel. He can fail to keep the ball down, I think, playing a leg glance, and that's obviously been spotted by Lancashire. Mahmood in and bowls, and Abel quickly into a defensive shot. Lancashire have had plenty of opportunity to watch Tom Abel, as he got 100 against them in the first innings and 40 in the second innings down at Taunton. Very fine innings. The 100 in particular was 151, his career best. Tom Abel, 151 from 285 deliveries in the first innings and 40 exactly in the second. Here comes Mahmood in and bowls. This is punched away through the offside by Tom Abel. It's being enthusiastically pursued, but in vain, as it goes over the boundary rope at deep extra cover. 4 more to Tom Abel, taking advantage of a ball that was just a little bit too wide of off stump and just a fraction short. 36 for 1, Abel on to 16. Ball is tossed back to Mahmood. And Mahmood tries again in and bowls to Abel, who turns this into the onside. Vladimir Fields. Single is taken. 37 for 1. Tom Abel on to 17 from just 20 deliveries. This innings has a brisk tempo to it so far. He looks as if he is trying to move the game along. Somerset's lead now 72. They've lost 1 wicket in their second innings out of Stephen Davis. Floodlights casting long shadows across the field of play. Or one floodlight is. Mahmood in and bowls, and they're going for a quick single, and well judged. Well, that's, perhaps somebody's been having a word with Tom Lammerby about his running between the wickets and the importance of rotating the strike. They certainly did that very effectively there, and that's another over gone by. 4 overs for 15. Saqib Mahmood, 38 for 1 after 8 overs. Our Somerset with 10 to Lammerby and 17 to Tom Abel.
No need for the floodlights tonight.
No, certainly not.
Save on the Lecky bill. That'll please the chief executive. Keep the cost down. And just blue sky and beautiful sunshine for these 21 overs that we have today. Lead of 73. Williams to start again. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot by Lammonby down the ground for 4. Hit so firmly, punched right back from where it came from. Rattles into the boundary rope. Williams tried to stop it off his own bowling, but he had no chance. Lovely timing from Lammonby all the way to the rope for 4 runs. Moves on to 14 not out. 42 for 1. Williams from around the wicket. And Lammonby defends to mid-on where Mahmood fields. No run. He was superbly kind of disciplined and watchful and cautious in his approach on Thursday under pretty torrid batting conditions, in truth. Somerset were 12 for 3 and Lammonby batted for 184 balls for his 38. It's down the leg side. They're asking if there's a little bit of a bat on that, but not out, says the umpire. So he showed great discipline in that first innings, Tom Lammonby. And then in the end, he was out chasing a wide ball and was caught at second slip off the bowling of Daryl Mitchell, but didn't quite see all his wonderful array of shots that he certainly does possess.
Well, he was put down twice in the first couple of overs, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Off Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, Lancashire were a bit slippery in the slips, weren't they? They couldn't quite keep a hold of it. Williams to Lammonby. That's defended into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, they created 7, 8 chances maybe, all put down.
Yeah,
first
it's either 7 or 8, yeah. Some of them, well, a couple of them pretty tough.
Yeah, yeah. There's a couple of return chances, weren't there?
Yeah. That were Jimmy Anderson had one that either sticks or doesn't, and it didn't.
Williams to Lammonby.
Shot.
And he goes again for 4 more. All the way down to the boundary behind the bowler at long on. A lovely shot again by Lammonby. He's played both of those straight drives beautifully in this over. 46 for 1. He moves on to 18. Final ball of the 9th over. Williams to Lammonby. Defender just smothering the ball away towards the Lancashire captain at mid-off. And there's no run.
Here you are. I've got some interesting stats from Steve Pittard, the retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi in Somerset, better known as Eli's.
This is your personal stat?
My personal statistician.
Yeah.
Now, Old Trafford has the reputation of having bad weather and a lot of play lost to the weather here.
Unfair reputation, I reckon. Oh, sorry.
Steve has looked at the days lost in the county championship since 1990. These are whole days play. And Derby has lost the most with 70 out of 755. Leicester the next most with 80 out of 879. And Old Trafford is third. Mm. We've lost 63 out of 698 days, which is 8.3% as Mahmood is in and bowls, and she's driven into the onside, but straight to Josh Bohannon at short mid wicket. Taunton is 8th, 5.8% no play days, and no surprise that the 4 grounds that have lost the least complete days to the weather in the last 33 years are all in the southeast. The Oval, Chelmsford, Lords and Hove. Something that Brian Rose says is that the Somerset suffer from, as do Lancashire, because of the prevailing southwesterlies, which we cop and aren't so bad away to the southeast, as this is played down to long leg by Tom Abel for single, 47 for 1. He's also produced figures on percentage of no play days in April as compared with September, again since 1990, and April is, you tend to lose a lot more days in April than you do in September, which doesn't surprise. 18% at Worcester, for example, in April, compared with 13% at the highest in Leicester in September. There's a lot of discussion on Twitter and social media and elsewhere about the wisdom of playing county championship cricket in April and the risk of losing days to the weather as Mahmood is in and bowls. Oh, goodness me, didn't miss the off stump by very, very much. But I don't see what the alternative is. You know, there just isn't room in the season. The alternative, I think, you know, the ECB would say, well, play fewer county championship matches. If you don't want to play them in April, we won't play them at all. We'll go down from 14 to 12 or 11 or 10. 10 was the Andrew Strauss recommendation.
Yeah, it didn't last long, did it?
No. And this year has really been the exception rather than the rule in recent times, when the weather in April has actually been pretty good. Cold, but not particularly wet. This is turned down to long leg by Lammonby for single. Williams comes off the boundary. Lammonby on to 19, the score on to 48 for 1. We've had, this is the 10th over, so they're going along at a good leg, Somerset at the moment, pushing up to 5 runs and over. For the retweet from Phoebe Graham, whose company we had the pleasure of on Thursday. She's retweeted my tweet about my son George. This is turned into the onside, and there won't be a run. Who is 8 hours into his 33-hour Devon coast to coast race, going well in 21st place.
Does he have a target in mind?
Just to finish it.
Just to survive it.
Yeah. Well, I think an awful lot in these sort of ultra races, a lot of competitors do fall by the wayside.
Oh dear.
He did the one from the north of the Lake District to the south, right across the Lake District a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. He broke his hand halfway through, but carried on gallantly. Takes after his father. This is turned away down to long leg. I couldn't run an ultra marathon or any sort of marathon for love nor money. End of the over, 49 for 1, 19 to Lammonby, 19 to Abel.
Yeah, sometimes I do take you seriously, Anthony. Only sometimes, though.
Yeah, some nice batting from these two, and the Lancashire attack does suffer when Jimmy Anderson isn't part of it, does it not? Especially with Luke Wood
and Tom Bailey not being picked. Yeah.
George Balderson, though, will prove me wrong. And, presumably Luke Wood will come back into well, of course you haven't got another county championship match, have you?
Yeah.
In this
no, I think Wood will play in the T20.
Oh yeah.
Pretty certain of that. Here's Balderson. It's worked off the pads by Abel, down to fine leg for a single. Takes Somerset up to 50, that. 50 for 1. Abel moves on to 20. Department that they've spoilt for choice, really. They've left out Tom Bailey in this game. Luke Wood's only played once so far. There's Balderson. It's pushed full but wide and left by Lammonby. Through to the keeper, no run.
Tom Bailey's an important cog in the machine, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
He's underrated bowler, particularly on wickets that offering a bit of help to the seam bowlers. He's bangs it in from a good height and very consistent line and length.
I think having played the first 4, they've rested him for this game. Lammonby off the front foot, and that's defended away into the offside, no run.
I think he was actually looking for a single there, Tom Lammonby, and he hit it a little bit too hard. He was just looking to drop it into the offside, but also I think Josh Bohannon's got wise to Lammonby looking to pinch the singles. He's in quite tight at extra cover by the time the batsman actually plays the ball.
Yeah, he kind of creeps in a little bit, doesn't he, Bohannon? Balderson to Lammonby. And that's left. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to the tall left-hander, angling the ball across him. And that off-stump guard, he's pretty confident that ball is flashing away past the off-stump and into the keeper's gloves.
He is tall as well, Tom Lammonby. I swear he's an inch taller this season than he was last. But he's only 22, so he could still be growing.
Balderson to Lammonby. Again, he leaves. Taken by Bell. Walks away to square leg. Leans on his bat. As indeed is Tom Abel. Both look quite content. Be pleased with the start. Going along quite nicely. 50 for 1 after 10.5 overs. Lead now pushing up to 85. So a nice positive approach. Very different feel to it batting now than it was on Thursday morning. Balderson to Lammonby forward in defence, and there's no run.
Couldn't be more different.
No, he couldn't, no.
It was a nightmare on Thursday morning for the Somerset top order.
It was.
They wouldn't have, in their worst nightmares, they couldn't have conceived of a situation much more difficult than that.
And yet, they would have been utterly thrilled to have got up to 360.
Yeah.
From where they were, that first half an hour, it was 12 for 3. It looked like it could just unravel all very, very quickly.
I said to, I don't think I said it on air, but I said it to Paul Edwards down in the press room. Ooh, we're going to be bowled out for 60. Being a typically optimistic Somerset supporter. So we're going to have some spin from Tom Hartley.
Yeah.
Might even get some from Luke Wells at some stage.
Yeah, I watched him at lunch. He was bowling quite a bit at lunch with Luke Wells.
Hartley's bowling to the right-handed Abel on leg stump, turned away down towards fine leg. The fielder on the boundary is Luke Wood, who is at deep backward square leg, so they come for a comfortable 2 runs, 52 for 1. Abel on to 22. Yes, I asked Luke Wells as to whether he thought, as Bumble thought, that he should have had a bowl at some stage yesterday, and he sort of agreed, as this is played into the onside. There won't be a run. He said something like, wouldn't have been a bad idea or something like that, just to change things up a bit. Abel's down the pitch, playing this beautifully away through straight mid-wicket for 4 runs. I think he almost took that on the full. He did take it on the full, using his feet to get down the pitch.
Good shot.
56 for 1.
Yeah, nice use of the feet, wasn't it? Coming towards Hartley, meeting on the full. Nicely worked to the left of mid-wicket.
Abel moves on to 26 from 28 deliveries, so plenty. And this comes off the inside edge of the bat. There'll be 2 more runs here. Might even be 3, and they're coming back for the 3rd. Well run, Tom Lammonby. Good piece of running. Putting the fielder under pressure. 59 for 1. Abel on to 29. Taking a bit of a risk. He's got a good arm, as Luke Wood, but he took a long time to get to the ball. Not because he's not quick, but he's a long way away from it in the first place.
This is good intent shown by these two.
Hartley to Lammonby down the pitch, driving that on the full, but straight to Balderson at mid-wicket. Yard either side, that would have been 4 runs. Hartley to Lammonby. Ooh, and this just rather comes off the outside half of Lammonby's bat out into the offside all along the ground. End of the over, 12 overs have gone, 59 for 1, 19 to Lammonby, 29 to Abel.
They could be pushing themselves into a position where they could flirt with the idea of declaring at some point tomorrow and opening up the game.
There's a helicopter overhead. Is that the air ambulance?
Sure. Had a few helicopters buzzing around, but we often do when the football's on. Balderson to Abel. He's defended the ball away into the offside.
Again, it rather squirted off the outside edge, though, didn't it?
Yeah. .29 from 29 balls faced, Tom Abel. So again, he's been nice and bright and bubbly. Playing with a lot of purpose here, Somerset, with the bat. Maybe just thinking that something could materialise tomorrow. This is a solid defensive shot, right off the middle of the bat this time.
Well, the lead's pushing up to 100, 94 now. We've got another 16 overs this evening. They've been going along at 5 runs and over, so potentially 80 runs. That would 170 odd lead. Again, I can't see them declaring much before lunchtime.
Balderson to Abel. Turns this to the leg side. And Luke Wood feels there's no run.
Because on this pitch, they really won't want to give Lancashire a sniff, I don't think. But then, who knows? I mean, they're certainly they're looking to move things along at the moment, these two. And Somerset need a win just as much as Lancashire do.
Getting very far with draws. Balderson to Abel, that's edged. It's gone down to third man. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Not sure Tom Abel's bat was entirely straight then as he played that. No, he's just bringing the bat slightly across the line. It's a weakness of his. It's because he's picking the bat. This is not an original Gibson thought. This is Peter Trigo spotted this. He picks the bat up sometimes away towards gully, so he's bringing it down at an angle.
50 partnership up. That's flashed off the pads down to fine leg. Blatherwick fielding there for Lancashire. They did get through for 1. Abel moves on to 34, 64 for 1 now.
Yeah, nice shot that.
Setting the tempo here, Tom Abel, captain of Somerset, out there in the middle. Looking to be positive. Try and move the game on. See if they can be in a position to try and... Lammerby leaves to the keeper, no run. Try and potentially set something up tomorrow. We shall see. There's still 16 overs left tonight, so that lead is edging up towards 3 figures. It's 99. 64 for 1. Lammerby on 19 and Abel on 34.
Yes. So we've got, what, 16 overs tonight and then 30 in the first session or tomorrow probably, which would leave 66. So if Somerset can go along at 4 runs and over, be 120 plus 64, as this is defended into the onside, so 180. That would give them a lead of 270 or thereabouts. 280. And that's defended. And there would be 66 overs roughly. Let's say 270. 66. This is run down to third man. It will be pulled in by Will Williams, but they'll come back for 2 runs. That would only be 4 runs and over setting Lancashire. I think they would want to be setting Lancashire something over 6 and over, I would guess.
Lancashire set Notts 4 and over last week at Trent Bridge.
Abel's down the pitch drilling this back to the bowler.
Set them 295 to win from 67 overs.
What was the pitch like?
Yeah, it was a good pitch. It's a short boundary. I thought it was a really bold declaration.
Abel's on the back foot cutting this, and well fielded by Will Williams at backward point. Abel looking for that late cut. Didn't quite get it fine enough. Just the one slip now. as these two batsmen are looking to attack. Hartley's in and bowls. Good ball. Draws a defensive shot from Tom Abel. It's 66 for 1 after 14 overs. Tom Lammonby on 19. And Tom Abel setting the tone for this innings. 36 from 40 deliveries with 5 fours.
He is, yeah. Good start by Abel. A little gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Somerset flags on the roof of this media centre, isn't it? We were admiring it from the tram stop, weren't we?
Magnificent, magnificent.
I know you'd love it.
The biggest flag on the circuit.
Unconfirmed reports of that.
Magnificent Somerset dragon at the heart of it.
There it is. It's a bit limp at the minute.
Yeah, that's the unit. Oh, it is. Yes, it is. Yes. Yeah. Can't see it in all its glory at the moment. I'm sure it's the biggest flag on the circuit.
I just love it how you've made this assumption now, and you're standing by it.
I am, yeah.
Fair enough.
Until somebody demonstrates or proves otherwise.
Mahmood having a chat with George Balderson. Lancashire searching for another breakthrough. Balderson to Lammonby. Shuffles back and works the ball away off his hip. Start by Villas at square leg. Lammonby gets a single, moves on to 20. Score moves on to 67 for 1.
Dane Villas, another low score today. They wouldn't drop him, would they? Well, not again. They haven't got a game.
Well, no, it's true.
Until what, mid-June, early June, something like that. That's the next.
They've still got this issue. I'm sure it's quite a nice issue to have. They've still got 3 overseas players for the Blast, so they have to get 2 from 3 with Villas, de Grandhomme and Mitchell all available. Because Villas was previously not considered an overseas player.
He was a callback.
He was. Short mid-wicket has been positioned, and keeper standing up. And Abel plays a nice shot down to fine leg. Just straight onto the leg stump, the Balderson, and Abel's able to work it on its way down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Eased away down towards the pavilion.
Yes, he just got that finer than the one in the previous over. Whether that was just happy accident or deliberate, I'm not sure, but brought him 4 runs instead of just the 1.
Takes him on to 40 not out. From 41 balls. Balderson to Abel. Defends this back to the bowler. So Bell standing up behind the stump. So there's a slip and a gully. And then there's a point, or backward point, cover. A mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket, mid-wicket and fine leg. With Balderson running in from the Brian Statham end. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-hander, Tom Abel. Let's work through square leg. He's timed that well.
4 more as well.
I think it is. He's 2 chasing after it, and neither will get to it. Just eased away across the pads, down towards square leg. Lovely timing from Tom Abel.
It's Tom Abel at his most fluent. Lovely shots all round the wicket. The one we haven't seen yet is the cover drive. He's been just opening the face to hit it either side of backward point. He plays a very good inside-out drive over extra cover as well. It's one of the shots that he plays in white ball cricket, in which he has become a very accomplished performer, chosen for the England 50 over and 20 over squads for the one day for the series against Sri Lanka.
Oh, he's inside edge that past his stumps down towards the boundary.
That was, dear, I think I better shut up a bit.
Well, Lancashire got away with a few of those in their innings, Tom Hartley in particular, so they can't begrudge a bit of good fortune going the way of Somerset on that occasion.
He was looking for the late cut again, and maybe just a little bit late on the shot, maybe just a little bit overconfident.
Takes him to 45, 76 for 1. Lammonby back on strike. Balderson to Lammonby. And it's just dropped into the offside. Up comes Luke Wood from cover to field. And that is the end of a pretty profitable over. A couple of boundaries in there, some lovely shots from Tom Abel. Lead has gone up to and beyond the 100 mark now. 111 runs in front, Somerset. Just that one wicket down, 76 for 1.
Daryl Mitchell coming back onto the field of play. So presumably Jack Blatherwick has gone off.
Oh, he's still out there, Jack Blatherwick.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, it must be Luke Wood.
Luke Wood's gone off here.
Tom Hartley to bowl another over. Bowling to Tom Abel, with Saqib Mahmood being sent back halfway back at long on. Hartley bowls. Abel makes room for himself and cuts. It's well stopped by Will Williams, taking a bit of a risk. Abel, as that one was pushed through by Tom Hartley. There and bowls this on leg stump, turned into the onside, but straight to Dane Villas at mid wicket, and went too quickly for them to risk taking the single. Hartley to Abel, played this time firmly up to Saqib Mahmood, deepish mid on, and there is time for them to take a single. And a poor return from Mahmood has to be scooped up by George Bell in front of the stumps. Field changes round for the left-handed Lammonby, who's been rather overshadowed in this partnership by his captain just recently. I fancy his captain's had more of the strike. Hartley's in and bowls, and this is driven by Lammonby. Oh, there's a misunderstanding. Oh, there was a single there. I don't know why Abel. Yeah, he's apologising to Lammonby. It was Lammonby's call, and looked to me to be a pretty comfortable single there. But anyway, no run was taken in the end. 77 for 1. This is quicker from Hartley, and dead batted by Lammonby. Somerset really don't want to give away a run out. This is driven and on the bounce to Josh Bohannon at mid wicket. End of the over. 77 for 1, 20 to Lammonby, 46 to Abel. The lead 112, and we have still 13 overs left this evening.
I like the way that Abel has developed as a player as well, how he's kind of developed one-day skills. That, you know, you mentioned he's part of England's kind of ODI team and T20 team. He has a 100 contract, and that's kind of emerged not from him coming into the game being a big hitter, a swashbuckling player. It's from him playing properly and then being able to.
He's grafted on,
yeah,
the white ball shots to a fundamentally very sound technique, which is built, as all good batsmen's techniques are built, on sound defence. You know, you need to learn to keep the ball out, to keep your wicket intact, and then graft as many shots onto that, conventional and then less conventional.
He's 46 not out, Balderson in, and Abel goes back and defends, and there's no run.
But he has been plagued with this slight weakness, as I say, of a crooked pickup. You'll see him rehearsing a straighter bat pickup, more towards first slip and wicket keeper rather than with the bat going up towards gully, so that it goes back straight and comes down straight.
Balderson to
there.
Abel.
Just like that.
Solid defence. Ball deflects off the full face of the bat. Abel walks away to square leg. He's been captain for Somerset for some time now, hasn't he?
He's the longest serving captain in county cricket in terms of number of matches, followed by James Vince.
Balderson to Abel. It's punched to mid-off. Villas fields. and there's no run.
Made captain in 2016, and he was only 23 years old, and had a tricky time of it initially. Lost form as a batsman, eventually dropped himself, and that seemed to do the trick. Came back and unchallenged as captain ever since.
Balderson to Abel. He's looking shot off the front foot, driving up to mid-off where there's no run.
I just wonder how long he's going to carry on doing it, because he puts heart and soul into it, and it must take a lot out of him. And well, we saw it with Joe Root with England. You know, it just became too much in the end, and he's a better player now for having relieved himself of the captaincy.
It's a full ball by Balderson. Abel clips it off his toes to mid-on this time. No run.
Good bowling this from Balderson. He's pitching the ball right up to Abel, inviting him to drive. Don't want to drop short on this pitch at this stage in proceedings. It's lost most of what life it had.
Comes in again to complete the over. Again, Abel gets forward and turns the ball out towards mid-wicket where Croft fields, and there's no run.
Maiden over.
Yeah, he's probing away, George Balderson. It's a much better over. The previous one he sent down was a little bit loose at times, and he was put away by both batters, but that was good comeback from Balderson. Maiden over for him, his first 4 overs, 1 maiden for 16. We've had 17 overs of the Somerset second innings. Their lead of 111 runs at 77 for 1.
Tom Hartley to bowl another over, just the one slip as a close catcher. Here's Hartley to Lammonby, who defends. Lammonby just playing his natural game. Some nice shots, a couple of lovely straight drives. Down the pitch this time, taking this on the full toss and hammering it up to Stephen Croft at deepish mid-on. He hit it so hard that even though Croft is well back, this is a pull drive.
6
for 6 over straight mid-wicket. Pull drive. I was going to say it was a slog, and I thought, no, it's not. It's not quite a slog.
He's borderline, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
It's a good shot. Caught it well, didn't he?
Yeah, over.
It's a big hit, that.
Well, he can hit a long ball, can Tom Lammonby. Moves on to 26, score on to 83, the lead on to 118. Hartley tries again. He's there and bowls. This pushes this one through, and Lammonby deterred from any intention of going down the pitch again. Croft has gone back a few more yards at a wide long on. This comes off the inside part of Lammonby's bat, back to the bowler. Luke Wells reckoning that he was nearly through on that occasion. Hartley bowls from wide of the crease, and Lammonby this time doesn't hit it at full power up to Mahmood at mid-off, so they do have time to come through for the single, which means that Lammonby will keep the strike. He's on 27, Abel's on 46, and Somerset making a good fist of their second innings, 84 for 1.
Yes, they are. They're playing with a lot of intent here, on a lot of purpose. The running's been good. I mean, there's been some nice-looking shots and some good-looking boundaries, but nice intent shown. Good running between the wickets. Not too frustrated Lancashire supporters, perhaps, watching from below the pavilion. But a good partnership here between Lammonby and Abel. Balderson, sent down a maiden over in his last over, is going to continue. He wants to make sure he's got everybody in the right position here. So where's he Where's he moving his men to? There's one slip and a gully. The leg side has a fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And the offside has a mid-off, a deep extra cover, backward point and short cover. Balderson to Lammonby. That's a good shot. Probably for 3, I suspect. Mahmood does catch up with it. They turn and they do come back for a third. The pace of the shot was taken off by a dive from Will Williams, but hit firmly through the covers by Lammonby. And he does run 3, so there's 30 to him now. And it is 87 for 1. Did well to pierce the gap there. They're quite well guarded that offside, but he hit it nicely enough that it had enough pace to get underneath the body of Will Williams, who tried to stop it. So Abel comes back on strike. Deep square leg, fine leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on. Balderson to Abel. Shuffles back to defend, and there's no run. There's Luke Wells at cover. Mid-off, backward point, gully, and 1 slip.
Who's that at first slip? Is that
Mitchell, I think.
Yes, it is. They're bringing the changes with their subfielders, Lancashire, because Rob Jones did quite a long shift in the first innings.
Balderson. Forward goes Abel, and there's no run.
Took a very good catch high above his head to get rid of Tom Lammonby, in fact. Second slip. We've seen Jack Bladderwick and Luke Wood.
Josh Bohannon just removed the pads, the shin guards, so maybe that little spell from Hartley has come to an end, perhaps. He just handed them to Luke Wood. Runs for Abel here. Tucked away to square leg where Croft comes up to field. Abel moves on to 47. Score ticks along to 88 for 1. Big fan of removing his gloves, isn't he, Tom Abel? Every time he's at the non-striker, he seems to
yes, he does.
take them off. Tucks the bat under the arm, removes the gloves.
I hadn't noticed that, but now you pointed out, you're quite right.
Balderson to Lammonby. Dabs the ball up to Luke Wells at mid-wicket.
Andrew G on Twitter says, Viz Tom Lammonby's height. Seems unlikely he'd still be growing. Perhaps you've lost an inch. Well, as you get older, you do shrink slightly. I reckon I've lost certainly half an inch over the years.
Balderson to Lammonby, and that's left, and taken by the keeper, George Bell. It's the end of the over, 88 for 1.
10 overs remain, so let's do the calculation again. So if they've put on another 50 this evening, it'll be 173 ahead. Overnight, then 120 in the morning session. That would be 290. It still wouldn't be much more than 4 runs and over. I think Somerset would be targeting I don't know, leaving Lancashire something over 300 at 6 and over, something like that. Hartley is going to bowl another over. He's bowling to Tom Abel, who plays that out through the covers, out to Bladderwick, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. It's another single to Tom Abel, moves on to 48, 89 for 1 in lovely evening sunshine here at Old Trafford. A reverse sweep from Tom Lammonby, which I don't know what that came off, but it didn't go where it was intended. It went down into short extra cover and was picked up by Dane Villas. Goes for the reverse sweep again and misses that one too. Just calm down, Tom Lammonby. He can play the reverse sweep very effectively, but I've seen him get out to it more often than he should do. Just carry on playing sensibly. He plays this to Bohannon at short mid-on. Just losing concentration for a moment is Lammonby. Hartley bowls outside the off stump, and he doesn't play a shot at that, just draws his bat inside his pad, lets it go through to wicketkeeper Bell. Hartley bowls quicker, and this is played up to long on for a single. And I suspect is the end of the over. It is. 20 overs have gone by, 90 for 1, so Somerset going along at 4.5 runs and over. Lammonby on 31 and Abel on 48.
Yeah, just that one wicket. Steve Davis bowled by Will Williams for 9. So a nice partnership developing between Lammonby and Abel. So they've enjoyed batting together, these two. I think Lammonby perhaps has enjoyed the way that Abel's played. It just takes a little bit of it pressure off.
The two Toms.
Quite a few Toms knocking around, aren't they?
Oh, it's the most popular Christian name amongst current professional cricketers. Steve Pittard is responsible for that particular statistic.
Where would you be without Steve? There's Balderson to Lammonby. That's run down through wide third man. Croft is scampering after that. Blatherwick emerges as well to scoop up the ball. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. And they've come back for 3.
3, yeah, good running again. Yeah. Well, they are very quick between the wickets, these two.
93 for 1. Yeah, good. That's been a feature of the partnership, hasn't it? The running between the wickets. They've been really positive. Got a few run 3s. Forward goes Abel, just jabs it down the ground towards Mahmood, and there's no run.
Crawley and Compton going well for Kent against Hampshire, 37 without loss.
They're a long way behind in the game, aren't they? Trailed by 241.
Yes, I mean, they're looking to bat out for a draw tomorrow.
Balderson in. Abel defends and there's no run. 93 for 1. Abel 48 not out. His runs on this pitch for batters in this game. It's in 2 Centurions, James Rue and Darrell Mitchell.
Well, Bumble did say someone's going to get 100 on this.
Balderson to Abel. He's left. Through to Bell. I'll be surprised if we see another one at some point tomorrow.
Yep. From one side or the other.
Yep. 2 away from a half century is Tom Abel. Balderson into his 6th over. Abel defends again.
Good over this. Not offering Tom Abel anything.
I think he bowled one slightly ropey over, but the rest I think he's been on the money, hasn't he? Balderson. He's not really offered too much. He's probing away. .93 for 1. Balderson to complete the over, and that's turned to mid-wicket for no run. Good stuff from Balderson. End of the over, 93 for 1. Here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. We're into the final 8 overs of the day.
The last half hour. Probably will be about half an hour as well, especially if Tom Hartley continues to bowl. It'll be a good time to give Luke Wells a try, I think.
Yeah, he bowled a bit during the lunch intervals. So.
Well, he's not the world's worst leg spinner by any means. But it's Hartley into Lammonby. We've taken on the pad, but well outside the line of the off stump. Peel out of excitement as much as anything, get the ball actually getting past the bat. As Hartley tries again, Lammonby drives up to long on, Stephen Croft. In the shadow cast by the Point, which is the gigantic conference centre with a glass front to it. Quite one of the ugliest buildings on the county cricket circuit, in my humble opinion. It's very stark. Whereas I think they've done a pretty good job with the pavilion, even if it is encased in steel and glass. It's still there, and it still looks like a pavilion as well. Unlike, for example, the dreadful pavilion at Worcester, when they had that lovely half-timbered pavilion before. Here's Hartley down. Reverse sweep from Abel, and he's played on. He's played on. Well, that's what you get if you play the reverse sweep. Sometimes they come off, and sometimes they don't. And Tom Abel, on that occasion, dragging the ball, he either dragged it back onto his stumps or he missed it completely, but he's gone in any case. Bowled by Tom Hartley for 48, 63 deliveries and 7 fours, and he's set the tempo for this Somerset second innings, but he'll be bitterly disappointed to have got out 2 runs short of his 50. 94 for 2.
Yes, well, he came out with a lot of purpose, isn't he, Tom Abel? 48 from 63 balls faced. But he's undoing this reverse sweep. Ball clattering into his stumps.
I think he missed it altogether, didn't he? I think just clipped off his heel. And a chance for George Bartlett to show what he can do. Peter Siddle signalling to the dressing room for some sort of additional drink for Tom Lammonby, who's having a good swig out there of whatever is in that flask. He's just drying his hair as well. It's hot work out there, yeah, under the helmet.
Hot work for those supporters enjoying a beer.
Yeah. It's got salt tablet possibly, or painkillers. Having a swig again. All is well. Well, it's disappointing for Somerset followers, the demise of Tom Abel.
Yes, he's trying to be kind of enterprising, wasn't he, a little bit, trying to manufacture a shot, keep the scoreboard ticking over, but in a disappointing way in the end to get out.
So George Bartlett, another right-hander, in a short-sleeved sweater. Tom Abel as usual, Tom Lammonby as usual in just in his shirt sleeves. Hartley then to Bartlett. Bartlett turns that into the onside to the accompaniment of oohs and ahs over the regulation shot, right out of the middle of the bat. Hartley to Bartlett, taken on the pad and just goes out into the onside. Just a little bit of excitement generated into the proceedings by the wicket of Abel. This is defended by Bartlett again to the accompaniment of oohs and ahs. Oh! He survives. 94 for 2. The lead 129 and 7 overs remain in the day's play. And I do think that that wicket of Abel has probably set back Somerset's chances of forcing a win. He was going along so smoothly and fluently.
Yes,
and it'll be more difficult for George Bartlett, who's, you know, he's another one playing for his place in the side. Tom Banton and Lewis Goldsworthy breathing down his neck.
Certainly slowed things down tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With that partnership ending. Oh, we're going to change you bowling too. Balderson's spell comes to an end. 6 overs, 1 maiden for 23. And Saqib Mahmood replaces him from the Brian Statham end. So a little bit of a burst from Mahmood before the close of play tonight.
Yeah, it's a good partnership. 81 between Tom Abel and Tom Lammonby in 19.2 overs.
So 94 for 2. In contrast to what we're looking at in front of us, to what I can see from the game in Canterbury, couldn't be any different. The floodlights on in Canterbury, and it looks absolutely glorious here. Mahmood in, forward goes Lammonby.
Slightly lackadaisical prod at that, Tom Lammonby. He rehearses a much more concerted forward defensive shot. I think that wicket, it just sort of knocks Somerset out of their stride.
Yeah, it was going to slow momentum down. It was bouncing along quite nicely, wasn't it, for Somerset? And let me just check their progress a little bit. And Mahmood from around the wicket bowls, left by Lammonby.
But credit to the Lancashire bowlers as well, because the runs had actually started to dry up for Abel and Lammonby, and that produced the attempt to try something different with the reverse sweep, because he wasn't being given the opportunity to score quick runs with conventional shots. So well bowled Lancashire.
It was a good little spell, that, wasn't it, between Balderson and Hartley. Mahmood, and it's left by Lammonby. Through to George Bell. And there's no run. Lammonby's not... Of the two in that partnership, it was Abel that was perhaps a little bit more free scoring. I'm not so certain that even with the dismissal of Abel, it will necessarily change Lammonby's approach here. Batted very nicely, very sensibly. He's left well, defended well. 6.5 overs left tonight. We want to be there tomorrow morning. Again, he gets forward and defends. He has been pretty solid on that front foot defence. Out to Williams at cover, no run. 4 dot balls sent down by Saqib Mahmood since his return to the attack. 94 for 2. So Lammonby settling back into his crease. Mahmood, big gulp of air and comes steaming back in again. It's back of a length, that delivery. Nice carry through to Lammonby, who perhaps just pulled the bat inside the line. Through to Bell. Again, there's no run. 94 for 2. Well, he's almost matched his first innings total, but have come an awful lot quicker. He got to 38 in the first innings, Tom Lammonby, off 184 balls. He's now 35 off 64, so he's almost equalled his first innings score, but a different approach. Again, he leaves. Safe enough leave, I reckon. Even though Mahmood was up and about. That's the end of the over. He starts with a maiden there, doesn't he? Yeah, maiden over for Mahmood. 6 overs, 2 maidens for 18. Have a little scout around some of the other games. You can see Kent against Hampshire. Well, Kent have made a pretty solid start. Look, it's quite gloomy there in Canterbury. The floodlights are on.
Useful opening pair Kent have got, haven't they? Crawley and Compton.
Yeah. So made a solid start with the bat. The 44 without loss.
Here we got Hartley to Bartlett. Bartlett defends back to the bowler. No run.
So they're still a long way behind Kent. 231 runs behind. So Hampshire in a strong position.
Hartley again. There's room for Bartlett to get on the back foot, but he hits it straight to Blatherwick at cover point. We've got short extra cover, mid-off, extra cover, cover point and backward point. 5 fielders on the offside, either in a catching position, which is Bohannon, or saving one, and 3 saving one on the onside. Hartley bowls to Bartlett, and it comes down the pitch. It's hit on the pad, and optimistic appeals.
Yeah, it was a little bit, wasn't it? It was a bit optimistic from Hartley.
Hartley's in and bowls, and this gets Bartlett in a little bit of a tangle, a quicker ball. She was looking to turn into the onside, mixture of bat and pad. 94 for 2, 129 is the lead. Hartley bowls. Bartlett whips this into the onside, through the onside, and that should run away for 4. It does. So Bartlett off the mark with 4. 98 for 2. Just over pitching there, Tom Hartley on leg stump, and whipped away nicely by George Bartlett. There's a nice tweet from Joe Baker. Thank you for keeping us entertained as we drove all the way to Inverness. It is a long way.
From where?
Well, I think from somewhere in the West Country.
Oh, right, it's a long way. Goodness. I hope the journey was easy enough. I'm glad we could keep you entertained.
Yeah.
The Division 1 games elsewhere, we've had 2 results, haven't we? Nottinghamshire beating Northamptonshire by an innings and 25 runs, and Warwickshire beating Essex by 4 wickets. The other match in Division 1 is Surrey against Middlesex, with Middlesex 113 for 3, and they trail Surrey by 58 runs.
Joe Baker, I think, comes from Devon, probably. Okay. She follows Exeter Chiefs.
And here's Mahmood around the wicket, bowls. It's eased away through the offside by Lammonby for 1 run.
She's attended 83 test matches, home and away. Budley Salterton is where she comes from.
Sounds like quite an epic trip then, doesn't it?
Long way from Budley to Inverness.
99 for 2. A chat between captain and bowler here as to what their plans will be for Bartlett, who's on strike. Well, they've got the slip and a gully and a point and a cover and a mid-off and a mid-on. Short mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. Sakib Mahmood comes over the wicket and bowls back of a length to Bartlett. That's run down to third man. Bohannon's chasing after it, and he gets to it. And they'll come back and run 3.
Good work, Josh Bohannon.
Yes. I thought that was going to run away from Bohannon, but did ever so well to catch up with it. Flick the ball back. That brings up 3 figures. 100 on the board for Somerset. 102 for 2. Bartlett moves on to 7. Gets Lammonby back on strike. Mahmood starts again. Around the wicket to Lammonby. It's in behind and defends. And there is no run. So in Division 2, Durham are playing Yorkshire. Durham are on a run chase. Be a fascinating finish. They need 55 more runs to win Durham. They've got 2 wickets left. 191 for 8. That's an intriguing finish up in the northeast. Mahmood bowls. Again, Lammonby defends. And again, there's no run. They've got they've got Potts and Rain there batting. Fisher's picked up wickets. That's nice to see. He's had a horrible time with injury. So they are closing in on a victory potentially, albeit Yorkshire need 2 more wickets to win that match at Chester Street. Lammonby waits for Mahmood on top of his mark. Sets off again. Comes around the wicket and bowls. It's a nice shot, flicked away off the pads. Backward of square on the leg side. Wells does ever so well to get round and stop the ball. Lammonby comes back for 2. So he moves on to 38. The score moves on to 104 for 2. Derbyshire are playing Gloucestershire. Derbyshire 251 for 9 declared. Gloucestershire, in reply, are 193 for 5. Charlesworth unbeaten on 58.
Looks like a draw, doesn't it? They lost the whole of the first day and the first session of the second day as well.
Mahmood around the wicket bowls. Forward goes Lammonby. And defends to complete the over. 104 for 2. Lead of 139 for Somerset. And one result in Division 2. Glamorgan have beaten Worcestershire by 10 wickets in the game at Cardiff. And the final Division 2 game is Leicestershire against Sussex. Leicestershire 270 all out in reply to Sussex total of 430. Today.
Got another over from Tom Hartley to come up. 7 overs, 1 for 26. His figures bowled well. He's bowling to the right-handed George Bartlett, who's on 7. Bowling over the wicket and turned away through square leg by Bartlett for a single. 2 men out on the leg side boundary. So plenty of opportunities for singles. Bartlett onto 8, score onto 105 for 2, 25.1 overs, so Somerset going along at just over 4 runs an over. Good rate of progress. Hartley bowls to Lammonby, who plays this up to Croft at long on in the shadows, out on the far side of the ground. What's the weather forecast for tomorrow? There's a sort of slight threat of rain, I think. Later on in the day. This is nearly, it's a wide, signalled by umpire Tom Lungley, because it's gone down the leg side. That's what Luke Wells was complaining about.
I heard
wasn't
this.
it?
Yeah. I thought it was quite an interesting point he made.
Yeah. This again is down the leg side, and it's just padded away by George Bartlett.
Forecast is okay tomorrow. It looks like it might be odd chance of a shower, but much later in the day, kind of 5 o'clock-ish.
Hartley bowls, takes Bartlett on the pad. He's emulating Jack Leach in his leg stump line of attack from over the wicket, left arm over the wicket. But he's looking to take wickets, not to bowl negatively. That's taken on the pad again by Bartlett, who won't be risking getting his pad out of the line in order to pick up a wide or two, because it could easily turn out of the bowler's footmarks outside his off stump, outside his leg stump rather, as that's played into the onside. End of the over, 109 for 2, 39 to Lammonby, 8 to Bartlett. 3 overs remain in the day's play.
Yeah, he's bowled quite a nice spell here, hasn't he, Hartley?
Yeah.
8 overs, 1 for
Somerset
31.
looking to push the run rate on. He's gone for just fractionally under 4 runs and over and picked up the wicket. And an important wicket it was too.
Yeah, bowling Tom Abel, the Somerset captain, who was batting very nicely. 48 he made. Went on the reverse. Mahmood. He's in and bowling a full length ball to Lammonby. And that's flicked off the toes out towards Wells at deep mid wicket for a single. Moves on to 40. 110 for 2. And Bartlett back on strike. So Mahmood, this will be his penultimate over, this one. We've got 2 more left after this, so presumably Hartley and then Mahmood again to complete it. Be a similar time finish to yesterday. Yeah, be almost It's bang on 7 o'clock. Bottom edge there from Bartley as he hops back into the crease.
Yeah, loose shot that was.
We've done a few kind of streaky inside edges in this game, haven't we? They flash past the stumps or bounce past the off stump. Gets away with it, George Bartlett. In the first innings, he was out for naught. LBW victim to Will Williams.
Playing across and around his front pad.
Mahmood over the wicket, balls left by Bartlett. Deliberate lookingly, wasn't he? Kind of withdrew the bat, slightly bends his knees, then pivots round and follows the ball right into the gloves of George Bell. 110 for 2. Lead of 145, so it'd be about that, about 150 in front overnight. Interesting to see how Somerset see the final day progressing. Mahmood balls, it's a good ball, and that beats Bartlett. Sneaks past the edge of the bat. Just pushed a fraction fuller by Mahmood.
David John Baker on Twitter offering an alternative solution to the return of Sean Dixon to the opening position, assuming that Stephen Davis won't be retained. He'd love to see Tom Banton open the innings and play it like a white ball game and get James Root keeping again. Oh, interesting thought.
Mahmood to Bartlett. Oh, he's almost caught behind again. He's groping at this one outside the off stump, and I think he's best pleased with himself there, George Bartlett. He kind of slumped down, didn't he? His bat was on the ground. He kind of leant forward. It wasn't a great shot. He'd be just pleased he's still there, not working his way back towards the dressing room. Felt like it almost looked like a bit of a tired shot, you know, if you've been batting all day type of shot, but can't make that an excuse.
He has a slightly languid air, does George Bartlett.
He's got Mahmood wanting a second slip in place. In and balls to Bartlett. Oh, he's looking to leave it, just deflects off the face of the bat. Well, it's a bit awkward that, but he's a little shake of the head. He gets puffs his cheeks out and wanders down to speak to his mate and says, well, I've got through it, I'm still here, but it wasn't hugely convincing, but he survives. 2 overs to go. It's 110 for 2. And Lammonby on 40 and Bartlett on 8. And the main partnership between the captain, Abel, and Lammonby worth 81 runs.
81 very attractive runs as well. Some lovely shots from both of them. So Hartley to the left-handed Lammonby. Lammonby's down the pitch, but just plays it back to the bowler when he gets there. No particularly aggressive intent. 110 for 2. Hartley in and bowls, and Lammonby stretching right forward in that characteristic way of his. Just the one close catcher, Luke Wells at slip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, saving 1 as Hartley's in and bowls, and Lammonby is again down the pitch. Thinks about a single, but Bohannon is onto it from shortish mid wicket. This is Tom Lammonby's, I think it's his second highest score of the season. He made 65 not out in the first game against Warwickshire in the second innings. Back on his stumps, turning this into the onside, but Will Williams cuts it off from short fine leg. Lammonby hasn't given a chance in this innings, and he has looked. Well, I won't say what I was going to say.
Talk him out.
This is another defensive shot out into the offside. Somerset are playing for the close now, intent on not losing another wicket this evening, and then maybe put in a bit of a charge tomorrow morning. as that's defended out the offside. I'm going to be talking to Craig Overton in a few minutes' time. And I will ask him how many overs he thinks he needs to bowl Lancashire out in, or he and his colleagues.
Well, let's hope that there's a sense of optimism that we could have a possibility of trying to force a win on the final day. Declaration, give Lancashire something to chase. I mean, it's easy up here to say these things. We're not. it's not our livelihood, is it? But it's always easy, these decisions in the commentary box. But well, if would make for good entertainment if we did get that.
Yeah, and if Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes were in charge, we would see Somerset going on a big charge tomorrow morning to maximise the number of overs they've got to bowl out Lancashire, and possibly giving Lancashire a chance as well to encourage them to have a dip.
So the final over of the day, at 2 minutes to 7 on this lovely Saturday evening. Mahmood's going to bowl it, not before he's positioned his troops in the right place. Bartlett looks ever so uncomfortable facing Mahmood, so he wants to be a little bit more aggressive with 2 slips in the gully now. Bartlett did seem to struggle in the last over. He's got Mahmood coming in to bowl to him. It's a nice shot off the back foot, driven away through the offside. Bohannon will chase after it. Doesn't get to it.
Can't quite do it. And it was a wise decision, that, from Josh Bohannon. He tried to flick it back with his boot, because if he launched himself and tried to stop it with his hand, he could easily have crashed into those boundary boards, which are only a couple of yards the other side of the boundary rope, and do himself a nasty injury.
That'll make Bartlett feel a little bit better. Nice little back foot drive. He was a little uncertain in the previous over. 114 for 2. Mahmood again. Oh, he's bowled him. Off stump's gone. Mahmood strikes. Well, even with that positive shot that he played in the last delivery, Bartlett has looked uncomfortable to Mahmood. And a wicket. Final over of the day. It's a really, really nice ball from Saqib Mahmood. And Bartlett's gone for 12. That's the close of play. And Somerset lose the wicket of George Bartlett right on the stroke of stumps on this third day. It's 114 for 3, Somerset. Lead of 149, and Mahmood dismisses Bartlett.
Well, neither of Somerset's returnees has done themselves much credit, with Steve Davis getting out early on, and George Bartlett yet again shuffling right across his stumps and missing one that came back between bat and pad. Good delivery from Mahmood, but by no means in the ideal position to play it, George Bartlett. So question mark over his future in the side, just as there is a question mark against Steve Davis. But on the whole, pretty good day for Somerset, having bowled Lancashire out in their first innings for 326 to leave them with a lead of 35, and then adding 114 pretty quick runs in around about 4 runs and over for the loss of 3 wickets. Tom Lammerby on 40, and Tom Abel, who made 48 before he went for a reverse sweep to Tom Hartley and was bowled. They've been the prime movers for Somerset, so there is a good possibility of a finish being set up tomorrow, with Somerset 149 ahead in their second innings with 7 wickets in hand.
Indeed, yeah. Abel and Lammerby, the pick of the partnership so far for Somerset, but they'll need a couple more tomorrow if they are to be in a position where they could perhaps try and declare and set Lancashire a victory target. We shall see how tomorrow unfolds. But that is it for day 3 here at Emirates Old Trafford. As so often happens, the best part of the day is the evening. Look at that, it's absolutely glorious. But it is the end of the third day, with Lancashire are Still behind in the game, Somerset with a lead of 149 runs as we get to stumps on day 3. So Somerset will resume on 114 for 3, leading Lancashire by 149 runs. The forecast is okay for tomorrow. Maybe a bit of rain around later in the day, but we should be set, hopefully, for an interesting 4th and final day. From the whole gang here at Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app, enjoy your Saturday night.